What's going on, guys? What's up, Bubs? What's up, Sheree? How are you? Dear Lord. Yeah, so don't ask me why. I woke up at 7:30 a.m. today for no goddamn reason. And now I'm like, ooh, this is going to hurt tonight because I'm used to waking up sometime in the afternoon. Like, yeah, I'll make it through. I'll make it through. And we got some interesting ones. I looked into something that Duke wanted me to look into, guys. Shout out to Duke Raoul. He wanted me to look into a guy named Ashton Forbes, and he was talking about wormhole technology and all this kind of bit. And that's what Duke had told me. I watched the video with him. Then I watched like 4 or 5 other. Duke, I'm gonna kill you because you sent me down a rabbit hole. And yeah, I'm pretty much straight up gonna debunk a lot of things to do with that man and everything else. I figured I'd go over everything going on with Israel, Iran, what I think led to it, where I think the end game's headed. Just watching different things, give my opinion a little bit on it, but I'll just present the facts to you guys and see if you guys have different ideas than me that I might not have thought of or something interesting to that extent. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Um, Actually, I think it should be called Dad's Day. I don't think it should be called Father's Day because not everybody that is a dad to a kid fathered them. You got a lot of stepdads out there. Like I have a stepdad, love him very much. Actually, he's never treated me like anything less than a son, and good man, good man. But I can get into that a little bit, I guess. Like I said, probably drag ass a little bit through this one, and then the only other topic I really had were the everything going on with the two Democrat lawmakers that were um, taken out by a gunman, and then two more that are wounded in critical condition and are expected to live. But yeah, let's see what we got on the desk. Let's see what we got on the desk for tonight. So my wife actually ordered me this. Very nice of her. She's like, you could put it up during your breaks or something. I was like, good, because I keep getting copyright hits for the ads that I run sometimes. Some ads I can get away with, and other ads they want to hit me with copyright, and I have to like remove them after the fact. Or funny enough, I played Fight Night. Some of the background music in there, 2 songs. I was like, really? How am I getting copyright strikes? And not like, hey, we're going to take your channel down copyright, but it's just a warning. You've got copyrighted material in there. I'm like, damn, Batman got me. No, Fight Night got me with the music that's playing in the background. I was like, I didn't even like pay attention to the music that was going on in the background of the load screen and stuff like that. But apparently that generates copyrights. So I had to go and remove it. Hello, Leo. Good to see you. What's going on, Eugene? We had somebody else sign up. I guess he must have signed up, subscribed on an off show. And I don't know if he subscribed to the paint part, to the smack talking part, or to the gaming part, but it's definitely an older gentleman. Welcome to the fold if he shows up tonight. Thank you for subscribing. Definitely just growing organically here, guys. Thanks, Leo. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to tell you now, Leo, I went and downloaded Doom Eternal. So I'll run a few levels of that next time, too. Because Marvel Rivals, we pretty much have finished out the season on it. Now it's just like knocking out a couple dailies here or there, which can be done in like 20 minutes, half hour of a stream at most if I let them build up. And it's just collecting gems. But since the mid-season like rewards and all that are done, Marvel Rivals will fade down a little bit until next season starts up, and then they're going to start introducing a new character every month. So that'll ramp up again once the season pass and everything kicks over. Yeah, thanks, David. Thanks. Not when I'm playing Punisher. With Hella, yeah, you're not wrong, David. You're not wrong with Hella. I'm still like greasy with her. But with Punisher, plus I'm sitting there having a conversation the entire time I'm doing it. It's not like I'm focused on it. And I'm fighting bots. I'm not actually fighting people. People are actually easier to hit than the bots a lot of times because the bots do auto hop. Yeah, and getting it from getting like insulted by David. I don't take any offense to that. You know why? Because David, like, that's pretty much that's aren't you a diamond player or celestial? Like he's like 4 ranks higher than me and still has this fast twitch reflex. Like as you get older, that's the first thing to go is your reflex, like your eye hand coordination reflexes. Yeah, I mean, David's been doing interesting things. He's been watching naughty anime. You're playing World of Tanks? My God, David, what is wrong with you? So I'm not going to lie. Um, the Israel Iran thing, I watched almost too much on it. I have some theories. I mean, there's facts to it, and then there's theories. Um, and once Duke gets in here, that's really when I want because he'll know exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm going to explain it to the rest of you guys about what this guy Ashton Forbes had come up with and how to debunk his whole story. Like pretty easy. Yeah, and not having feeling in your hands does not help either, Bubs. You're not wrong. Well, one, how are you, Eugene? And two, that's cool. Like, you know, you got to start off with first drafts when it comes to writing stories. Start out with your outline, kind of where you want to go, and then build on it and go back and you can don't throw out what you've already written because maybe something in there is good, but go back and review through it. Keep your old drafts, use them as reference for a newer draft, and just keep rewriting it until it flows. Like Sheree said, a start is a start. You've got to start somewhere. My only thing, and Bubba will tell you, I got on his butt not long ago about this. Make sure if you're starting something, you're finishing it. You've got to finish. If you start something, follow it through. Like I said, I'm kind of off kilter right now. I'm sipping on a Red Bull instead of a Monster or a Rockstar, letting that kick in, get that energy drink flow into me, and wake up. Because honestly, I'm not used to being like I'm used to being up for a couple hours before I start streaming. But I've been watching stuff all day. But yeah, I mean, whether you can or you can't, it's up to you. If you say I can, okay, you're right. If you say you can't, you're right as well. You've you start something, you got to finish it. Like trust me, there's plenty of times where I'll be painting something like now granted, it'll take like 3 streams for me to do like a Wolverine or something, right? But just imagine if I did the first stream, started painting Wolverine and just left it on the desk. You guys would be like, yeah, Gam, you ever going to finish that thing? And like 4 or 5 streams later, you're just like, Gam, you're not finishing it. So once I start it, I've got to finish it. And I'm not going to lie at all. I'm going to have to start firing up. Like, I haven't had the 3D printer run in like 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks or something. So I don't have anything new coming in or haven't done anything new. Like, I still got to cut down a star scream. I still got to redo a pyramid head, stuff like this. And I haven't fired up the modeler and cut everything down and all that kind of stuff. David, didn't your father like? Well, I'm not going to say that. That's mean. Yeah, poor David. I've got his, and my wife's been all over me about that too. I'm not going to lie, David, because she's the one who's actually going to mail it out. She's like, "Yeah, are you ever going to give me that kid's address or what?" And I'm like, yeah." That she's sitting like in a box with packing peanuts and everything else. I just got to throw beef jerky in there because that's what you wanted, and mail it out. Give her that address that you sent over to me. It might not come out perfect ever. It's never going to be up to your satisfaction, Eugene. Like Bubba just said, it may never come out to your satisfaction. Like you might go, oh, I could have added this here, or I could have done that. But sometimes you just got to do it, hammer it out, let it lie, and then if you're truly unhappy with it, go back to it. Just Butterfingers? Like, come on, man. Like, America's got all kinds of America, we got all kinds of candies. But we got be doing this one for my daughter's Christmas, one of her Christmas ones. I've already done what Totodile, Shaman, ground form. So she wanted a Turtwig, and this one's actually kind of a bigger one. You can tell by my thumb or whatever how big it is. Well, not really. You don't know how big my hands are. I could have little tiny sausage hands, you wouldn't know. David doesn't have any kids. He'd actually have to have a girlfriend to have kids. Jeez. That's why, like, and I might as well get this one out of the way. Dad's Day. I think it should be called Dad's Day, not Father's Day. By the way, wish Rick James a happy Father's Day for me, Sheree. Tell him not to slap. My favorite candy, probably Gobstoppers, or it was my favorite, one of my favorites. I don't know. It's hard for me to nail down a favorite. I used to have a severe sweet tooth. Now I've got fake teeth. Go figure. That's how that works. Also, make sure you guys are smashing like, subscribe, and all that happy fun stuff. Yeah, that's fair, Eugene. Sometimes that's better to work on something that you know you're going to accomplish. But yeah, so like I said, not every dad fathers a child, right? So my one daughter, I've told this story before. Gave her up for adoption. Had her when I was real young. She's never called me dad. She never will call me dad. She can refer to me as her father, but the man who actually raised her and loved her and took care of her and took her from infancy to adulthood and all that, that's her dad. Any fool can father a child. Being a dad, you're actually raising them and you're part of their life. So I always think Father's Day. I always just call it Mother Truckers Day. We'll say. Like I said, I'm trying to be good about the F bombs, guys. But Mother Truckers Day, basically, because well, how do you think you got here? Thank you, Leo. Well, it's Dad's Day. He's cutting loose. He's running around the house. Celebration! Celebration! Unity! Just Rick James over there having a party, Sheree. You guys doing like a cookout and stuff? We've had nothing but thunderstorms here. Matter of fact, I lost power earlier. I was like, oh, that won't bode well if I'm in the middle of streaming and all of a sudden it cuts out for whatever reason. It could be the thunderstorm. I'll let you guys know if it starts up again and just give that warning. Yeah, Jolly Ranchers were another one of my favorites. I'm not going to lie. I used to love, especially sour apple Jolly Ranchers, and actually watermelon ones too were probably my two. It was it would go sour apple, watermelon, and then cherry. And blue raspberry, when they introduced that, was probably like my fourth favorite. My least favorite at Jolly Ranchers are the grape ones. They just, I don't know. They don't do it for me. See, I was the same way, Sheree. I just wanted my wife cook me a steak, dinner, all this kind of stuff. I just wanted, she's like, you want to go out and do something? You want to go buy a new toy, new lawnmower, new power tools? Something. I was like, nah, I'm good. And she gave me this or whatever. She said this thing, this game catches up little YouTube button thing. She was like, that was supposed to go on top of your present. Your present won't be here till like the 19th. So, little ways off. You and Rick both say that grape is your least favorite. Yeah, I don't know why. It just, the other flavors are distinct, and grape is just like, I can take it or leave it. Oh, you think that was your lunch? My roommate once told me Jack Daniels and Pixie Sticks should not be somebody's dinner. And I was in my early 30s when he told me that. Oh yeah, and that's just it. My stomach can't handle a ton of sweet anymore. It can barely handle hot. Like if I eat something that I know is going to be like, buffalo wings or something like this, it's already planned out. Like, well, I'll be spending the next hour in the bathroom. Like you just prep for that stuff as you get older. Um, Before we really get into it, number one, I do got to say, and shout out, well, first off, happy Father's Day to anybody out there, or Dad's Day, or Mother Effer's Day. Um, however, whichever way you want to slice it. Bagum actually was one of the first people this morning when I checked my phone. Bagum actually beat my kids out and wishing me a happy Father's Day. So shout out to him. I said happy Father's Day back, but yeah, shout out to him. That was cool. Oh, that's awesome, Leo. Definitely cool. Making an X-Men figure collection. Very, very cool. Yeah, I don't know if D will be in or not tonight, but he might be. He might make a cameo. But yeah, I got to give a shout out again to ABL. I think Sheree said that he came up 50,000 subscribers since he was on Tim Pool's last week. He was on and correct me if I'm wrong here, but he was on the June 12th show, I want to say, of ABL. It was either June 11th or June 12th. Sheree will correct me. But I got to give a shout out to him. I got to give him his flowers, and I got to say congratulations, dude. That's awesome. He's got the million subscriber play button coming to him eventually. I think he's can put in for it soon. Or they got to mail it out to him. He had some kind of issue with a copyright or something at one point, so YouTube held it up. Can't wait for him to get that. But yeah, I criticize the man, and I don't agree with every point of view he has, everything else. But I gotta give him his flowers. He worked hard for it. He deserves it, and kudos to him. June 11th. Okay, thank you, Sheree. So the June 11th show, if you go to Timcast IRL, you will see ABL that we're always talking about. He's on there. He doesn't interact as much as he does on his own show, of course, but I think I was even saying this last stream that he, unfortunately, with Tim Pool, he likes to talk a lot, and if you don't jump in or be aggressive jumping in to talk, he'll keep talking, and you've got to pick your spots to jump in. And ABL kind of confirmed this. He was like, "Yeah, it's his show. I'm a guest." And ABL's, you can tell he's a decent dude, so he's going to be a decent guest. He's not going to try and step on somebody's toe or outshine the host, you know? He's just not that dude. So, congratulations again, ABL. I know you'll never see this, and you probably don't give a care if you do see it, but shout out to you, man. But, okay. Shall we start with the Dem lawmakers, or shall we dive into the long ass topic of Israel Iran? Sir. Yeah, that would have been funny. I typed in the chat when I was watching it. Watch him do his Nigerian accent on here. But yeah, I'll let you guys, unless you guys got a different topic you want to bring up, you know, I'm all ears. I'll start busting out this paint. If I start painting now, I'm going to take Smurf's advice and shut up and paint. Shout out to Smurf too. Happy Father's Day to him. I know Smurfberry Pie has probably like done something for him. His wife and Smurfberry Pie probably did something for him. Shout out to them. We'll get this one out of the way too. Shout out to Stranded. She would love to be here tonight, but she's got to work early. Always an important part of the show, and we always appreciate her. Shout out to you, Stranded. Hope you enjoyed this show. She'll listen to it while she's working. Let me bring up a paint guide and see what we're working with here with this this little turtle. He's too turtle for the Turtle Club. I'm sure our Pokemon expert David Mon will probably tell us exactly everything about it. These guys all in alignment. Shrink this one down because I don't need that one as much as I need the other. And boom. There we go. Paint reference. Sheree shouting out Stranded. But okay. I guess I can start with what happened with the Democrat lawmakers. And a funny little side story to that one. So, not yesterday, I guess day before, there's 2 lawmakers in Minnesota, and they were both shot and killed. Police had arrived on the scene because of reports of the gunshots or what have you. The police showed up, found them. They were already done. Well, the cop that found them, he said it was his instinct, his intuition, whatever. But he just had a bad feeling and a bad gut feeling. So there was 6 miles away another set of like a lawmaker and I guess his wife. Or it was either a lawmaker and his wife, lawmaker and her husband. And they decided to go check and just do like basically a wellness check on them to make sure that they were okay. Because they're dealing with these 2 bodies. They drive over to the other lawmaker's house. As they pull up, they see a man dressed. They come across a car that looks identical to one of their police vehicles. With the lights, the lettering, everything parked out front, lights going on it. And then they see a man. They said that they're like, wow, is that one of ours? Because he was completely dressed up like a cop. Down, like everything on the uniform, matching patches, everything. Full belt with a taser and the whole 9 yards. And I guess they called it in as they were getting out of the car and found that it wasn't one of theirs. And this guy was like, had like a foot in the house. Like he was stepping into the house. And the cops drew their guns. The guys just started firing at the cops immediately. And they got in there. They found 2 people shot. The lawmaker and either the husband and wife. I can't remember which it is. But they found 2 people shot. They got them to the hospital. They were in critical condition. Looks like they're stable critical condition. Like still touch and go, but they're expected to live. The gunman, dressed as a cop, he escaped out the back. And they haven't been able to catch him. They haven't been able to find him. Now, what's crazy and what the little side anecdote is that this guy worked for Tim Walz, but he voted for Donald Trump. He worked for Tim Walz up until 2023. And then he voted for Donald Trump, which tells me that when they let him go, he had some kind of issue with Tim Walz and kind of flipped over. They found a bunch of the No Kings protest flyers in the back of his car, like in the car or what have you. Went to his residence, talked to his roommate, all this stuff. The roommate gave like a whole breakdown on a text message he had received, and he actually was like distraught. He couldn't believe this dude did this. So it's interesting because is it a Democrat? Democrats don't vote for Trump unless he was voting as a pissed off vote against Tim Walz. So it might be a Democrat that's just mad at Democrats. Actually, the worst Friday the 13th movie is Jason Takes Manhattan. But I digress. The other funny part about this story is well, nothing about the story is funny. Let's call it out for what it is. I don't want to see political violence on either side. And, I feel bad for those two Dem lawmakers that got shot. I feel bad for the two that are no longer in this world because of one crazy dude. So I will call that out. Regardless if this, the guy who did it is now like claiming to be a Republican, but was a Democrat or was still a Democrat and just mad at other Democrats. There's a way to handle stuff. That's not the way to do it. Just my opinion on that. But yeah, the other crazy part is, so because this guy worked for Tim Walz and, everything's blowing back on it, they found that there was a guy going around in Minnesota and he was destroying like Tesla chargers, spray painting the side of Tesla cars and all this while walking his dog. Like, they got him on camera and all this, and they nailed him. And the story never came out until after this whole shooting thing. Apparently, the guy who was doing all this stuff to the Teslas also worked for Tim Walz. So what kind of environment is Tim Walz fomenting there? Like, what is he doing? Because it seems like there's a lot of crazies coming out of his office. Not going to lie. But yeah, it's just interesting, like all these people. And then Tim Walz's like history. So this was something that wasn't covered during the election cycle, and I was kind of blown away by it. Everybody knows he was a school teacher, right? Because he was an assistant coach or whatever, and lied and said he was a head coach. He was really an assistant coach. All this stuff. There were rumors about him doing stuff with a couple of the students. Now, granted, it's alleged and they're rumors, but he and his wife were both dismissed on the same day from the school. Like, he didn't quit that job. They basically put him before a disciplinary committee, and it was one of those, quit or be fired right now for what you've done. Now, I don't know what the records are on that. I'm sure that, somebody like a James O'Keefe can go dig them up. That's not really my due diligence. I couldn't find anything, just simple searching. But I'm sure there's record of it somewhere. Yeah, well, apparently that's the nickname Touchdown Tim. That's where, or Touchdown Timmy, that's where it came from. Because it wasn't girls that he was doing stuff with, it was boys. So, yeah. Yeah, like I'm saying, like something's not right in that guy's, like, anything having to do with that guy. Like, I'll be honest, to me, he comes across as one, a fraud, but two, he sets off my dad sense. Like, I wouldn't trust my kids around him. I wouldn't trust somebody else's kids around him either. I'm not going to lie. There's just something about him that just doesn't sit right with me. They made a big deal about him getting a DUI and saying, I carried weapons of war and war and all that, and rightfully so. But if there was any kind of other allegations towards, things to do with students while he was a teacher and stuff, I really wish that stuff had come out in the election. Well, that's just it. I know older guys, like when I was in my, well, no, that's right. This dude's in his 50s. Who knows? Maybe cost of living. There's a lot of reasons why a grown man can have roommates. Maybe they're down on their luck and that's the only way they can afford to live. I don't know. I don't pass judgment on people like that because you never know what their life circumstances are. But what's odd to me is usually when you get somebody who goes on a shooting spree or does something to the like that kind of level, serial killer, stuff like this, or mass shooter or whatever, they're usually a loner. And the only time that I really remember, like even school shooters, right? School shooters are usually like loners. The only time, and they're usually very disturbed people or have some kind of massive issue. This guy specifically targeted lawmakers, which tells me it's something to do with that administration in Minnesota. And I mean, that's my unprofessional opinion. But the only time I remember a group of people outside of like the Manson family, stuff like that, but in recent memory for me, was Columbine. That was multiple shooters, right? But they all had a grudge. They were all the kids that, the trench coat mafia or whatever. They were all the outcasts that were getting beat up all the time. And then they just went and took revenge. Stuff like that. Or, instead of going and doing the right thing and learning how to take a beating and then learning how to fight, going and signing up for like, some kind of martial arts class, doing something positive, boxing class, whatever. Hell, you got, jujitsu class. Well, back then you didn't have jujitsu really, but like a boxing class or, and then when the bullies started picking on them, just knocking the crap out of them, they decided they were going to pick up a gun, which to me is like cowardice. Of course, you're going to ambush everybody if you've got a gun and nobody else has one. Like that's too easy. Pulling the trigger is too easy. Use your hands like a man. Take your whooping, take your lumps, lose or win, and just move on with life. Like, I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I've never met somebody who can fight who hasn't gotten the crap kicked out of them at one point in time or another. Not an actual good fighter, not an actual, everybody loses. And it sucks. And it hurts a lot. But you know what? You've got to get your butt beat sometimes to learn how to win. Like, and if they're bigger than you or whatever, then that's where you've got to either be clever and learn how to use your environment against them or, think outside the box. But ending somebody's life, you're not going to fight the next day or the next day after that. Who knows? Maybe you guys would have been friends somewhere down the line. Some cases that's completely doubtful. But, just ending somebody, unless they do something tragic to you, your family, your pets, something like this, or really like horrific to you. Certain cases I can understand, like the father in Texas where he came in and found the guy who was a friend of the family, diddling his kid and then made him go out and dig a hole and put him in it. That one, I understand. I get it. But use your hands. Use your hands. You don't have to end somebody's life. Yeah, you're not wrong, Eugene. Something was off. But yeah, the Dem lawmakers, I'm not going to lie, the guy who pulled it, the fact that he went to the extent to get the car to look like a cop car, the full cop uniform and everything else, so that he could fake people with their badge, with his badge and the uniform and everything else to make them drop their guard. That was genius. Like, that was smart. That wasn't like he walked up in a hoodie and some jeans or whatever and put a mask on his face and did it, like surprised him like he was supposed to be a burglar or something. He did it smooth where it was like, knock on the door. I'm sure it was like, how can I help you, officer? Because a cop comes to your door, a lot of times you're going to, say, hey, like, how can I help you, officer? And not think twice about it. That's why the Minnesota Police Department, when they were doing the press conference, said anybody who's watching this in Minnesota know that when we send out officers, we say if it's not 2 officers at your door, it's not us. But yeah, that whole situation's crazy. It's going to be interesting when they catch the guy. If they catch him alive, like if he decides to off himself or, go out in a gunfight or something like this, like they bring him in dead, we may never get answers. But if they take him down, those answers are going to be interesting, to say the least. I got to start putting green on this guy. We're going to go with we'll go with this, I think. What is this? Wasabi salvage? I know I've had a Turtwig, and I think when I was playing Pokemon Go, where I got banned for using a spoofer so I could move my location. But I don't remember all that much about him. It wasn't one of my favorites. So painting this is going to be fun. Like I said, I'll definitely wait till Duke gets in here before I get into the other story. Because that one's more like, it's an interesting story, and it would have been cool if it was true. But the guy is, I can definitely say the guy believes what he's saying to a ridiculous point, but he's also kind of an idiot. It's one of those people that want to believe and come to a solution, and it made him famous for a minute. But yeah, I think Duke will be interested in my take on it. You don't think they're going to get him breathing? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, some people, it's like, when it comes to stuff like that, they're like, oh, my life's over. But then there's other people that are either A, too afraid to do it to themselves, or think they might be able to win in court. You know what I mean? If it had been like a pair of cops, I would have said, yeah, you got a 90% chance they're not going to bring them in breathing. But it was a couple lawmakers, and who knows what the relationship is between the police and the lawmaker. Like, if those people were, I want you to remember, it's Minnesota. We're talking about law enforcement in Minnesota, and they let all those riots happen and didn't have the cops' backs. So the cops may not be so keen to have their backs. Yeah, 70. Well, think about this, though, Sheree. Say he didn't get caught by those cops at that second house. Right? We wouldn't know. He could have gone for a while, and we wouldn't have known. Like, the cops wouldn't have been able to figure out who it was at all. The only reason why they were able to figure it out is because a cop played his intuition, went to the other lawmaker's house, and caught him in the middle of the act. Otherwise, those 2 people inside probably would be gone too. Like, it wouldn't be like, oh, they're in critical condition stuff. No, they would have been toast. Well, Eugene, that's just it. Now, AI is the great equalizer, right? Which is, I know for music and stuff, like it's got you feeling some kind of way. for artists and people who can't make music. Like that's just it. If I needed something for YouTube for music, I now have a friend named Eugene that I would say, "Hey Eugene, can you write me a banger?" You know, this is what I want it to kind of feel like, sound like, what have you. Right? Before I could have, before my best friend Guido died, I could have asked him, which I did, and that's how I have my theme song. Right? Or I could have asked David. Now, granted, David doesn't really write his own stuff, but he would have been able to put together something in the vein of what I was looking for, and not the vein like the one that Paul used to date. If you know, you know. That's a joke, Paul, by the way, if you're listening, brother. If Vane wanted to date you, you just had no clue that he wanted to date you. But that's just it. Now I can just go to the internet if I needed to and say, hey, like I'm starting a YouTube channel. I don't know anybody who's musically inclined, and I can do an AI track myself. It's not going to be as good, in my opinion. It's pretty good, but it's got to be sampled off other people's stuff in order to make it good. Sup, Donnie Balls? How are you? Good to see you, bruv. I was just about to transition over, well, not me personally, but I was about to transition over to explaining Israel and Iran. Giving everybody like kind of a heads up on where everything sits, what's going on, why I think this is going to go on why mathematically Israel's in trouble. And I mean, they're in trouble. I can, play devil's advocate for both sides of this argument. I've watched so much stuff where America is. Probably if we're going to get involved, if the UK is going to get involved, if Europe's going to get involved, spoiler alert, they probably will end up having to. Which I know is not what anybody wants to hear. Hey, Retro, how are you? Good to see you. I'd be an ugly goddamn female. No, I didn't cover that, Steve. Good to see you too. As a matter of fact, Bubba decided to call me with questions about hooking up a device to his television last night, right as the calls were going off. As a matter of fact, the only call that I heard any kind of part of was our friend, the homeless baker, calling in and immediately saying that, well, I don't even know if he immediately said it, but he was like, since I'm a racist white supremacist, like, I was like, I put in chat, I was like, well, at least he's being honest when he calls in this time. Thank you, Retro. I appreciate that. But no, weed and coke guy said I don't do coke. Well, he said that on a different stream too. He goes, people in the chat call me weed and coke guy, but I haven't touched that stuff in a while since I've gotten a girlfriend or something to that extent. Who'd you get in a chat conflict with? See, like you're stalling me out from talking about Iran, Israel, and that's probably a good thing because man, what a long damn subject. The baker is a mess. I don't even know what that was all about. I didn't hear the whole call. That was the only part of the call and the only call I actually heard. Like, that was it. And then I had to turn down the volume because I typed it in real quick and went back to helping Bubba out with something. Oh, it's a Pokemon named Turtwig. It's actually, David, is it one of the starters for one of the Pokemon games? Like the new version of Bulbasaur or whatever? I'm not sure. One for my daughter. One for one of the kids. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, there was one, Steve, and that person blocked me because she said something about Trump being a racist and deporting people, and she was going off about deportations. And I said something back. I was like, well, if you're here illegally and he deports you, that doesn't make him racist. It just means he's following the law. Like, what are we talking about here? It doesn't make him racist. And then I got blocked at that point, and I know I got blocked at that point by that person because the next thing I know, Steve put in, your mom should have aborted you instead of making you an anchor baby or something like that. And I was like, Jesus Christ, Steve, that was harsh. I was like, oh shit. Why? Somebody came into the stream and started screaming about liking and subscribing. Was it here? Because, the only person who does that kind of stuff is either me or Sheree, usually. Yeah, speaking of which, make sure you guys like and subscribe. But good Lord. Yeah, I mean, person came in and I don't know if it's somebody that got picked up from like that Timcast stream where they think that like poor Sheree was working overtime deleting people's swearing in chat. I noticed that last night. I was like, poor Sheree, you really getting a workout tonight. Like people were just going off the chain, so to speak, like just really losing their mind. I don't understand what exactly was happening. Yes, I agree, Danny. But the whole thing is, I don't know what her argument was to Steve, but I'm guessing it was something like my mother came here illegally and had me, and that's how I became a citizen. And then Steve's reply to her, I'm assuming, was your mom should have aborted you instead of making you an anchor baby. That's what fit in my brain because I was like, when he replied, I even scrolled back up to see what that person had said and couldn't find it. So I'm like, oh, I'm blocked. Like you immediately blocked me when I made my comment, like because you can't argue the logic of if you're in a country illegally and somebody throws you out of that country, they're upholding the law. That's just how the law works. You don't like it, elect somebody else, have them codify a new law. This is not a difficult concept, you know? Like it's not my fault the lawmakers don't change any of that stuff because it suits them, every couple years when they got to run for reelection. What's up, Forever? How are you? Good to see you. Oh, you just made that up? Jesus Christ, it's still harsh. Beans is probably at one of her 18 jobs. I think she's up to 18 now. I'm not sure. Shout out to her wherever she may be. Like I said, she didn't. She missed ABL last night because she was working. Like I even shouted that out a couple times in chat, like because I was just like, yeah, not like her to miss her thing, but or miss a stream, but she was working. So I'm sure she'll be in later. She usually drops in for a cup of coffee. Shout out again to Stranded Lifeform because we know we won't be seeing her tonight. She may or may not be dropping in. Nah, that's fair, Retro. I mean, it's easy to get, some of the stuff, like I said, some of the stuff I can take, some of it I can leave. And then there's other things that don't get covered. Like, I don't think ABL's really covered too much or gone in too much depth with like I said, the big thing for me right now is the war. That war coverage has me like hooked because I'm watching. I said this earlier. I really don't like Bibi Netanyahu, but I will give that man his flowers at being one of the most effective, manipulative, greatest politicians I might have ever seen. The way he plays things, and it's greasy and like con man level greasy, but it's if you know what you're looking for, you can catch him. I don't know, Retro. She likes to work. That's all I know. Man, that color it looks off on camera because that's actually like a creamy green. That's really cool, Retro. Um, yeah, Steve, I got to give the man his flowers because, like, man, all right. So he did a Fox News interview earlier, and I watched that, and I watched what was said, everything else, and like I said, I can't lie. I literally was taking notes while he was speaking because he was just so smooth with it. Well, that's just it, Danny. That's one of the things Trump was talking about getting rid of anchor baby status, and I think the courts are fighting him on it. I'm not sure. Haven't been watching that fight. I'm all right with people that don't break the laws. If they leave and then like say they've been here for a minute, they're like, hey, look, I'm illegal. I'm leaving though. Putting them on a different list and like getting them back in. If they were good citizens, never committed crimes, are good for the country, I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with, hey, I killed 16 people in Venezuela and yeah, yeah, I'm here. I don't like that. Doomslayer, not Predator, Leo, by the way, to answer your question. Absolutely Doomslayer. Predator, I'd be terrified. Yeah, I mean there are women, children, even men that are seeking asylum that or looking for a better life and it's legit. The problem is that we've kind of incentivized illegal immigration here. So when you do that, I can't blame people for coming across the border, but they need to go and come back the right way. And the best way to do that is either self deport and come back because now you know how the game's played. Um, Something to this extent, but yeah, no criminal records, like stuff like this. And I don't mean criminal record like, hey, I stole a candy bar because I'm hungry in my home country or something. You know, I mean, there's guys that have severe criminal records, but once they get nailed, that's it. You shouldn't be able. If you get caught without self-deporting, I think that you're done. Like that should probably be good game for you, and you like no continue, no insert more coins. Yeah, Sheree's not wrong too. Um, that's just it. That's one of the harder parts, though. You'd have to do it at a federal level because if you let the states handle it, they would, depending on the state, they would they would nail you out. They would nail those people out where they couldn't afford to come in. Depends, like, oh, you want to go to California? Okay, well, that's going to be like you're basically an indentured servitude for the rest of your life to go to California. Like, well, we can't use you as cheap slave labor anymore, so we're going to do it. Now it's going to cost you, taxes that will amount to every penny you earn. Yeah, I don't like the. It's one thing. I say this all the time. I got plenty of shit I can criticize Donald Trump over. There's plenty of things that I just like. I've called him out. You've heard me call him out. Like, in a little bit, you're going to hear me call him out with what's going on with Israel and some of the stuff going on with it, where he sent definite mixed messages through the press because he kind of wants to be on the right side of everything. And you can't be sometimes. Sometimes you got to say, hey, this is how this went down. Because if, Joe Schmuckatelli, me, who just paints stuff and talks crap on the internet, can figure out kind of how this went down, then, you're not fooling anybody. So don't confuse the people that won't look deeper into it. Dang, shame he doesn't live in South Carolina. I'd ask him how much it costs to build a pool down here. I could definitely use one. I'm not going to lie. Actually, my wife wants one too. So I'm being all right. Retro. But yeah. So yeah. We're talking seriously funny or seriously jacked up. So we know that Israel went and hit Iran. Attack, like, the actual report that Israel put out was they were close to a nuclear bomb, right? Now, I don't know what kind of reports you guys heard, but I heard they were at 60% enrichment. They had, according to, and of course, consider the source, but according to Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, they were saying on their shows, I think Sean Hannity repeated it too, weeks, if not days away from having a nuclear bomb, right? That's what they were saying. Israel, so, I guess called Trump and then went and attacked, like informed Trump they were going to attack all this other stuff. And then went and attacked them. And now Iran is raining hell on Israel every day. Israel's still attacking them. Israel says that they've had this all planned out for, a while now, everything else. And today, I'm going to say earlier today, one of the cities, there was an apartment complex that got hit, people buried under the rubble, whole 9 yards. That's really cool, Retro. But the whole thing is, I look at the line of events, and then, like I said, I got the Bibi Netanyahu interview today, which kind of confirms a few things to me. That's fine, Retro. I don't want to see Israel get wiped out either. I'm not for Iran, and I'm not pro Iran. I'm not pro Israel by any stretch of the imagination. When I refer to Israel, I'm not referring to their people. I'm specifically referring to their government. And when I refer to Iran, I have to refer to a government and their ideological head. So just so you know where I stand, I'm America first. Not Trump first, America first. And yes, you're 100% right. He has been saying that they're going to have a nuke within a couple years since like 2010 or something. 2012 or something like that. The record goes back where he went before Congress and has been saying yes, Iran's going to have a nuke. Iran's going to have a nuke. Thing is, this is where I'm going to play the devil's advocate for Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. He's not wrong. So the missile that got through right through the Iron Dome and did the most damage at this point was a hypersonic one. Now, apparently, if they had a nuclear payload on that, that would have been game over. Israel would have been blown off the map, right? But the fact that they were able to create one hypersonic missile lets me know that Iran is advanced in their weaponry as far as their missile delivery systems, that they can get a bigger payload to a country like Israel is closer to them. They need an intercontinental ballistic missile to hit America. But as far as Israel goes, it's like right there. It's like Israel, I want to say Jordan, Iraq, and then Iran. It's like right there next to them. And yeah, I don't want any, trust me, I don't want any war. Like, I really wish that they could have come to some kind of treaty, started getting rid of this enrichment stuff. But the fact that Iran has a hypersonic missile tells me all I need to know. The fact that they were able to hit into Israel and do this damage, it went right through the Iron Dome. Nothing even came close to stopping it. If they do have enriched nuclear payload on that, that's game over. So in that respect, I understand, because it's not just about them enriching the nukes. The other problem is this. You have to have a delivery system. And when I say that, when you're firing a ballistic missile or anything, everybody always thinks, oh, look, the missile goes up and then just goes over, hits its target, right? That's not how that works. It actually has to cross our atmosphere, go up out of the atmosphere if they're firing it right, even if it's close, because you can shoot it down if it's in the atmosphere. But if you get it in outer space, or just breaking our atmosphere, it delivers. The problem is you need special shielding, even if you are shooting it through the atmosphere, let alone breaking atmosphere, to deliver a nuclear payload. That missile will, from the radiation, from the uranium or what have you, and the speed, velocity, and friction from the missile, and, of course, you got flames and all that kind of stuff coming out of the back of it, it'll break down if you don't have the right shielding on it. And legitimately, your nuke will just go off in the air. It's just going to either dump payload in the air or what have you. And it's the same thing for hypersonic missiles and most of the ballistic missiles that they use, especially for an ICBM. The fact that they have a hypersonic missile means they've figured out the shielding issue. So the reason why we're not real worried about North Korea, because they can't figure out the shielding issue. Russia, China, us, India, Pakistan, we already know the answer to that problem. The UK, like European Union, UK, anybody that has nukes already knows about the shielding issue and has already solved for it. So two parts to it is, one part is the enrichment of your uranium to a certain extent so that when it goes off, it's the biggest possible payload hit, right? You're doing the most amount of damage with it. The other part of it is, how do you get that payload there? Otherwise, you might as well just send a guy in with a backpack on a camel, right? And just have him ride into town and detonate the thing. No, Iron Dome's actually handling ballistics. David Sling and the Arrow are also. But this comes down to the mathematical equation that I'll get to in a little bit about why Israel's in fucking trouble. And because you know that, Retro, very smart, you will understand exactly what I'm saying about it mathematically. The new animated Predator movie, Killer of Killers, it was okay. It was a popcorn flick. It links to the movie Prey at the end of it. I'm just going to let you know that now. It was an interesting thing. It wasn't Predator, good. But it was all right. I enjoyed it. Like, it was a fun little flick. Yeah, I am too. I am too retro. But yeah, it was the Predator movie. I covered that, I don't know, last Thursday. But yeah, maybe it was, yeah, I think it was Thursday. But yeah, it was decent. It was like three stories, and then all three stories kind of come together. They left it open for like a sequel to it, I guess you could say. I don't know if you'd even bother doing a sequel to it, but it was all right. It's animated. I think it's on Disney Plus and Hulu. I think that's the streaming platform. You got to remember, GAM sails the high seas, so I can't tell you exactly where I saw it, but it was okay. Yeah, it was like, it's one of those, if you're bored and there's nothing else really on, you just throw that on. Throw it on, watch it real quick, and be done with it. Um. So anyway, that's just it. So Netanyahu's whole thing about them having a nuke ready and all that. Well, he contradicted himself today in the interview, because he was saying days, maybe weeks, right? Hannity saying days, maybe weeks. Mark Levin saying days, maybe weeks. Ben Shapiro saying their enrichment program could be, days, maybe weeks. Benjamin Netanyahu today in the Fox interview said it would have been months to a year. So again, there we go with that sliding time scale of, would they have gotten the enrichment there? So for him, it's, oh, well, it's an existential threat to Israel. And yeah, we need to go and take this out now and everything else. Well, thing is, I watched guys like Mark Levin. Well, it was really more Ben Shapiro than Mark Levin. Ben Shapiro kept saying, Trump keeps trying to go to the peace table. They're just stringing them along so they can get the nuke finalized, all this other kind of stuff. He's like, look, Israel can take care of itself. Just get out of her way. Let her go handle it. You guys don't have to do anything. Just let Israel go hit him, because Trump, there was many reports and all this that Trump kept telling him, don't hit him while I'm doing these peace deals. And then something changed. They're 2 days away from going into a peace deal, and all of a sudden, they attacked. And I kind of feel a way about that, and I'll get to that when I get to the interview. I'll tell you how I think all that actually did play out, because I think we're only getting part of the story. No, that's actually over here. We don't get deported for breaking that law. That's just a fine, a hefty one, because I've had to pay one of those before. I used to download all my movies off of a torrent site, and I downloaded Black Widow, probably one of the worst movies I've ever seen, and then ended up having my internet shut off and having to pay $300, and then they turned my internet back on. So I don't download movies at all anymore. They do not sail the high seas, guys. Do not sail the high seas. Yeah, I'll get to Mossad with some of this stuff, because I'm actually going to have to pull out notes just to go through it. I'm not going to lie. But then now let's look at the Iran side of things. They kind of screwed up, because they kept saying, that the Israel death to America, big saint and little saint, and we're not, the Ayatollah Khamenei came out and said, basically, while they're doing the peace negotiations, flat out, we're not going to slow down nuclear enrichment. As a matter of fact, we'll probably open more centrifuges, no matter what the deal is, and, really shining them on. And then shouting death to Israel, death to America. We've got missiles that can reach you and all this kind of crap. So they fan the flames, and everybody kind of knows. Trump's been saying it the whole time. They can't have a nuke. They can't have a nuke. That's the only thing. Everything else, whatever, but no nukes. And just open defiance of Trump, open defiance of Israel. They know that's the line in the sand, basically, that's going to get them attacked. So they kind of asked to get attacked at the same time. But it also, Israel, from the Iranian point of view, Israel came in. Not only did they come in and strike a couple places, because they didn't hit their their actual payload of uranium, enriched uranium. They just blew up a couple of the centrifuges. But then Mossad took out a whole bunch of their higher leadership, right? They were like, oh, it's a decapitation strategy. Hate to tell you this, guys, you didn't decapitate anything. You just put different people in place that we don't know how bad or good they're going to be. That's all you did. You just delayed things a little. But one of the things that Israel did do that wasn't reported, they targeted their scientists, the nuclear scientists, and hit them with rockets, right? Well, Israel's like, we only attack military targets. Thing is, those scientists were in just common housing. So they were in apartment buildings. So it's like, oh, look how precise that missile hit is on the side of that building, right through that one wall. Okay, that's great. It blew through the wall, blew up the dude inside, and then blew his neighbors out the other side of the building. Like, you guys killed civilians too. Like, don't think there wasn't any collateral damage. Yeah, Retro, I'm right there with you. The old Pirate Bay was the way. We're not internet criminals. We're just online outlaws. Fair enough, forever. Fair enough. Yeah, we've all had that one movie that was like, God damn, you're going to nail me for this one? Couldn't you nail me for something good? Um, so that's where, now, like I said, hypersonic missile today, it definitely, it did some massive damage. Um, Israel keeps saying stuff like, all they're doing is targeting our civilians, right? Well, here's the thing. If you're firing 100 to 250 rockets, how come the only thing it's hitting is civilian targets? How come it's not hitting military installations? Is it because they're targeting civilians, or are they just firing a blanket spread, and your military bases and military installations and stuff are the things that actually have the Iron Dome coverage? I think Retro actually has it right though, and this is why I'm saying Israel's in trouble. Everything that Bibi Netanyahu has been going out and saying in every interview I've seen, it's, he's basically playing, and I don't want to say he's kissing the ass of, but he's like using flattery towards Donald Trump, towards Europe. He says, we're in there bombing all this stuff and everything else, but we're doing it to protect America too. We're doing it to protect Europe too, because Iran will hit them and all this kind of, all this other stuff. The thing is, they need us to come into the war. Israel miscalculated and needs us to come into the war. So when I said I'd work this out mathematically, before I get into anything else, I'll get the mathematic part out. As Retro said, you have the David Sling rocket launcher, right? For the Iron Dome. It's basically to hit the missiles when they're over like Jordan or Iraq. They hit it far away. It's a countermeasure. So what they're doing is they shoot a missile out of there. So let's say they shoot one missile at a ballistic missile that's coming in from Iran. Now, this is just one missile from Iran. That countermeasure misses because you're kind of trying to shoot a bullet with a bullet. So your countermeasure misses. They have a middle line defensive thing, and I want to say that's called an arrow. Am I right on that one, Retro? Do you know what it's called? But I think it's called the arrow, and that's another missile. Goes out and tries to hit a bullet with a bullet, shoot their missile down, countermeasure. So that's two. Then you go to the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome will shoot anywhere from 2 to 3 countermeasures up, depending on the amount of rockets coming in at it, and knock them out of the sky, right? Or try to. Even then, you get a rocket through here or there. So now I want you guys to do this mathematically in your head. If I'm firing one ballistic missile, it gets past the David sling, so that's one. Then it gets past, and I guess Retro's agreeing with me that it is called arrow. It gets past the arrow. That's 2 missiles launched now, trying to take down one missile. And then it gets to the Iron Dome. You fire 3 missiles off in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. To try and take that thing out. It takes out that ballistic missile, right? That's 5 missiles fired to take down one. So if they're firing salvos of 100 ballistic missiles at a time, which is what Iran's been doing for the past couple days, and they apparently have stockpiles of thousands of them. At what point, so that one salvo of 100 ballistics coming at you, you fired off 5 missiles. Now, granted, it's going to be plus or minus depending on when your countermeasure kicked in, if it even kicked in. But let's say you fire off 5, you don't hit it till the 5th one each time. That's 500 missiles wasted on that first salvo. Who's going to run out of? It's not sustainable. Who's going to run out of ammunition first? Who's going to run out of countermeasures? You're going to run out of countermeasures way before they run out of ballistic missiles. Israel's in trouble. They had it one time where they were getting attacked and they ran out of, like, the Iron Dome was damn near empty, right? And that wasn't a full-on assault from Iran. That was just some fire from, I don't know if it was Hezbollah or Houthis or whoever was trying to hit them. But somebody was trying to hit them, and they pretty much almost ran the Iron Dome dry. I think if Iran activates the Houthis too, Hezbollah, and they all fire at the same time, we're going to see a good chunk of Israel look like Gaza. Yes, that's correct, Leo. That is what that means. I'm not going to lie. If it was me, I would make cheap like the cheapest drones I could make. Hell, you're sitting on oil money, so we're talking you got billions in the bank if you're Iran, right? Hell, even if it's millions, you could order the cheapest goddamn drones possible that cost like maybe $1,500, and they just fly in there. They don't even have to have ordnance or anything else attached to them, but you're just using them so they're spending a missile to take that thing down because your air defense doesn't know the difference. It's just going to be like, oh, we got incoming thing. They might think it's loaded with C4 or whatever and just shoot it down. Boom. Right? But that's another missile wasted. So Israel, their Iron Dome defense and everything, while it is good, it's going to get exhausted. And it's going to need to be refilled. So we're going to either refill it, what have you. Now, granted, they have American warships that are also shooting down these rockets that are incoming. Like, we're not attacking Iran. And to be honest with you, Iran is being very smart about it. They could have gone to try to hit one of our other bases or attack our ships or any of this stuff. They're not doing any of that. They're taking Trump at his word that, hey, you fire anything at our guys, you kill one American soldier, we will knock the shit out of you. Right? Iran's playing this smart. They're just hitting Israel. So I think where we're at as far as the conflict goes, I think it's a play for time for both sides, for Iran and for Israel. If Israel gets decimated to a certain point, I think Trump's going to come in and save them. Not going to lie. Just letting you guys know. I can see him going, hey, look, you guys got to stop or you're going to destroy all of Israel. Okay, well, now we're going to move our troops into Israel to help them out and go ahead and shoot at them. Something like this, right? Then the other end of things, I think Iran is playing for time so that Russia and China come in and try and diffuse the situation. But the battle lines you're going to see are Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Pakistan, versus America, Israel, India, possibly Taiwan. Not like they would be that big of a help, but the UK and European Union. That's the battle lines I see. If it comes down to like massive world war, like, you know, America really goes in at it. The other part of the problem with Israel and the reason why they're trying to get the U.S. in so hard, because Ben Shapiro, for all his bluster about, oh, all we need to do is do that, you know, get out of our way, Israel can handle itself. Fuck you, Ben Shapiro. You're a liar. Because the whole thing is, the best bomb that the Israelis have on their best plane can hit only so far into the ground. Where Iran has most of its enriched uranium at, I want to say it's called Fudro for some reason. It might be Fundro. I can't remember. It's something with an F. It's an F name, guys. It's an F name. It's an F bomb for an A bomb, okay? But they have all their, it's an underground bunker that's like, I don't know, quarter mile down, half mile down. The only thing that can get to it is an American bomb dropped from a B-2 bomber. Israel currently doesn't have any B-2 bombers. It would take them too long to retrofit a plane, and they would have one shot at bunker busting that sucker. So they need America to supply them. Israel can't do it on its own. America is the only one with the tech to basically take out and do the finishing blows on Iran or on their nuclear program. Now, as far as how this all kicked off, right? Going back to it with Netanyahu. Oh, actually, I'm just going to read. Let me look at my notes. So his interview. And I wrote down, because I can watch him and I can kind of, it's almost like playing poker with the guy, right? And that's why I said I can respect him as a politician and a bullshitter. But I also know a con man, and I know when you're trying to manipulate somebody. Like, I've gotten very good at that, because when I was younger, I got manipulated by somebody I really trusted. Not going to lie. Then I started learning the art of it and how to look for the tell and everything else. You want to talk to Samson? He got all the weed. Samson definitely got that green indeed. But yeah, I wrote down, Bibi wasn't lying about, you know, ballistic missiles and uranium, right? Because we've seen it. They have it enriched to 60%, which is enough. The only reason why you would go past, I think it's like 6%, is if you're trying to make a weapon. But they obviously worked and built the delivery system for said weapon. So they just haven't figured out the payload yet completely, but they've got the delivery system, which is what just hit that neighborhood. So I know BB isn't lying about that. Then I did write down about the months to year. And the reason why is because the question came up, like Tulsi Gabbard had given a press conference basically saying that, you know, Iran stopped its nuclear program with that nuclear deal, and they haven't started it up yet. And Brett Baer asked him, do you have different intelligence? And he said, our Mossad has better intelligence than America on this situation, basically. He didn't say that Tulsi Gabbard was wrong. He just said that they had better intelligence on it. When he said that, I realized at that point he must have called Trump up, said, hey, my intel is this, everything else. And Trump said, okay, if you want to go hit him, you're going alone. We can, kind of protect Israel and shoot stuff down, but you go in there, you're going in there by yourself. So I think he basically like told Trump either the day before or the same day they were going in. He told Trump ahead of time, but he didn't give him like massive warning, And Trump kind of like did the whole on the 61st day thing. I gave him 60 days, but on day 61, that's when they hit. Well, that might be cover, I'm thinking. I think Trump knows a little bit, but not a lot. Like the whole thing with this whole conflict is Trump's half pregnant on it. He wants to take kudos for being part of the good parts, like, taking out their centrifuges and everything else. But he also doesn't want to commit troops and actually get into the war. Yeah. Well, that's James and the Giant Peach is Ronald Dahl or Ronald Dahl. So is Charlie in the Chocolate Factory and Charlie in the Great Glass Elevator. Yes, and that came up too. Let me see. He yeah, and he told Trump basically the same day of the attack is what I'm guessing as far as that goes. So Trump did have forewarning, but not like I think Trump was just sick of it and like, go ahead, dude. If you're 100% sure that you can take him out and this is what you need to do for Israel, I understand and I respect it. And that's really where I think Trump was on it. Like he wasn't complicit in it or in the planning or anything else. He was like, go ahead, dude, you're going to do you. You do you. But know that, we're not getting involved. The big thing is, I don't think they just want to take down the nukes and the ballistics, though. I think they want to kill the Ayatollah. And that goes exactly to what Retro said. They want the regime change, too. Because Bibi went on about the, Iranian people and, they're led by a crazy man and all this kind of stuff, by a crazy ideology. But apparently, Bibi wanted to assassinate at the same time he did like the high end generals. He wanted to kill Khomeini. And Trump was like, yeah, don't do that. Like stopped him from doing it like 3 or 4 times, like he asked Trump. That's reporting on it and all that. That's just rumor. But I could definitely see that because Trump's smart enough to know that if you kill somebody who's high up like that, man, you kill somebody that is that high in the religion and everything else, you create a martyr and then people will go out and die for the cause a lot easier. That's part one of it. Part two of it is Trump's been shot. They try to kill him twice. Like 2 different assassins try to kill him. And, yeah, in my opinion, he knows what that's like to be at the top. He doesn't want somebody taking a shot at him. You know what I mean? So, yeah, if you go kill him, and if that gets back to the Khomeini, he might be like, yeah, don't shoot the president. Like, he could have taken me out and didn't. So, we're not going to play that game. Jesus Christ. My wife just messaged me. Where's my Father's Day cake, Bedelia? You guys know what that's from? Anybody? Anybody out in GAM land? Do you guys know where's my Father's Day cake, Bedelia? I want my cake. Not Amelia Bedelia. No, no, no. It's from a movie. Bedelia, where's my cake? I want my cake. And then the end of the segment, he comes walking in. And he's like, I finally got my cake. That is awesome, Amelia Bedelia. So that was from the first part of the movie Creep Show. If you remember, her father with the cane is banging the table. I want my cake, Bedelia. Where's my cake? Where's my cake? And then she kills him. And he comes back from the grave and he kills her, puts her head on a tray, puts candles on top of her head, and then walks in the room. And he's like, I finally got my cake. Yeah. Yep. And that's just it. This is one of the reasons why I love my wife, because she's one of the only people that would remember some shit like that. I mean, you guys remember it too, but I got to tell you, like, yeah, it's Creep Show. It's the first, like thing or whatever. But yeah, I want my cake. Bedelia, where's my cake? But thing is, every time, and then I noted this in the BB interview, every time he's talking about it, he's like, he keeps including the USA or Trump in particular, praising Trump, saying how they're protecting the USA, saying like, we attacked Iran to protect USA, and they're the two assassin attempts on Trump, according to Bibi Netanyahu, were both Iranian planned. So, Crooks and Butler and the other guy on the golf course, those apparently were agents, according to Bibi Netanyahu. According to Mossad intelligence, they were both Iranian that were trying to kill Donald Trump. And I don't know. I believe any of that bullshit. Sorry, guys. I'm going to call bullshit on that one. Total bullshit. I think he's Democrat, but he's mad at the Democrats. Yes, I do, Steve. I don't know. I don't know for certain. Maybe he changed and he's MAGA all the way and all that, but people usually don't change that drastically, and they usually don't do stuff like that unless, one, they're disturbed, but two, they have a grudge, an axe to grind. Most murders, when they're planned out like that, are revenge for something. They're not spur of the moment. Like, he didn't do that stuff in spur of the moment. He didn't just show up in his normal clothes and do that stuff. He literally got the police outfit, the police car, everything out. He planned it, which means that it was a revenge plot. He was mad about something. In fact, he worked for Tim Waltz, tells me he had to be Democrat, right? And I think something happened. He got fired for something. He held the government accountable for whatever reason and just started, like Sheree said, he had 70 lawmakers he was going to take out. So I think he was a Democrat. That's not true, Steve. Just because he planned doesn't make him conservative. Antifa plans stuff all the time. They're not conservative. I mean, hey, for all I know, maybe like he found out that Pizzagate was real and went nuts. I don't know. And I don't know if Danny Boss is still in the chat or not. Hey, Danny, would a good Christian go and do what that guy did and delete two Democrat lawmakers like that? Yeah, they did actually get him into custody, Retro. Like Mr. said, he was having Chicago deep dish Pizzagate. I mean, hey, maybe he flipped sides, maybe he found God and Jesus and all that stuff and switched over to a crazy ass Republican, but something still doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. It feels like personalized revenge to me. Like he had a grudge against the government and he lost his mind. Oh, so also in the BB thing, they asked him about peace talks. You know, did Trump tell you not to hit him? He kind of danced the question, and the way he answered it and everything else, what I took from it is the peace talks weren't a ploy. Donald Trump was not playing 4D chess to get the Iranians to drop their guard so that Israel could go hit them. I think that whole narrative is bull. I'm just calling bull on that whole narrative. I think Trump was earnest about the peace talks, and Bibi was like, nope, we're going to go hit them. And again, Trump was just like, you do you, bro. And then, of course, yeah, I already mentioned this. They can't get to that one underground facility without a bunker buster. So that's screwed. I already talked about the uranium being underground. And this was another tell, too, that BB had. Donald Trump is only giving them defensive weapons and won't give them offensive weapons. So he won't give them bombs to go like blow stuff up. They've got to manufacture it themselves, but he will refill like the Iron Dome and the David Sling and all that kind of stuff. Like he's willing to give them defensive stuff, but he's not willing to give them stuff to attack Iran with. Well, like I said, maybe the guy did switch over to Republican, but I'm going to tell you now, you're telling me he's a Christian, he's all this other stuff. All the Christians I know don't go and just plan out how to take out lawmakers. That is more of, and I hate to say it this way, that's more of an Antifa playbook. Like, honestly, most Republicans, conservatives, they're not all about that life. That's more like Antifa likes to burn stuff down, things like that. So, hey, maybe it's an anomaly. Maybe he is Republican. Maybe he is, not saying there can't be nuts on both sides, but I'm telling you, something's just not sitting right with me. Like, I don't know what it is, but you're talking about liberal ass Minnesota that he's working in till 2023, 2 years ago. Something happened in that government that flipped them where anti anything to do with Democrats. So, yeah, maybe he did vote for Trump. Maybe he did do this. Maybe he did do that. But he was a Democrat. They shunned him in some way or screwed him over in some way. And he took his revenge. And forever. Glowy people like to set up Republicans for that stuff. And you're not wrong there either. I mean, it could be a psyop. I don't know. Time will tell, and it'll come out. We'll know right away. Okay. Here's how we'll know 110%. If all of a sudden they find a manifesto and release everything to do with the interrogation and all that, 110%, dude's a Republican, Trump voter, staunch Trump supporter, the whole 9 yards. If, however, they withhold all that stuff and don't let it out to the public, we'll know it was a Democrat. Because you look at every school shooter, if they had any kind of ties to Trump, anything like that, they immediately ran that shit in the news. The transgender that went into the Christian school and mowed everybody down, you guys remember that? They got that manifesto. It wasn't until, I don't know if it was James O'Keefe, shout out to him. I don't know who it was, but it took almost a year and a half before that manifesto was leaked, not even released, leaked. They held it back and hid it. He was going after abortion providers. Well, maybe he found Christ, and then abortion was the most despicable act, killing a child in the womb, from his point of view, and he went nuts. Any which way you look at it, the guy's a fucking nut. Yeah, and Eugene's right. After January 6th, I think most Trump people are afraid to fuck around because, yeah, those people were thrown in jail for a long ass time. Let me see. So this is one of the other things that isn't reported either, and I learned about this on the side. But in the linking it to the BB interview, BB's kind of running a Gaza playbook. So Israel isn't just hitting nuclear plants and stuff. They started firing on their energy infrastructure, so like their electrical grids, their oil fields. They're also targeting, and not with missiles or anything, with actual, like, I guess, Mossad agents or whatever. They're backing up like their sewer systems, and set off a whole bunch of car bombs in Tehran. And there's a mass exodus right now out of Tehran. So that tells me that they're trying to drive the population away from there. They did the same thing with Gaza. Remember, go to Rafah. Then they hit Rafah. They're doing the same kind of playbook. And then, yeah, Trump vetoing killing the Iranian leader, the Ayatollah. And then Bibi said, like, the most important thing with Gaza, because he was asked about Gaza, and I think that was the end of, yeah, that's the end of the interview. But he was asked about Gaza, about the hostages. He said they're his top priority. And Brett Baer said, you have, I think, 53 still there. And he said, yeah, there's 53, but only 20 of them are alive. Well, how do you know how many are alive and how many are dead? And why aren't you getting those 20 guys out? So that's the thing. I'm not going to say poor Iranians. You're not going to hear me say poor Israelites or Israelis. You're not going to hear me say poor anybody in this. The people could have overthrown their government if they were really that disgusted or that afraid that they were going to get wrecked. The Israelis let Benjamin Netanyahu go in there and do his thing. They didn't impeach him or any of this stuff. If you're really a democracy, there's ways to take down your leader if you're thinking they're doing wrong. And they haven't done any of this. So I feel bad for the civilian population, but I don't feel bad for anybody in either of their governments. Like, if they want to punch the shit out of each other, well, that's their business. I am going to be pissed, though, if Mr. Man of Peace Trump gets us into a war with boots on the ground in Iran. We don't need that. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but, and maybe it's because I'm American, because I'm very staunch with being an American. Just remember, we're the country that, because they put too much tax on tea, we decided to take the country away from our British ally, from Britain, from the king, and fought for it and took it. I think there's ways of going about it, and I get it. You're oppressed with the military, stuff like this, but There's also a reason why, yes, more Americans died in the Civil War than any other war. But at the same point in time, there was a lot of cases where they wouldn't shoot each other because that was their brother, their cousin, whatever. Like I said, we live in a completely different world than the Middle East, and I'm actually happy about that, guys. I just don't want to see, again, I've said this before and I'll say this ad nauseum. If it's our war and it really is our war, like it's an evil that needs to be stopped, and we get into it, that's one thing. But we've been trying to do this whole peace thing and stay the fuck out of it. Bibi Netanyahu decided to go punch somebody much bigger than him in the mouth. It's one thing when he was kicking the hell out of Hezbollah, right? They were a pretty big, scary group. He went and pulled the pager thing on them. We saw what he did to Hamas in Gaza. We saw what they did to the Houthis. Like the Houthis basically, like they kicked Christ out of them. If you ever watch like what's happened to those people. Lebanon, Syria, right? So he took care of these little factions. Then he decided to go punch the biggest guy in the yard. And to me, it reminds me of, and I'm sure you guys have people or known people like this. We used to have one kid, his name was Joey Bastard in our group, right? Joey Bastard, we all liked him, but even people's parents called him Joey Bastard because he was a small dude. He was always a small dude, and he ran his mouth constantly. And he could take a pretty good shot, pretty good ass whooping. But at some point, he decided to partner with my one buddy, Dan. And Dan, you know, he's barroom hero, knockout artist, whole 9 yards, one of the toughest dudes you've ever met. And Dan kept him around like his little mascot, kind of like they were became pretty close friends. But Joey Bastard would run his fucking mouth to somebody twice his size, punch the dude in the balls or something, and then go running behind Dan, and Dan would have to step in. That's what it reminds me of. It's like Israel went in, punched Iran in the balls, and now is trying to run behind the U.S. because we can kick the shit out of them. Don't ever get that mistaken. We've got the tech, and honestly, the tech makes the difference now in warfare. We've got the tech that if we wanted to bunker bust every one of those sites, we could do it in a night. They probably would even, they might shoot down one plane out of like 100. Like we would probably paralyze their air defense immediately, go in and just decimate them, right? Decimate those sites and be done. There's a reason we're not doing that. Mister, that is hysterical. Leo, well, no, Leo's not triggered. Leo is young, and I'm talking war plans and shop and ugly stuff, and he wants to talk about video games and fun stuff. And yes, Leo, we're going to change the subject. I was going to talk about a real fun subject as soon as Duke Raoul gets in this chat. Yeah, like Leo's a young buck. His older brother came into the chat. I think what gaming stream, and he checks on his little brother being a good big brother. But yeah, he's younger. He's not used to this. Where all of us we're all adults, so we're used to talking about these kind of things. Like these are the things you need to know, though. Unfortunately, when you become an adult, Leo. Yeah, like he's like, I don't even know what the heck you guys are talking about. I'm just listening. It's fine, Leo. Just know this much, Leo. America is the BFG in this situation. Mister, that's hysterical. Yeah, I told you. So if they're not releasing a manifesto on the Dem guy, then yeah. Yeah. That tells me a lot. Like when they release his manifesto of what he's actually angry about and everything else, we'll know 100% one way or the other. Now, granted, just the fact you left a manifesto kind of tells me you're a nut job, you know? You're something's not computing in your brains. Let me see. I need to go light, but I don't want to go stupid light with this paint. Got base paint on there. Wait, is there a new Jurassic World movie? I love the fact that all of us nerds can switch from like serious to nerd talk in a breath. It might be too light. Wait for that spot to dry just so I can see. That's too neon. I need to step down. Sheree, I don't even expect you to show up to the Friday streams, but yeah, I'll probably do it Friday. Well, yeah, because I downloaded Doom Eternal at the request of Leo actually, because he wants to see me play it. He wants to see a playthrough on it, so I figured I'd go and probably knock out the second half of Batman Arkham or another part to it, and then transition over to Doom Eternal. Let's see. What are we looking at? I need to go a little bit lighter. Yeah, well, yeah, because you have you're not wrong. Forever, there are 7 Jurassic Parks. You have the 3 Jurassic World movies and then 4 Jurassic Park movies. Yeah, I mean, Sheree, anytime you can't make it, I know that we miss you, but I also know that you've got stuff going on in real life. That there's a reason why you're missing a stream, you know, and I don't fault you for it. I never will. Family comes first. Real life comes before GAM. I'm just the fun afterthought, you know, and I'm cool with that. What's up? What's going on, you cocklooker, Duke? I'm going to tell you now, Duke, because now that you're here, I can actually get into the other thing I need to talk about. Because there was this numbnut that sent me down a rabbit hole involving a man called Ashton Forbes. And sent me down the rabbit hole because he sent me the interview with InfoWars, which I watched. And then I watched 2 or 3 other things that he was on. And then I started looking into things. And actually, to tell you the truth, it's perfect because Mister's in here too. Yeah, this is the right color. Like, believe it or not, the other colors are all green too, just varying shades. This one is actually like a neon one if the camera was picking it up right. The camera does some weird thing whenever I shut down. It it like makes everything bright when it comes back on, and I have to reset the camera to base. Um, so let's talk about Mr. Ashton Forbes. Now, you guys may or may not have seen this video. And like I said, I'm kind of happy that Mr.'s in here too. Mr., do you know what 0 point energy is by chance? Can you explain to the class? Just curious if you follow any of this. Because oh yeah, everything that Ashton Forbes said is complete woo-woo, by the way. It's theoretical and woo-woo. It's not made up. I'll get into the okay. Ashton Forbes, he became famous for a hot minute there because there were these two videos released about Malaysian airline, MH370, I want to say is what it was. You guys know what I'm talking about? It was I want to say a 747 and left out of Malaysia, was flying to wherever and just disappeared off radar and everything else. Okay, just vanished. Well, these two videos came out and they were supposedly thermal imaging. One of them, I don't know if one or both of them were from a satellite. And they showed, Flight 370. And these three like little energy balls come in and start spinning around the airplane. And then all of a sudden, poof, and the airplane disappears like there's a flash of light as it gets near these clouds. And the airplane, all of it just disappears. This Ashton Forbes dude comes out and basically says, yes, that is a government project that they're working on. They have teleportation. It's alien in origin, but the government has adapted it. It uses 0 point energy to teleport to a different place. And there's either a fourth orb or another set of three orbs wherever. And it's creating basically like an instant wormhole and pulling the plane through. That's correct, Retro. It crossed through another dimension to a different, wherever the receiving fourth orb is. So if you ever look him up, his last name's Forbes, Forbes, and his thing is the number 4, and then orbs. Right? But he goes into a whole explanation of how it uses 0 point energy. Now, I know what 0 point energy is in theory and how it works or how they think it works because it's all theoretical. It's actually theoretical quantum physics. And it's an interesting theory. However, it's just a theory at this point. I don't believe it. Well, do I believe that it could, in theory, be a thing? It could. Is it? No. Not the way this guy goes into it. Right? And that's just it. Total debunking on it from GAM. Like totally woo-woo. It's a total debunk. It's not true. He would have been more credible if he said an alien spacecraft came in and dropped these balls off. But he tried to say that the balls surrounding the plane were created by plasma launchers that tapped into the 0 point energy and then linked up with the other end. So you had like basically set coordinates and then it basically like opened a wormhole, shot it to the other end wherever. And we don't know where it is. Well, that's just it. Okay. So, number one, right off the rip, kind of like Mr. just said, the divers went to the nearby, like, have been searching the ocean floor or whatever, and they're pretty sure they either positively or almost positively found wreckage from the plane. That the plane blew up in flight and rained down parts everywhere. Like it blew up. And I was like, well, was it a Durka attack? Did it blow up that way? And the answer is no. One of the things they didn't tell you about that Malaysian flight had a cargo hold on it that was carrying 2 tons of lithium ion batteries on board. The physics do not work, Duke. It's bullshit. He's not a physicist. And because I'm going to give you, I will tell you, I went down the rabbit hole and I'm telling you, it's woo woo. I would like to believe it's true, but we'll just go into the, and like, no joke, Duke, like down the rabbit hole. Okay. So so 0 point energy, right? It's found in quantum mechanics, right? It's supposedly what zero point energy is. What's space made of, right? It's dust, it's this, that, and the other thing. It's not actually empty space, right? The theory goes for 0 point energy that space is actually all the space in between all molecules, everything else, and outer space is made up of ether, right? The light that moves through space has to pass through particles or what have you, mainly atoms. And it's a kinetic energy. Figure it as the fluctuations that the light makes in that ether, in outer space or what have you. And it's basically like a vibration. When you remove all the other matter, so like dust particles, all that kind of stuff, and it's just outer space, it's the vibration that would remain is an energy field, apparently. This is the theorem. Okay. And it's quantum field theory, right? So you have 2 parts to the quantum field theory. One part is the matter field, and that's made up of fermions and quarks. Then you have basically, like, because you have positive, negative on energy, right? Then you have the force field, right? Part of the field theory, the quantum field. And that's made up of photons and bosons, right? They can measure this in tests, but they only measured it as far as they can see a photon turn on. And it's also seen in atoms as they change states. You'll see like a photon. And they're saying that's 0 point energy is what 0 point energy is. And then it's also in electromagnetic fields. If you have 2 magnetic plates close together, if you hit them with radiation of some kind, you can see that that's where they're getting the opposite end, the negative end. Thank you, mister. I wrote it down wrong. Fermions. But what the theorem is that scientists believe that if you were traveling in space, so not on Earth, but in outer space, that you could tap into this 0 point energy and basically charge your spaceship with it. So that's part one, where he's kind of, like you said, the physics line up. They don't, because he's trying to explain it using 0 point energy. Technically, it would be outer space that you would get the 0 point energy, not on Earth. Like, you would have to remove all other elements from the atmosphere in order to get that 0 point energy. Yes, Steve. That's part of Tesla's whole thing, but he was actually doing charged ions that were in the air, like kind of like lightning. But good old Ashton Forbes, one, he doesn't want to believe like the science. Like he thinks he's using science that isn't proven. It's just theoretical. Like there's huge gaps in the theoretical and the observable knowledge, right? Observational knowledge. Like there's huge gaps in it. So they don't know how it works. So if you're telling me this guy knows how it works and actual like quantum physicists can't figure it the fuck out, well, they need to hire this guy like immediately and they already would have tapped him. But he doesn't know how it works either, right? And the whole thing is they know that you can get these effects from the photons and from the bosons, but there's very little proof outside of like just seeing it here or there. Like it's not set science. If you're reading this, you are the resistance. Nice. Um, but yeah. So dark energy is another name for it, basically. And dark energy, along with gravity, they believe that's what's causing, because the universe is expanding. They believe those are the two forces that are causing the universe to expand. So the whole thing is you're tapping into, it's basically like saying I have a gravity drive, but you can't explain what gravity is. Now, there's belief, and correct me if I'm wrong here, mister, that gravity is built by a large mass spinning at a certain speed or a certain rotation, right? And the more mass, the higher the gravity, or the higher revolutions, the higher the gravity. And that's the theory on that. But they haven't proven that as a science either, as far as I know. Terrence Howard, Jesus Christ. Next thing you know, you're going to mention Billy Carson. But yeah, so his whole theory is woo woo from the way he was explaining it. He doesn't know what he's talking about, Duke, unfortunately. Would have been cool. But then the kicker was I watched a 3 hour and 21-minute debate between him and a guy who does VFX as a profession. And I've actually done VFX myself to an extent. Thank you, mister. I didn't think we did. We don't have a complete theorem on it. Yeah, of course I got it. Unfortunately, when somebody sends me down a rabbit hole like Duke did, damn it, Duke, then, like I got to see, because I always look at it from a place of a skeptic because I want to believe it's real, right? Um, but yeah, the big thing is, where did the two videos come from? Nobody actually knows. They said they came off satellites. Nobody really knows where those two videos came from to begin with. You can say they came from satellites, but you don't know, right? And in the debate he was having with the VFX guy, he was ignoring facts that the VFX guy was saying because he was like, oh no, that can't be right. And the VFX guy's like, so you think this, you think that, you think the other thing. He's like, oh yeah, well, the science lines up. And he's like, okay, where's your science? Where's your, give me all your computations, give me everything else. I want to look at it. I'm not a mathematician or anything else, but let me see your equations. And he's like, well, I don't have them. Okay, right there, that's a bad sign, right? And telling somebody who's an expert in their field that I know better than you about your field and it couldn't be this, it's not a good look. Right? Like I wouldn't get in an argument with Mr. over electrical engineering. He's not going to get into an argument with me over how to play a video game the right way. Like you just don't do it. It's like there's certain things that you just you know better than to do. You're walking into it because you have less knowledge than the person you're debating. Really, Retro. Okay, thank you. That's a rabbit hole I'll go down. Thank you. I'm gonna have to write that shit down because I will look at that. But yeah, the VFX guy's arguing with him, and he goes, "Yeah, the flash doesn't illuminate the clouds right." So they go to the part in the video where the actual flash goes off, where the plane disappears or whatever, and he's like, "Yes, it does. It illuminates the clouds right here, here, and here," and he's like pointing them out. The VFX guy's like, "Yeah, but the whole thing is you would actually see it here, here, and here if it goes off. You don't see any kind of change in the other lighting. Like when the plane disappears, you would see the shadow disappear off this cloud. You're not seeing it disappear off this cloud. You're still seeing the shadow from the plane, even though the plane's not in the scene." And I was like, "Dude, I can see that clearly." He's like, "Oh no, that's not true. That's not the way that would work." Like, what, dude? What? And then the VFX guy's like, "Here's a question for you. If this is thermal, how come we're not seeing exhaust from the plane?" And I was like, he's not wrong. You would see the exhaust coming out of the plane too on thermal vision. So go back and watch that video, Duke. No exhaust. And then, yeah, this is what I like to call the coup de grace dick punch. The VFX guy looks at that explosion, freeze frames it, right? Where the plane disappears. And he goes, "I've actually seen this explosion before, and I have it right here for you." He puts them on top of each other, and they lined up perfect. All the different little particle effects, everything else. It was an explosion from a video game from 2009. And he's like, "Dude, look." And every point on the two overlays match up identical. Like, I mean, identical. My friend died. If you're talking about my best friend, he died a while ago. But I appreciate that, Retro. Yeah, I've covered that one a couple times because I can't shut the fuck up about it. I'm not gonna lie. Um, but thank you. And then yeah, they kept throwing him off Reddit because they were like he was harassing people who didn't believe him. And then some guy reaches out to him. This is the ultimate insult. He did a live stream, 340 something people watching him. A guy on Reddit reached out to him and he thought it was bullshit. And then, apparently after a couple hundred emails with this guy, believed this guy was a whistleblower that had worked on this project and had information pertinent to the whole thing that, the two videos and all this. The guy sold him a file for $3,000. And he gets the file. Somebody is a whistleblower, one, and told me like, "Hey, I've got proof of aliens. It's going to cost you $3,000 to see it." I would probably tell him where to go for one, right? So that should have been the first thing that you're getting scammed. But then he gets the file, and the file is in a RAR format with a password on it. And the guy sends him a picture as a clue, and he has to decipher the picture and figures out that it's the file name with a number added to the end of it, and unlocks the file, starts going crazy on his live stream, like all excited, and then looks at it and everything else and is going over it. "Oh my God, it's stats for the little orbs that are going around it and all this kind of stuff." Yeah, it was a tech manual for a declassified drone. You can go on Google if you look up the name of the drone in the tech file, and it's the first result that comes up. So he got scammed for $3,000 on top of all this. And yeah, he was pretty much fully ass debunked. His theory, as far as science goes, unproven. None of that actually lines up with reality of what modern science has. It's just all legitimate quantum theory. Um, now is it possible he could be right? Maybe, but no. Because the other thing is how it doesn't work. If it could, you would recreate it. Because the way he described it, it actually wouldn't be too difficult to recreate. So I'm sorry, Duke. Unfortunately, he's debunked. 0 point energy and a plane that magically disappeared through a wormhole, apparently, Leo. And none of that is true. The plane actually just basically, my best guess, they had a payload of, and I'm not saying this is the way it went down, but I'm pretty sure this is the way it went down. Lithium ion batteries at a certain altitude can be very volatile if they're packed incorrectly. And if they explode, they can generate enough of a charge if they're grounding out that could cause fuel in the plane to explode. And I think the plane just went boom, blew up, fell into the ocean, and nobody could figure out what happened to it. Because there was theories about a pilot committing suicide, all this kind of stuff, because of the way it disappeared off radar and the whole 9 yards. I think it was something a little different. I didn't know about them transporting the ion batteries till I really dug in. And once I saw that, I was like, yeah, that would be the prime culprit. Yes, exactly, Mister. It exploded all over the place. Like that's the whole thing, guys. I would really like to believe alien stories about alien beings and little green men from Mars, or well, actually, that was Hopkinsville goblins. They were silver men from Mars. Supposedly little outer spacemen and stuff like that. Cool story. Um, I need proof. I'm just one of those people. There's two stories as far as the entire alien community syndrome, everything else that I've heard that I find it all credible. That being Commander David Fravor, only because he didn't cash in on it. And the other one is, oh God, what's his name? Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is the other one. I find his story to be credible in a lot of places. Now, granted, with Bob Lazar, it could have just been they were working on a government weapons platform and lied to him and told him it was alien. But some of the stuff they had, like supposedly it was powered by Element 113. We've only seen that stabilized in Russia at one point in time when they fired up a collider, right? I think that's right. And it only stayed stable for like 30 seconds and then poof, disappeared. But supposedly Bob Lazar smuggled out some of the actual 113. Okay, mister. Well, if you're back or not, thank you for dropping in, brother. Appreciate you. But yeah, thank you for science clarity too, because I know you don't do woo woo either. As much as I would like a lot of woo woo to be true, unfortunately, I got to call it right up the middle and say like, yeah, that can be debunked. This is actual, like these are the facts on it. But unfortunately, Duke, your guy was debunked and debunked badly. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's some stuff I can't explain. Maybe it's a magic trick. Maybe it's some kind of science we don't have. I mean, you asked me how the pyramids are built or something. I can't answer you. I don't know. I honestly don't. And maybe they were built the way they say they were built, where they use rolly logs and stuff and like Oh, well, you don't understand. They got those blocks in place by using giant ramps. Man, that ramp would have to go like so far out for you to get an angle where you could actually pull it, push it up there. But I don't know. I'm not I'm not an expert on it. I can just tell you some stuff doesn't sit right with me. And when it doesn't sit right, definitely take a look at it. But if there's actually a trail and I can read through it and prove it or not, it's just like Retro was saying with Terrence Howard, right? Like his whole argument was flawed right off the rip. It's like, no, because you're doing that shit like it's addition when it's multiplication. So you're already off base. Like I don't know. Ancient Aliens episode of South Park. I don't even know I've seen that one. I do, if I probably have. I think I've seen every episode of South Park, including like the pandemic specials and all that stuff. But I haven't seen South Park in a while. Like I didn't even think it was still airing. If so, it hasn't come up in my feed. And I don't remember the Ancient Aliens one. So the under the Karif, because I know they found those other chambers using the what was it, like lidar and AI or whatever. I can't remember what it was, but they used some kind of program, and I've looked at before AI enhanced the scan, and man, I would like to believe like okay, my opinion on like being able to search under stuff like that. That's really cool, and that technology is very cool. Am I for ripping up, like blocks or something off the pyramid to get under there to see if that stuff actually is existing? No. If you can dig down some way and get down there and take a look and see if there is anything without damaging the pyramid at all right, yeah, do it. But if it's going to damage the actual structure to get down there, I'm not all for it. The first one's always going to be my favorite Jurassic Park movie, even though it wasn't as good as the book. Honestly, Danny Boss uses Wes Huff as his go-to when he's arguing Bible stuff, Christianity, and all that kind of bit. And Danny's smart for using that guy because that guy is very sharp. He's got a compelling story. What led him there? He knows his stuff. I wouldn't want to debate him. Like I don't think I could one out beat him in a debate or debunk him. He's he's on his game. So I think when Billy Carson and him got into that debate, I'm not going to lie, because everybody, like I had seen it a whole bunch of Billy Car or Wes Huff just wrecked Billy Carson. Wes Huff wrecked Billy Carson. Like, huh? What do you mean, Wes Huff? Like, how Billy? Because I've been calling. You can go back on my streams, and I was talking about Billy Carson being a fraud before he even had that debate and fallout. And then actually, as soon as I saw it, I had posted it on here like, Wes Huff just destroyed Billy Carson. And like, I watched it. They finally released the full debate. I watch it and I'm like, man, Billy Carson got ruined. Like, I was like, that's got to be the end of that man's career. And then I saw he did like a collaboration with Terrence Howard. And I was just like, really? This is where we're at now? You're going to go partner up with Terrence Howard? Like, hey, man, let me tell you about the aliens. Okay, let me tell you how 1 × 1 = 1. Like, what? Oh, okay, retro. I didn't know that end of it. I just know that I saw the scan and it looked like noise to me under the ground. And then they used AI to sharpen the images. And then you see like four pillars going down with these coils around it like a staircase. But it's like, well, that kind of like when I looked at it, I got excited. I was like, oh, if this is proven, then maybe the pyramids were like a power generator back in the day. Even though I know, unfortunately, I know that's one of the ones I really wanted to be true. And the granite is the wrong type of granite to generate hydrogen electricity. Like when you look into it, it's the wrong type of granite, and I just could have kicked myself. Morphic resonance. I'm not sure. I don't know who. Enlighten me, Steve. Who is that? You tell me a little bit more about him. I might know. Is that the guy that I'm talking about, where he was using like ground penetration under the big pyramid? Yes. Well, I mean, the pyramids in America, in the Americas, you're talking about like the Mayan Incan pyramids, those like down in the rainforest. That's just it. I really do feel that our history as humans on this planet has been reset, and we're looking at artifacts like we're looking at artifacts from a different set of people that might have had reached a certain technological age and then gotten set back again using some different techniques that we're not using today. Something that we lost along the way in translation. All right, I'll have to check that guy out too. Dang, Retro, you're full of good ones. Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they would be covered by dirt and stuff like that. It's like the heads on Easter Island. Everybody just thought they were heads till they dug down and found bodies. And then it really became a bigger mystery. Like, holy crap, how did we get like this huge thing here? There she is. How was your job 17 tonight? I mean, that's Steve, that's a possibility. Like, in theory, that could work. Okay, so that's just it. The reason why I could see that theory working is because we know that our genetics carry memory, and everything has its own encoding in nature. Like, granted, we got XXXY chromosomes depending on your sex, your biological sex, but they're also, you have an extra chromosome. What happens? You, well, you have Down syndrome at that point. But plant has its own genetic markers and stuff like that, and it passes from one generation to another. As a matter of fact, that's the whole theory behind the game Assassin's Creed, is that you're going into your genetic memories and you can like basically play through your ancestors' eyes. That's good to hear. I'm glad you didn't have like a rough one. Poor Stranded, she's like breaking her butt right now as she's listening to this. So shout out to you, Stranded. Make sure you don't kill yourself too hard. I mean, like I said, genetic memory, that's a thing. I think that is actually a proven science that we do have genetic memory and traits. So I'm going to say, like, it's a good theory. Now, if it's proven theory, I don't know, but I would be leaning towards something like that. I can envision that. That does make sense to me. Is it absolute? No, nothing is until we have actual experiments done and all that. But it does make sense. Like, I could definitely see that being a real thing. I mean, then again, but then again, maybe I'm not the best guy for this stuff because I also believe that some part of us can see the timeline to an extent. And that's where deja vu comes from. Whether you have a prophetic dream or you just feel like, for some reason, I have a feeling that time isn't completely linear and it loops back on itself here and there. Yeah, everybody was asking where you were. I said I think she's at job 17. I think Sheree said you were on job 22. We weren't quite sure which one of us was right, but we knew it was a lot. Good on greens. We're almost good on green. This is definitely going to be a week of printing things out too, guys, because I am running out of things to paint. Uh, Different people do like stuff for the kids, do stuff for the wife, friends, family. Some from myself, like Wolverine and Thing and all that kind of stuff, is for me. I put them on my little nerd shelf and nerd out to them. So yeah, reincarnation. I'm not gonna lie. You want to talk about woo woo? That's my mother's religion is reincarnationist. That's woo woo. And maybe that's the reason why I'm skeptical about so much of this shit. I mean, so the big thing was with my mom, the reason why she even got into it was because of Edgar Casey. The only thing is, just like any other psychic, Nostradamus, Edgar Casey, known as the sleeping prophet, he said you get reincarnated, but you can remember your past memories, stuff like this. Um, my big problem with it was that he tried to predict things in the future, and anytime you try to predict things in the future, if you keep it vague enough, you can get somebody to apply what's going on to it, you know? Um, if you if you get specific, and that's what happened with Edgar Casey, it failed at almost every time. Uh oh. Retro's like, you don't sell them. Why not? Oh man, we've had this discussion about. I can't even remember how many times. Yeah, I have deja vu too, here and there. And dreams do have meaning to them. Some mean less than others. And there's a lot of symbolism in your dreams. I highly recommend there's a couple good dream dictionaries out there you can get. And if you want to decipher what your dream means, like what's on your subconscious. But a lot of it you can figure out on your own. I'm not going to lie. And sometimes you have dreams that just are what they are. Like I had a dream about I was going to this new job in this place, and the counter was set up like this, and blah 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 blah. Long and the short, about 2 weeks later, I went in for my interview at Walgreens, and sure enough, there was the counter. People working there. I had never been in there before, but it was exactly like my dream. Like it was, I mean, pristine to what my dream was a couple weeks before. Dang, Devin. You come in here with a line like that, you're going the right way for it. Hey, somebody get this woman some popcorn, please. Hey, look, I've told the story about my best friend, you know, with the dream with him. And I swear to you, God, I swear to God, like the cooperation between me and my wife, like my wife telling me, like, yeah, he came to visit me too. And this is what he said. And I had never told her about the dream. That made me believe that there is something after we die. I wasn't 100% sure until then. I don't know about making big bank on them, but it's definitely something to consider. I'm just going to leave this little trap right here. Oh, I left the emoji thing up. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. You say that. I don't know. I don't see it. I just look at it for what it is. But yeah, I mean, prophetic dreams. Yeah, I cryptids. A lot of them get not the crazier ones, but ones that are actually like, I mean, cryptids are just out of place animals. I've got an entire library on them. Well, not an entire library, but a section of a library on them. And I can't even say I do, my wife does. I just ask her for the book when I need it. She knows exactly what, if I say, like, hey, I need everything on the Trooper Copper, here's 6 books, here's all the different sightings, here's everything. She'll pull all the reference for me. I can't show you a cryptid. If I could show you a cryptid, that would be amazing. I mean, I can print one out and paint one. I've got to anyway. That's coming soon. We're getting into the summer months, and that's when the cryptids come out because that's my wife she loves her cryptids, so I hook her up with them, and then we go over them and all that stuff. Those are coming. I've had that happen too. People that you dream about, and next thing you know, you meet them, and you're like, I know you from somewhere. Cryptid is an out of place animal, or in some cases, an out of time animal. And there's cryptids that you wouldn't think are cryptids that are. Like, for example, one of the big ones was back in the day. There's this guy who swore that there's giant pandas, and I want to say in China. And everybody made fun of him and all that, and he became disgraced, and he died not long after. His wife took an entire party into wherever in China, like in the jungle or whatever, bamboo brush or whatever, and ended up coming back 3 weeks later with a giant panda and proved that yes, it exists. But you know, Bigfoot could be a cryptid. Like you can look at it like that. I mean, now Bigfoot, there's can't be proven at this point. Like they found footprints and stuff, but people can make footprints. Like there's pros and cons for like a Bigfoot. Chupacabras are more than likely dogs with mange that have just been blown up into something bigger. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll be painting and everything after I make a cryptid. When I do a 3D print of a cryptid, yeah, I'm absolutely that'll be on stream. I've done a bunch of them, like a bunch of older streams where I painted cryptids. Those are like bread and butter for the wife. She loves them. I like making them for her because they're interesting. Because the whole thing is, people will do a cryptid and make it like real creepy or whatever. Some of them aren't real creepy. Some of them, it's like the color schemes that you see in the pictures and stuff. It's like, no, it's not right. You have to actually read the description and line everything up. Otherwise, you also have to be careful because there's cryptids and then there's creepypasta. And like creepypasta stuff like Siren Head, the Rake. That's a creepypasta. That's not actually a real cryptid. It's just a story somebody made up. Slender Man's another one. That's just a made up story. No such thing as like people cited Slender Man. That was all just creepypastas. Everybody loves pandas until you realize it's just like any other bear, and if you get too close to it, it's going to maul you. It's like koalas. You know, every koala has syphilis. Like, not going to lie. It's one of those facts that people don't know. It's like, what? What do you mean they all have syphilis? I don't get away from me, koala. I don't want syphilis. I don't even know how you contracted syphilis. We were discussing that earlier, Beans, that nobody's proven the theorem on gravity or what generates it. Because a lot of it has to do with, at this point they believe mass and then rotation, but it's not definitive. Wow, that's crazy. That's actually a find and a half right there, Retro. Get yourself a needle and thread. You're good. He's got a. I have to step up the brown on this. I'm using this as a base. And we'll step it up. Black bears will kill you, so play dead. Didn't they have this discussion on Tim Pool's show? It's it's grizzly bears that you play dead for. It's black bears that you fight back because they get skittish. How about this? Don't go into the woods if you think there's a bear in them. Let's just do that. I would be More inclined to come across the bear than a mountain cat. That would scare me worse. Dude, yeah, of course. Well, that's what ABL was saying. So ABL was saying that exact thing. It's Tim's show. He's the face of the show, everything else. And that's where ABL was smart because he didn't want to get in a whole argument with Tim over stuff. So it's easier to just nod and agree sometimes. Like, yeah, all right. Yeah, you're right. You know, ABL probably knew the answer to that one and didn't say anything, just kept his mouth shut. Because admittedly, ABL is from Appalachia, right? So he would know about black bears a little bit, more than likely. Living out in that part of the country for so long, Tim Pool lived in Chicago his whole life. You know, no chance of seeing a black bear outside of a zoo. Oh yeah, well that was smart. Yeah, get away from the bear if you can. You know, if you can avoid it, avoid it. Um, like I said, I would be more afraid of coming across a mountain cat, you know, like a wild big cat like that. And the only reason why is because I've seen what house cats and feral cats do to animals and prey that they catch and how they play with it and toy with it and shred it a little bit at a time. I don't think dragons existed. Sorry. I think it might have been dinosaurs. The only reason why is there an animal that can actually spit fire? Like I would like to think dragons existed. I think that would be really really cool. But is there an there's animals that can spit venom? There's definitely different breeds of snake, stuff like this. But show me an animal that can produce fire. The pebble sinks faster, and the reason why is because it's not buoyant. That comes down to buoyancy. Piece of wood floats. Eels can produce electricity and shock, yes, and we've seen underwater animals with bioluminescence can glow in the dark and create light, right? But what about fire? I mean, in a way, you're not wrong, but at the same point in time, just looking at, I mean, alligators are evolved, or you know, like go down. You can trace the chain back to dinosaur, right? Birds, you can trace back to dinosaurs. There is no modern creature that can spit fire, though, like at all. Like as far as I know in the history of ever outside of a mythical dragon. Oh, okay, Beans. I didn't know what the point is. I'm like catching little bits of the conversation while I'm pouring out paint and painting. But that's all I saw was like, what's heavier, a boat or a pebble? I'm like, fucking pebble. What are you talking about? The buoyancy. It comes down to a matter of buoyancy. And that comes down to a matter of science with how tight the molecules are packed and stuff. Hellhounds aren't real, though. I mean, that would be terrifying, and I'm not going to lie if you had a hellhound running around. But that again, that's Dungeons and Dragons and stories of demons and such. Which I'm not gonna lie, I almost did it one time because I have the 3D model down, but somebody did a biblical accurate angel what they look like and the way they're described, and the fucking things are terrifying. Like I mean, they are freaky as the day is long. It's got like eyes everywhere and arms like all over the place. I think they took the design from the angels that are said to be in, I think, Revelations of the Bible, maybe. I don't know. I need my biblical scholar, Danny Boss, here for that one. Yeah, I mean, in a way, you're not wrong there either, Steve. You are not wrong. It's actually a call out. That's a good one. I think that all comes down to faith. My big thing is, worst points in your life. Why are you so sure that, you can yell out, oh God, please help me through this or whatever? And why are you so sure God exists if you're not sure he exists all the time, like in your stressful moments? It's always odd to me. It's one of those odd human behaviors. Scary people were also fire breathing. That's funny. Yep. And well, no, I'm following retro too. Like I just had to look up to see that whole thing. And yeah, retro, I agree with you though. I think a lot of things are on faith, you know. Right, Eugene, but you got to mix it with ammonia. It doesn't mix it in its mouth and spit fire, you know what I mean? Well, I mean that's just it. Everybody's allowed to have their faith in whatever. That's why I'm like I'm so on certain subjects. Like I'm not fence sitting, but I can't disprove them. You know what I mean? That's the problem. When I can actually disprove something wholeheartedly, like, magical orbs flying around a plane and teleporting it away through a wormhole. And then I go, oh, yeah, well, what would that be for VFX? Oh, that wouldn't be hard. What does the VFX expert say? Oh, he says that shit's easy to do. And why isn't there an exhaust plume? And it's like, oh, yeah, you are. Like, how did I miss it didn't have an exhaust plume till he said it? And then realizing, like, yeah, that would show up on your thermal scope. This is total bullshit. Stuff like that. Yes, I've made a Loch Ness monster before, Leo. You're right. That would make Nessie a cryptid, right? At that point, because it's an out of place animal. Like it doesn't belong in the time it's in, or it's could be the last of its kind. I mean, I hate to say this, but more than likely Nessie is an oarfish or a large fish that's leaping out of the water that somebody saw. Because any photographic evidence and all that has all been debunked, unfortunately. Like people hoaxed it. I mean, one of those things that breaks my heart though is stuff like that, right? Same thing with aliens. I would love aliens to be like a thing, like an actual thing, but there's so much BS stories from people that either wanted to be famous or um, earn money off of it, grift off of it. Damn, my hand just gave out. You know, there's so many people that like you want to believe them and you want to believe what they're saying, but some of them are nuts. Some of them want fame. Some of them want to grift it for money. It's it's like that double edged sword. It eats at me. No, it could be space too, Beans. You never know. Like you're not wrong though. Aliens really could be a thing. The problem is you've got to sort through all the bullshit to get to the real deal. And unfortunately, there's like one of the big problems is technology now. So back in the day, you had no technology, so it would be harder to fake stuff, right? At the same point in time, because it's harder to fake stuff, it's easier to lie about stuff too. Yeah, I can. You want me to grab the plesiosaur? Give me 1 second. I'll go grab it. There you go, Leo. This is the plesiosaur I did. Yeah, I did this. I think this actually looked like one of my first streams. It's hard to see, but the eye's actually like reflective and everything. Yeah, I did this a while ago. Get a good look at it, Leo. There you go, buddy. Yeah, the orphans, little tail, long neck, snake-like neck to hunt predators or hunt fish. Yeah, that's actually one of the first paint jobs I did. I'll be right back. I got like 10 fake Elons following me. Yeah, I don't use X. I have not used X in a long, long time. I only go there when there's something going on that I need to research. That's usually not that often. Or like, the whole Elon Trump fight. Went on X for that. I was like, oh, I got to see this for myself. Just reading what Elon put up. Like, oh God, that man is he's lost his mind. Always cracked me up. Like the whole Trump Elon fight thing was hysterical to me. Because a week later he was like, I'm sorry, Donald Trump. I was having too much fun. There you go. Good job. Way to go, Eugene. Good for you, sir. What's up, Rebel? How are you, man? Okay. So what do we got on him, Rebel? Did it turn out he was a conservative? I was saying he's probably a Democrat that's disgruntled and like trying to get even with the Democrats. So that's why he voted Trump and all that kind of bit. Like all pissed off. And Steve told me he was like anti-abortion and had abortion personnel on his 70 hit list, the list of 70 names or whatever. Steve, whether he's conservative or Dem, I think we both can agree that he is a nut job that you know that did evil. But I'm gonna bank on he's still a Democrat at heart who is pissed off at him and has a personal grudge against Democrats. I love it, dude. I love it. Yeah, I love it. You guys are the greatest. Like seriously, the people in this chat are amazing because you guys like come in. Dear Lord, we're talking about Israel and stuff. Next thing I know, Steve jumps in. Like I'm like, yeah, I think Israel's preparing to attack or whatever, and then Steve jumps in. Israel just hit Iran. Like what? Like I get up to the minute breaking news every time I'm doing one of these shows, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's definitely cool. Oh no, that's just it, retro. I don't like grifters either. Not a little bit. I don't like conmen. I don't like grifters. Just be real. Jesus, if I could actually talk, just be real. Deal with things. You know. Yeah, I live a very boring life. I'll tell you guys, it's a boring life. Wasn't always a boring life when I was younger. It was a lot different than as an old ass man I am now. Um, but at the same point in time, I like my boring life, and I'm honest about it. You're not wrong, Steve, because my big thing with online personalities, right? They want to make money off people. They want the fame. They want to be something they're not and portray themselves as something they're not. I find that unnecessary. Like I'm gonna be me. Maybe you guys will think I'm an ass. Maybe you'll like me. It, that's fine. But I'm still just gonna be me because that's the only person I know how to be. Like I don't want to. I don't know. I can tell you guys my point of view. You can always push back, agree to disagree, be happy, move on, and have fun doing other things. It's as simple as that. Wait, what the hell did my wife send over? Oh, yeah. My wife cracks me the hell up. Remember, I said she messaged me about where's my cake, Bedelia? She sends me this picture. Like the scene from Creepshow. All right, well, yeah. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. Yep, you're not wrong either, Beans. There's people out in this world that would kill to have the life I have. You're not wrong. I don't take it for granted either. I enjoy every day of it. Even when I wake up and I'm hurting and pissed off, still like happy to be alive. I am looking up to see if they have released anything on the shooter. They've released anything on Mr. Nuts. Suspected Minnesota lawmaker assassin Vance Bolter captured in custody. He's got a face like he looks like he just squeezed the Charmin. He was captured in Sibley County after a multi-day manhunt. Verbally identified himself to authorities searching for him in the area on Sunday evening. The face of evil. After relentless and determined police work, the killer is now in custody, the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office shared in a Facebook post. Thanks to the dedication of multiple agencies working together, along with support from the community, justice is one step closer. Yeah, we know he's accused of apparently superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension said there is information that led us to do searches in Sibley County. Adding later that Bolter's vehicle and a hat that appeared to belong to the suspect were located in that area. Yeah, I already went over all that. Oh, God. Democratic Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar shared a message from Hoffman's wife on Sunday saying the state senator was shot 9 times and she ate. Dear Lord. Wow. Man, that guy must have been, he can't be a conservative. That's some bad shooting right there. There is no way that dude's a conservative, Steve. He shot the one guy 9 times and that guy's in surgery and they're probably going to save his life. And the chick, his wife, was shot 8 and she lived and she's already out of surgery and everything. There is no way, dude. I'm not like one shot and then, one in the brain pan. That's pop. Yeah, that's game. So that definitely screams revenge to me. That screams anger, rage, whatever. Probably fear too. And I'm not going to lie, if we're talking about 9 in one victim and 8 in the other, that's 17. Your average magazine doesn't hold 17, does it? 16 in the clip, 1 in the hole. Like 16 in the mag, 1 in the hole, maybe. Like that means he reloaded. I said this before, Rebel, before you got in here. I know guys that, like, to this day still have roommates. Some people are down on their luck. Some people, the bills for their living situation are too much. Like, I know one guy who bought his house, right? And he's got 2 other dudes that live with him, and he's like late 50s at this point, and he rents out 2 rooms to his buddies. That one guy got divorced from his wife, moved in with him or whatever, but it pays his mortgage and cuts his bills down, and he was able to retire because of it. You think so, Rebel? You think that's true? You think that was the motivation behind it? My theorem is that he got let go and then basically turned around and was all angry about it. So he tried to express his frustration in the way he voted, all that stuff, because it was a direct vote against Tim Walz. And then when that, he kind of completely lost his shit, like just lost his marbles, and then started thinking of stuff in his head and just enacted that fantasy in the real world. I mean, it's very possible. Very, very possible. But I was saying earlier, I was like, we'll know if they release a manifesto immediately, all the facts on his motivations, all that stuff, we'll know that he's a Republican voter and like hardcore Trump supporter. And if they cover it up and drag their feet on releasing any kind of information, we'll know that he's still a Democrat. Your brother's going to kill you, Leo. I hope it's a hard top, not a soft top. Yeah, maybe he got Tim waltzed. Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's one of Touchdown Timmy's victims. Steve, really, dude? I'd follow you just because you're a troll account. That would be hysterical. Yeah, see, if they're not releasing the manifesto, it goes back to just look at the school shooters, right? Remember, every school shooter, we got his manifesto. Here it is. He was, this, that, and the third. And then that trans shooter went into the Christian school and they were like, yeah, we're not releasing the manifesto. It had a leak like a year and a half later. So it's like, oh, and then when it leaked, we all understood what the deal was. But the whole thing is, people that have been paying attention to things, we already knew what the deal was. Like, we're like, oh, yeah, it's probably this in the manifesto. And nobody was disappointed nor surprised when it was in the manifesto. Yeah, be careful, Leo. You got to remember, like, it may be Daddy's Day today, but yeah, there's a lot of moms in this chat, and they will ground you. They'll go ham on you, and I won't be able to save you. No cap. But yeah, dear Lord, they'll ground you for real, for real. No cap. But yeah, I'm right there with you, Rebel. I think he's a Dem. I think he's a Dem that's angry at the other Dems for something. Now, maybe that is a good theory, because if he is a Dem that's angry at them for, like, not supporting the illegals in a certain way, stuff like that, that would kind of make sense with everything going on. Yeah, I mean, like I said, at that point, if he got fired or whatever, revenge is a hell of a motivator. So he would have voted for Trump to go against Tampon Tim because he's mad at him, that sort of thing. Like, he's being petty with his revenge. There are definitely some petty people in this world, and that guy might be one of them. I don't know. Shit, Eugene's going off. Got him in the end zone. Touchdown, Timmy. Touchdown. Touchdown, Timmy. Timmy, buddy. No, but I went over this earlier, Reb. Did you see about the other guy that they caught that worked for Tim Waltz? Like, another guy that was just like him that was appointed, and they caught him vandalizing Teslas and Tesla chargers and stuff while walking his dog. He'd walk up like he was walking the dog and then like completely just wreck the thing and spray paint and all that stuff. That's an interesting news story. Like I kept saying, what the hell is it with Tim Waltz's, government approach? Is everybody janked up in that place? Oh, you better get off that soft top. Oh my God. You wreck that soft top, he's going to wreck your behind. We're going to be able to hear you screaming through the internet. He gets a hold of you for climbing on that Jeep. So he had it. Well, if it was a mostly black crowd and not being racist, but I'm going to guess. What do you think the possibility? I don't know what the language is. Is it Haitian? Is that what the language would be? Do you think he was preaching to Haitians, like Haitian immigrants? Because that would actually fit what you're going with the they cut funding to illegals. If he was like an advocate, like a hard advocate for like Haitian immigrants, remember Trump just banned them from coming into the country, and also is cutting funding to them and stuff like that. So yes, Somalis are up in Minnesota too. That's true. So it could be Somalis. Like I said, I'm not trying to be racist with it. I'm just saying I don't ever remember seeing a white Haitian guy. Like just saying. Like even by accident, I don't remember seeing a white Haitian. There's a presser in 10 minutes. I don't know. Is our roving reporter Steve or Rebel? Well, I'm sure you guys will have it up in like a separate browser checking it out. Let me know what you got. Let me know if there's any pertinent information. Since we're all like, betting on this. Damn, dude, it's always something. I got to be careful. You know what? Guys, every time I'm on a stream, right? Like I start to talk about Israel, they go and bomb Iran, right? Like, oh, they're going to, I think Israel's going to bomb Iran. Next thing I know, there's Steve, right? We're talking about this guy now. And then Rebel bops in like, yo, they caught him, blah, 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 right? Okay, so guys, I played the lottery the other day and I haven't checked the ticket number, and I'll check when I get off stream. I wonder if I hit it. Like, I wonder if it's a possibility I hit this lottery ticket. Like, I wonder if I hit the lottery. Guys, please wish that in a reality. Matter of fact, all you guys get lottery tickets for next time, and I can say, like all the people watching me just hit the lottery. And like, yo, GAM, guess what? How epic would that be? Like, yo, check it out. We're all rich, man. Like, just imagine that all of a sudden, we just hear it all the way from Ohio, Sheree's house. I'm rich, bitch! I really am Rick James now. Craziness. Yeah, it's funny too. Is the chat's all quieted down because you guys are all watching that presser. Like, we caught the man. He was we got reports he was in this neighborhood, and we couldn't have done it without this person, that person, the other thing. Tim Waltz is debriefing him right now. He's got him in the back of the cell. We don't know what's going on in there. They hung the bed sheet up. Like, oh, well, I think we know what's going on back there then, don't we, mister? Mister is in, just in general, not actual mister. What do you need a van for, Eugene? Why would you want a van? Scratch that. I don't want to know. I wouldn't know. I honestly wouldn't even know. I just pay the rest of my mortgage off on my house, and I don't know. I don't know what I'd do with the money. I got pretty much goddamn everything I want. It's a good problem to have. My life's pretty happy. I definitely don't cry about things. I'm not rich, but I'm comfortable. Yeah, you're not wrong, Beans. Blessed. Exactly. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not Elon Musk or Trump rich or something like this. Like, I'm not billionaire rich. I'm comfortable enough to enjoy life. But even then, nowadays, it's weird. When I was younger, all the stuff I used to value or held the highest value on is worthless to me now. Doesn't matter. Stuff I can't buy. I can't buy my youth back. I mean, I could buy all the toys that I had when I was a kid, stuff like that. Can't buy my youth back. Can't buy better health. And only rent it for a little while. I can't fix my back, stuff like that. Oh no. Seriously, Reb? What did they hit him hard? What do you mean they hit him hard? God damn it. Sitting here trying to get this like fine line paint on around this brain cap here. I'm gonna have to stop and look now. They hit him hard, huh? Well, I mean, like I said, you go to run behind your big brother after punching a bully in the dick, and your big brother steps out of the way and says, "Nah, you know what? You got this. You started it." Yeah, exactly, Eugene. Exactly. I just, I'm not going to lie. I feel bad for all the citizens. Both sides. I feel bad for the actual citizenry. I don't want to see just people die. Fight your wars on a battlefield, not in a neighborhood, you know? Oh, you just started watching Prison Break? The first season's pretty good on that show. I didn't like the others. I really liked the first season on it, Retro. That's fair, Steve. I mean, I think we're locked in on our bets on that guy, too. That's the funniest part of it. I am happy to see Rebel, though. Rebel jumped in with some fun news. Lawmakers discussing the shooting. Sirens blare across Israel as Iran fires another wave of missiles into the country. Iranian deterrence took significant hit from Israeli attack, former IDF official says. Let's see. Fast facts. Mm-hmm. Iranian missiles, this was an hour ago. Iranian missiles rained down on central Israel in early morning attack. Says they countered. The aftermath was horrific, though, as Fox News' Trey Yanks reported talking to a man who was bleeding. Yanks also reported multiple buildings were damaged by missiles, which may have been from a direct hit. That's all I'm seeing. Aw, Rebel, you have a great night. Thank you for jumping in, having fun, hanging out, getting informed, and hopefully you have a great week. I'll be back next Thursday, as always, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Please drop by. We love having you. And yeah, definitely drop in, bring some nerd stuff with you next time. I don't know what I'll be painting or what we'll be talking about, but I'm sure it'll be something. And as long as I got guys like Steve and Rebel who are, on the scene reporters, they're going to come in here and just be like, yeah, this just happened. Whoa, this just happened. Brother, they just blew up everything. Stranded. We shouted you out like 2-3 times. What you doing up this late? Man, I'll tell you what, taking out the Ayatollah could be a very, very bad move. It's not going to cause disarray like they think it's going to. It's going to focus everybody and make that man a martyr. And it's not good. Have a good night, Retro. Stranded, you've been here for a while. Why didn't you say anything? You're just chilling, lurking? Don't, no, I've got long hair, dude. Like I'm a long hair hippie freak looking dude, right? I'm not Tim Pool. I don't look like my head's been shaved into a penis shape. Oh, okay. That's well, damn. I didn't know. If I had known, I would have said, "Hey, Stranded, what's going on?" Like we shouted you out like 2-3 times. I was like, "Poor Stranded's probably breaking her butt tomorrow while she's listening to this." Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Stranded. You're not wrong. Pretty typical. It's just like I used to say back when I was single: in one ear and out the rubber. Yes, I've seen Robo Jocks or Robot Jocks. I thought it was Robo Jocks for some reason, but yes, I've seen Eugene. I have seen Robot Jocks. That was actually it was a cool concept. You built your robot. You went and each country had their big ass robot, and then you would go fight them in an arena instead of having a war. And like whoever was the baddest ass of the robots, basically they won the war. They won their territory, all that kind of stuff. Oh, dear Lord, don't do it, Leo. Stop doing that. Nah, Sheree, that's not your bad. That's my bad. I should have kept checking up in the chat. I don't have googly eyes where, like a gecko, where I can watch two screens at the same time or paint and like look at the screen at the same time. It's my bad. I got to make sure I focus on the chat and then back to paint. Robot Jocks, it wasn't a cool movie. As a matter of fact, if you've ever seen the TV series Alien Nation, not the movie with Mandy Patinkin, but they made a TV show called Alien Nation back in the day. The guy who plays Sykes on that show is in Robot Jocks. He's like one of the main guys. If I'm remembering right. Hey guys, here's a question for you. How many F bombs do you guys think I've dropped tonight? I know I've dropped at least 3. I think my language is getting better on these things. I think I've been better about stuff. Cam Big Ass Robot 2028. I don't know. My slogan would be I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Rest in peace, Roddy Piper. Yeah, go figure that one. Um, yeah, it is surprisingly low. I have not F bombed a whole bunch. Like I said, I'm trying to work on the language, guys. Trying to work on the language, not because people can't handle it, just you know, I think it might be. I don't need to drop F bombs that much. I'm trying to clean up my language. Save them for when I get pissed. Well, I would have noticed sooner if you were talking more stranded. I kept looking over, seeing Retro Talk or whatever. Steve, Rebel. Dude, Rebel's awesome. Dropped in specifically just to tell us that. That was epic. Good job, Reb. Um, I mean, do we have other lurkers? 6 here yet? I don't know if 6 is here. You know why 6 was afraid of 7, right? 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's quite possible, Steve. That's definitely quite possible. I used to get mad whenever, I'm not going to lie. There was people that would come out to play pool or whatever, and I get they couldn't get a babysitter or didn't want to pay for one, but I'd get mad if they'd bring in their kid and like, oh, go do your homework, and it's like, yo, you're bringing your kid into this bar, like around some of this riffraff. What are you thinking, man? Just not good. I mean, I knew people that were like grandparents that would bring their grandkids in the bar, but that would be to teach them how to shoot pool. Yeah, I grew up in a bar. Well, my my younger years were spent in the bar, but I was working in the back. I didn't get to go out to the bar till like midnight. That's usually when we shut down the kitchen. That's a whole crazy youth now I look back on it too. But I got a good education. Another reason why I don't like grifters and con men too long in a bar scene. Also, why I don't like guys who Tried to take advantage of women when they're in certain states of drunk. Definitely had to throw a couple of them out of the bar. Oh yeah, Stranded. Where I worked was definitely a hole in the wall bar. Yeah. Well, it's still a hole in the wall bar. I think it still exists. I don't know. Once the owner I work for sold it, when I was 29 when he sold it, I started working there when I was 14, and started off as like a pearl diver or a dishwasher. And when I was 29, I walked in. He had sold the bar or whatever. Said goodbye to him, and it was the last time I could bring myself to go back into that place, because it just wasn't the same after he sold it. You know. Dang it, Leo! Knock that off. Your brother's gonna kill you. So what do we got? I mean, I guess everybody's waiting on the press conference, right? Which should have kicked off by now. Waiting on Steve to give me the Hebe on the skibby of the DBs. The skibbity dibbity. Tell me what's going on. I mean, we do have 10 people watching. So there's definitely a lurker or two out there. Maybe my friend the cock looker. Duke's still out there. 6 might be lurking. Bob K, MIT. We haven't seen him tonight. I think it's funny. Duke blew through and Rebel blew through. Who else? Who else do we got? Who else could be in the background? Makes me feel like I should sing a song. Oh, yeah. Forever's lurking. I mean, you had said something earlier. Kind of figured you were just chilling playing a game or something. Got me on in the background. Yeah, I mean, whole thing is the bar scene where I was, because I was mainly on the pool scene when I would go into other bars. There's one I DJ'd at, and then there was one that I worked at for like 15 years off and on. And there was like 6 bars in my little hole in the earth town, and I think there's 3 of them left. I think all the rest had closed down or gone out of business. Duke Reb and Mister, really? Well, Mister said he might be back. He went to go take a shower. He might be being nice and just left himself tuned in, which is mighty white of him. Oh, nice. Check her lottery ticket, dude, because I just said, everybody's going to check their lottery ticket, and they're all of a sudden it's going to be like, damn, I'm rich. So maybe she hit. That would be epic. How epic would that be, guys? He comes back, he's just like, yep, mom hit lottery. That's it. Forever's going to get himself some new pimp clothes. Yeah, the whole problem with bars, well, twofold. It's a twofold thing. So there was a point in time where people started getting more health conscious and stopped drinking as much. College kids, the one bar relied mainly on college kids coming back from college and all that kind of stuff. And there was lean times, and they sold that one off. And then the other big thing is, I don't know, I don't know. Well, yeah, Chicago, isn't weed legal in Illinois too? But one of the big factors, even Jack Daniels, company that owns Jack Daniels, had said this. Since they legalized marijuana, more people are smoking weed than they are drinking. They have made it killed alcohol sales. Like even take home, like buy a bottle of Jack at a liquor store sales. Oh, you know, yep, yep. But it's got to have the goldfish swimming in them. That's the only way you do it. I got you, sucker. What the hell was the name of that dude too? That was when he won Pimp of the Year. I'm trying to remember the speech he gave too. I got a poem I wrote. It's called "Bitch, You Better Have My Money." Bitch, you better have my money through rain, sleet, or snow. Ho, better have my cash. I'm gonna put my foot dead in her ass. Oh, that's a shame. Well, it was worth a shot. Worth a shot. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're definitely getting in trouble, kid. You screwed up. You have messed up bad. Big time. They gonna whoop you. I'm not cheering for it. I'm just letting you know. It's coming. It's a coming. They gonna whoop you. Just be glad. Be glad, because if Sheree was your mama, then Rick James would come home and be like, slap. Be like the scene from the original House Party when the dad comes home, pulls off his belt. I'm gonna beat you till I'm sleepy, and I just woke up. It's gonna be like that. Sheree. Is it, that's the new say hi to Rick James for me. Just put that hand in there. The slap hand. Slap, slap. I'm still waiting to see. I'm waiting to hear anything from this press conference. And it's such a shame. Like, I wish I knew how they get away. Well, yeah, I kind of know how they get away, but since I'm not listed as a political show, that's how they get away with playing like clips and stuff. Because I tried playing a clip on here one time, I think, in the beginning, and I got a copyright thing for it. This is copyrighted. Damn, dude. It's just the news. Got all upset. I was like, gosh, I like the news. Who doesn't like the news? Gosh, do the chickens have large talons? Oh, there we go. Steve with the update. Tampon Tim's coming out to talk. Good evening, everybody. I know I said go beat up bullies and bullies and all this kind of stuff, man. I was talking about Donald Trump. This guy took it literal and figured he'd just bully us. I don't know why. But hey, what can I say? We had a talk in the back of the cell. We hung up the old prison curtain, as we like to call it here in Minnesota. And yeah, touchdown! Timmy's back. Timmy, Timmy. I've heard something about that, Eugene. Well, yeah. A matter of fact, that makes perfect sense. The record industry is pretty dead, so they have to find money one way or another. Which I could see if somebody keeps violating, but the first violation or whatever, I think they shut the whole channel down for a week for an actual copyright strike. And you can appeal it. I would rather just not get shut down, to be honest with you. So I'm avoiding, like, when I used to play those Jerky Boy segments, every one of those videos got hit with, hey, you have copyrighted stuff at this point in time. And I have to go back, and then now they have an AI that I can use where it erases, like, the music in the background. Oh, yeah, that's right, Shrey. He did say he was friends with school shooters, didn't he? That's an evil dude. Big old weirdo. Like, he is that's the only words that come to mind. Like, weirdo. Like, you know how I know when Beans really doesn't like somebody? She doesn't call him an asshole or something like this. Beans goes, that dude's a creep. Every time Beans has ever said this person's a creep to me, I'm like, ooh. He didn't fight anybody, he shot them. What is this fool making up now? It's okay, Leo. He's saying in general, yeah. Well, I mean, dude, first thing I did was decry political violence. Nobody should be attacking anybody. That's against the rules. Oh, come on. I'm getting in the black on the back of the neck. Don't screw it up. You got this. Good night, Leo. He's turning over to some other schmuck. Is it like, well, no, because that was a woman. And say there's one woman that's like in charge of like the crime unit or something. I want to say. She was talking last time. Green, yellows. I got black in the eye. See, I gotta hit this little spot on the shell too. Killing me. Killing me. I'm just waiting to hear what the other schmuck has to say. Like I said, they don't release a manifesto. Going to be very, very telling. They don't give motivations. Going to be very, very telling. And it's not because they're afraid of copycats. Wow, really? The other guy's just like, yes, let me pass you on to the next person that helped in this investigation. And they're like, Beavis and Butthead, you kids, you're making me nervous. My screen chat's blurry? Really? How is that even possible? I mean, you're not wrong. That is really weird. How does that work? Let me see. All right. This might screw up. Forgive me if it do. A little bit more. Hopefully this tightens it up. See if that tightened. Is that better? Yeah, that's awkward. Very awkward. My hand. Let me see if the hand looks normal. The little side pictures look good though, right? I should build boats. My Floki from Vikings now. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what that is. The that's I'm looking at it too, guys. Because I can see it on my small screen and it looks blurry to me. I channel level settings. Let me see. Oh, I can set up brakes on this thing. Let me see. Stream settings. Stream latency. I got it set to low latency. Stream health. I got an excellent stream going too. I don't know why it's blurry like that. I don't know. Closed captions, enable DVR, 360 video. I'm not seeing what it is, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know. I went back into the actual feed and just watched it for a second and tried to go into latency. Once the stream starts, I guess I can't adjust latency. So I'm not sure what that was. Like, not a clue at all. But I saw it too. Like, you guys aren't imagining things, and I can't go, man, that's whack. You guys making things up on me. Trying to tell me my stuff ain't work. No, there was something up. I don't know what, but there was something. Leo, do not get in trouble. Oh, yeah, that I can understand, Stranded. I mean, my tablet screen's a decent size, but really I'm just using it for the chat. And I can see my main feed, and like my camera's always like kind of out of focus a little bit. One, because it's cheap, and two, I don't know what it's detecting, but it's definitely detecting something. And I've cleaned the lens, like the whole 9 yards. I don't know what's up with it. Yeah, I don't know how you do like Sheree, are you doing this all through your phone? Like all your mod duties and stuff? Bean is surprisingly quiet tonight too. She must be having a quiet night where she's just kicking back and listening or doing laundry or something now. Can't pray for you. You're doing stuff against your parents' wishes. They're gonna whoop on you. Don't test them. Don't test them. Told you, like Miss Sheree. She, you were one of Miss Sheree's kids. She already would have tanned your hide, and then passed you over to Rick James, her husband, and he would have been slapping you. So basically, they're just doing the whole obligatory. We caught him. Yes, we did. Oh, look at you. You're so great. Look at the way we caught him. Oh, what a good job you did. They're doing that. They're not doing like the actual at 10:30 a.m. we got a call from this jabroni over here, and he told us that there was a vehicle matching the description. We drove, and then that's when we saw a fat, out of shape white man that looked to be in his late 50s. And we're like, "Hey, you the guy shooting people?" And he was like, "Oh, don't you know? Of course I am." So we took him into custody. Film at 11. He's young. Beans, he's young. His brother was in the chat the other night. He was like, "Yeah, I'm just checking in on my little brother to make sure he's behaving." So he's younger. He's all right though. He just comes in and he chills. He'll ask us hypothetical questions about which dinosaurs we want to fight and stuff like that. And that's cool. I'm all right with it. He's mainly he likes the gaming streams more than he likes the painting ones. He wants to see me play through Doom. I have a question about how you arrested this guy. Oh, no, 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 no. Excuse me, I gotta go. I gotta go find Kamala. Okay, Tim. Whatever you say there, Tim Waltz. Good thing you could be here. Yep. Give you all the mic. That's just it. You got to do your own streams to get the mic. That's the problem. There's reasons why I kind of poo-pooed the idea of a call-in show, although eventually I'll do one. I think that could be fun, but could also be could cause a problem too in certain cases. Like you get the wrong person to mic. Timma! Wow, they don't even know what the suspect said when they took him into custody. I mean, he could have been cool. He could have been like, "I did it. I meant it, and I'm here to represent it." I mean, if he was smart, he wouldn't say anything. He would say one word. Do you guys know what that one word is while being taken into police custody? Lawyer. Lawyer. And yeah, that's telling me pretty much all I need to know. If you're saying that they're not answering questions because it's still under investigation, yeah. Oh yeah, they're covering something, guys. Something doesn't jibe with their narrative. They're not going to tell anybody nothing. They're going to keep silent. I got to remember whenever I'm doing something that has yellow to it to not paint it black underneath. Use a different color because 10 coats later, I may just get the color on there. Yeah, you're not wrong, Stranded. That's 100. That's 100% correct. I would let him talk. Like, okay, talk to me, Ivan. Tell me why. Okay. And then I would let him go for a couple minutes and say, okay, now hold on, let me interject. Let me ask some clarifying questions. What is these clarifying questions? You're not just going to call me stupid, say goodnight, mister, and hang up on me? What in the? We don't have that. Not where I usually call in. That would be fine. She reminds me of like my old boss. Besides, I'd have fun with that one. You know why I'd have fun with that one? Because then I would just use like three-way calling and get Bina on the line with it. And Bina would just like hand her butt. Be like, Beans, tag. You're tugging. I'm tagging you in. Get Sheree on the line like, oh, hell no. Like, oh. Yeah, I don't think he would either. I've said this before. You know, when it comes to Ivan, some of the stuff he says, he's correct about. And it's weird when he's correct about it because even when he's correct, he's treated like he's wrong. And you're just like, damn, man, I kind of feel sorry for him. I mean, it's not all the time he's correct, but there's definitely some times where you're like, oh, yeah, dude, you're right. Like you did say that right. You are a running down history writer telling it correct. And that is correct here or there. Then there's other times where it's just, okay, so you're repeating the latest talking point, sir. Do you have an original thought in your head? Well, no. I don't need original thought. I vote Democrat. That's still cool. I'm going to let that jawline dry a little bit. I would want Weed and Coke guy to call in too. And I'd be like, oh, what's going on, Weed and Coke guy? Yo, man, I don't do Coke. Why you always say I do Coke? How come you're always saying about this? Oh, shit. Maybe we get FNA Ranger Xbox to call in. Because on this show, like, Sheree can cuss in the chat, and I don't care if she's like an abusive mod. Just Sheree goes ham on somebody. So a whole lot of nothing out of this presser. Yeah. Sheree would hop in and be like, I'm not saying that you're racist, but I'm pretty sure that isn't a sheet hanging next to that white hood, sir. Especially not in your closet. Stranded, that's brutal. I mean, not wrong, just brutal. Poor Ivan. Like, well, now there's times where Ivan does get full of himself, and he does kind of piss me off too. Where he'll be like, "What are you, stupid?" You know, like, or start calling ABL stupid. Of course, you're going to get muted at that point. Can't be a jerk like that to a guy who has you there. I understand where he gets frustrated sometimes, but there's other times where he starts calling ABL stupid every other word or swearing. I've been on there before where he's definitely swearing at ABL, and it's like, yo, you can't do that, man. You know better than that. You've been on this show enough where you know better than that, and ABL still takes your call. Oh yeah, Sheree. Absolutely. Like the whole time you'd be like, "Are you sure, Gam?" Like I know I'd be getting that message. Are you sure? Like absolutely. Have at it. You gonna send me a $5 super chat, sir? I don't think that's gonna save you from the wrath of Sheree. I don't know. You go through that roof, you're gonna find out real quick, Leo. You're gonna get wore out. They're gonna wear your butt out. We're not gonna be able to save you. Yeah, shout out to Paul too. I haven't seen him. He definitely isn't a daddy. Well, if he is a daddy, you better marry that girl post haste. He's pretty. She's pretty Christian. Wait, what do you mean? You had to block what accounts? I don't know who. I don't know who any of those people are. Eugene or Sheree. Why have I not seen those accounts? They might have blocked me for making jokes. People have a tendency to block me when I start joking around. I don't know if I just hit the wrong button on them or what. And there's other people that I simply don't react to. One person I haven't seen in here is Bob K either yet. Hopefully he's doing good. I agree with you, Stranded. You're not wrong. Like there is such a thing as you can be you can be a bad guest, but you can be a bad host too. You know. There's six. Six out of the blue. I don't know. I don't know about that one, Sheree. Maybe she thinks I got a black account or something. Then if that's the way she is, I've never seen that woman ever. Lady D, huh? I thought I knew everybody. Everybody. Six vicious, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I'm gonna blow out that eye, aren't I? My hand started to shake. I kept shape on it for the most part. The mild blowout. Nothing I can't fix. Hopefully, if I blow out, though, I blow out towards the inside because it's black, so it's easier to cover. Yeah, well, that was just it. There was definitely some new faces that I haven't seen, but that's, I'm not gonna lie. When I get on that chat anymore, I tend to interact with people that I've already been interacting with. Yeah, I think I invited. Who did I invite last night? I think Good Samaritan. They're always nice. I don't know if it's a guy or girl, but they're always polite in that chat. Yeah, he really did get a lot. So Stranded, there's a point in time where I wasn't watching him that much, and he got a bunch of new viewers, and I went back in and I was like, "What? Who are some of these people?" Like they were just odd. And then, and last night there was definitely people I had never seen in ABL's chat before that I'm thinking he picked up from Timcast because there was a lot more swearing than I'm going to say there was a lot more swearing than normal last night in that chat. Like I saw Sheree was like working overtime on that, and it was just odd. I haven't seen that much swearing since Beans was in charge of the moderation, and people thought they could get away with it. And then Beans would come in with that hand like like Dikembe Mutombo, just Yeah, I mean, I'm glad Beans is taking it easy because of that dang ear infection. Hoping those antibiotics aren't taking her out too hard. But yeah, what were you? Were you just like breaking balls or something with that one, Steve, or did you think it was like really a troll call? Because I did see that in the chat. Like I said, I was on the phone with Bubba at that point, so I didn't catch what was said, but I saw you say somebody was a troll. I know, Sheree, you were fine. Like you gave people room to run. You weren't it wasn't like you weren't doing the job. You would let it go up a little bit and then correct it and then be no cussing in chat, please. It's what you got to do. Especially if they're newer ones. Like, I mean, if it's old school ones, like all of a sudden out of nowhere, Shaquille Oatmeal or something starts like going ham with language, then you'll know. I know somebody said something last night, and it was the homeless baker said something. And I typed something and I was about to hit enter, and then I was like, oh, I know this would go through too, and it would be allowed to go through, but man, and I was like, I'm gonna say something bad. I can't do this. I got to delete it. Well, that's just it. So there was so much TDS, right? But that's what I'm saying is this is where I'm going to say the guy has got to still be loyal to the Democrats or something like that. There's something with it that they're covering up because, like you just said, Rebel, so much TDS, right? So much TDS in that news conference. That tells me that if they had anything that was relating to Donald Trump, it would have come out right then and there. They wouldn't have respected any kind of investigations, nothing. They would have just dropped all the bombs. So I'm thinking he's Democrat. Oh, okay. Well, Beans, I mean, make sure you get a probiotic in you. If it really, because it's going to wipe out all your good gut health, you know? I'd make sure to get like a probiotic drink. I got to drink them here and there. Matter of fact, I got one in the fridge. I should be grabbing and drinking tonight. I got like a couple of them. My gut gets torn up real easy in my old age. All those years of, yes, I can eat the hottest wings on the planet. Here, I'll sign that waiver. Oh, what's this? Fryer grease? I'll drink that straight. Just bad things that you should never do to your stomach. Yeah, but if you just ate a power, what I'm saying is, if you just ate a an antibiotic, any kind of good probiotic in your gut is going to get tore out of there. Like it just wipes everything, especially if it was a high dose one. Like you were saying you're getting dizzy off of it, which usually means that it's wiping out every bit of bacteria in you. Like I'm not going to lie, when I got cat scratch fever, they gave me cat scratch fever, do do do. Cat scratch fever, do 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 do. When I got cat scratch fever, they gave me the shot or whatever, and I was like, "What is it?" And they're like, "Oh, it's a super antibiotic." Man, my stomach. I was like, "Oh." They're like, "Yeah, be glad you knew it was, know where the cat's been because then we would have had to give you the rabies shots." I'm like, oh, just to be on the safe side. I'm like, no, no, I know where the cat had been. It was not rabid. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of them out there, Eugene. Um, Only thing I can tell you is laugh with them, laugh at yourself, and move on from it. It's the best way to handle them in a lot of cases. We've had a couple in here. They became subscribers and liked the video I was doing at the time. I've never seen them back either. We just kind of pull the old oh no. So anyway, with them because they're looking for a reaction or for you to get upset, and that's just it. You got to just deal with them, just kind of head on. That's been my experience anyway so far, but I'm sure if you got like 30 of them in the chat all at one time, that's a little bit different. That's a that's a raid. Oh no, 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 no. I've seen very non harmless stuff, like some real ill spirited stuff. talking about family and kids and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, see that, and I like that, Steve. Trolling the trolls. That's what you should do. He's not really a troll, though. I wouldn't call him a troll. He's not doing like troll activity. I think I've told you this before. My take on him is he thinks he's got that inside track information and is trying to be cryptic and how would I put it? Like mysterious, you know what I mean? Like, oh, who is that man? I mean, he can get annoying, but the thing is, if you know what he's saying, he says some shit. Like, really says some shit. Yeah, exactly, Steve. Some people try too hard to, show how intellectual they are and look how cool I am because I know things you don't. Like, come on, man. There's a reason why, like even when I was debunking what Duke told me to walk in or look up or whatever, it was like, yeah, I looked at this video that Duke had sent me, then I watched a couple other things, then I watched this. You guys can have all the sources and all the source material. As a matter of fact, stuff where like I'll talk about like Benjamin Netanyahu being manipulative, right? Like I posted a video in the Discord the other night. Like you guys could have watched it. Matter of fact, I found the full BB Files movie right on YouTube and posted that in the Discord. So if you wanted to see why I'm coming to some of the conclusions or opinions I am about stuff, I try to give you guys at least some kind of paper trail. Can't give you all of it. It would just be nothing but different posts, But when it's something big and bulky like that, it's like, oh, this way, if you have the time or the patience to watch it, or the stomach in some cases, some of the shit I see, Jesus Christ. Um, I don't. I think I knew who that is, and I think that dude doesn't he play like a video game, something like that, and that's where he came from. I don't know. I don't know him well enough. Can't comment on somebody I don't really know like that. I'll just take your word for it. Like, I don't even. I don't know who that is. I just swear I've seen that name in a video game or some shit before. It wasn't that good. But yeah, I mean, like I said, if I know him, I can comment on it. If I don't know him, then no need to blast somebody that I don't know. Apple cider vinegar, horseradish, lemon, cayenne pepper. Oh, you ferment that shit? Oh, I don't know about the taste on that one. I could see you doing that like as a straight up, like right then and there kind of drink, maybe chilled over some ice. As you're looking at that would be a lot of antioxidants in there, and a lot of stuff that will pump your blood, but I don't know about fermenting it. It's okay, Leo. Um, yeah, like the honey's always good. That's a natural antibiotic. Garlic, natural antibiotic, also thins the blood. Onion, same kind of thing as the garlic. Apple cider vinegar, that cleanses. Horseradish, temperature raiser, and also burns a little bit. The lemon will clear the urinary tract and the kidneys. Cayenne will boost you. Oh, you're good, Steve. I don't think World War III will break out while you're gone. Haha, spoke too soon. Oh no, dude. Yeah, that concoction actually makes a lot of sense to me. It's the fermenting part that I'm like kind of throws me off a little. Like there's little things like that. Like not gonna lie. I had a, a tooth that I needed to get a root canal on, and it had gone like abscess. Like my gum was huge, and my wife came in with a sliver of fresh garlic, or, like she's like, yeah, put that up against your gum line. Man, that shit burned my entire gum line, but it felt so much better. Drew the infection right out. But it like legitimately when I went into the dentist because I had to get an emergency appointment because it's a root canal or whatever. They were just like, oh my god, what happened to your gum here? And I was like, oh, garlic, and they're like, what? Like, oh yeah, shit worked like a champ. I was like, it hurts like hell right now, and they're like, oh yeah, you fried your gum. This dude's head is so heavy, he tilts. Only problem with him. The good part is now I'm putting the yellow on the feet. I can see where I got to color the green too. Yeah, it was a whole clove, but I had like compressed it in against my gum and just from the garlic juice just the gum line is definitely a lot more fragile than your normal skin. But that's like you use iodine in a slice of fresh garlic if you can use it. If not, use the juice from the garlic, and then you make a mixture. And if you get a skin tag or whatever, you put a band aid, put that on it directly, and then put the band aid on it. Hold on, beans. Open link in new tab. Let's go see what's beans got. Yo, how this is for somebody named Chris Statlander. What the hell am I looking at? How did I end up with AEW's Chris Statlander on my screen? What the hell? Just kidding, beans. I just dropped my sub there too. I'm already subbed to Eugene. I can't sub to him again. But there you go. Yeah, you should have let me know you did that. Sheree would have run. I know Sheree would have run little adverts the entire time. What the fuck? You know Sheree does that stuff without me even having to ask her, suggest it, or anything else because she is just that goddamn good. She's had epic training from the epic mod that came before her. But you know we would promote the hell out of you. Should have said something earlier. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that, I'm looking at. For me, I look at it, all that stuff you listed. I'm just like, oh, I know those medicinal properties. Stranded. Jesus Christ. I've trust me, having people that have unsubbed to my channel, like I that sucks. You're like, oh, I lost a subscriber. Well, shit, I gained another one. What the fuck? That's one thing I don't mess around with. Um, I try not to like unless somebody's like flat out, I don't want you subscribing to me. I leave my subscriptions there for the most part, unless it's somebody whose channel went totally dead cold. Then it's like, well, there's no reason if there's no more content coming. That's pretty good though. They only call you Plant Witch. My family all calls me Dickhead. Hey, Dickhead, what are you up to? Hey, Dickhead, what you doing now? Yeah, it is. So the garlic, it makes your blood flow. It thins the blood. It's like a blood thinner, or can be used as a blood thinner. It's good for you though. The only thing is, you're going to sweat it out. So, just a word to the wise: if you're going on a date or something, you might not want to have garlic, unless your date's having garlic too. Wait, you lost several subs? Why did you lose subscribers, Eugene? When the hell did you lose subscribers? Were we all sub to it, or? I mean, I know why I lost subscribers for a little while there. Both times. First time was because I didn't post anything for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, or maybe even 2 years. The other time, well, we don't talk about that time. But it happens. I just know that, like, for whatever reason, I picked up a new subscriber that must have watched a replay because they were not in the chat, anything else. And it was just like, well, let me see. Yeah, I'm at 76 subscribers. So I was at 75, and then I picked up another one just, I think, yesterday. And, shout out to him. Thank you for subbing. Appreciate you. I hate dandelions in my yard, though. I'm sorry. If you want to come over here and graze my yard, you can eat like probably 100, 200 of those damn things growing out there. Actually, what's screwed up is out where I live, a lot of this was plantation land. And we're pretty sure that where our house is built used to be an old, like kitchen area because there's milk thistle out there, there's dandelion, we got all kinds of different wild berries, wild, like, stuff that it's like was purposefully put out in the woods, like near here, and the ground is super fertile. And yeah, you're not wrong, Eugene. It could be YouTube doing it too. YouTube will go through and purge subs every now and again. Like if somebody has an account, or even better, if somebody has an account and gets deleted off YouTube, like YouTube bans them, like everything their account's attached to goes away too. So you could have that. Like, and especially if you're talking like 2020, that stuff happened. There's all kinds of people getting banned for speaking out about jabs and viruses and all kinds of things of that nature. So, would not shock me. Wouldn't shock me. Or Mother Nature. Yeah. No. I will not. I can't actually discuss that. Why I know so much about medicinal herbs. I'll just say heritage has taught me about medicinal herbs. And I don't mean the kind you put in your pipe and smoke, man. Like the other kind you take when you're not feeling so hot. Dominus Rex, the Indoraptor, was too much of an amalgamation and much smarter. The other one was just big and savage. That's my answer, and I'm sticking to it, Leo. I'm clocking in for 100 on that one. That yellow on black is such a pain in the butt, and I did blow out the eye. Oh yeah, that's definitely blown out. Yeah, YouTube does that, and I don't know either. Honestly, it usually happens on channels that say controversial stuff. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie at all. It's usually the ones that do like fun conspiracy theories, stuff like this. I mean, there's some channels that get taken out for violation of terms, copyright infringement, like copyright strikes, things like of this nature. Like there's actually a big one with Naughty Dog Studio. People were criticizing The Last of Us 2 because of things that happened in the game. And I've seen like creators who have posted the emails about like Naughty Dog getting in touch with them and them trying to like settle things that haven't even shown images. We're just discussing the game, and like Naughty Dog did takedowns on their channels. Brutal. It's crazy. You would think. I never understood that about. I get protecting your IP and everything else, but I never understood that about Nintendo. Was always one of them. That if you post like a Mario game and that music is playing at all, and you're doing goofy stuff on it, they will take that video down so fast it'll make your head spin. They're like really, really protective about their IPs. That's why, like people are saying, why don't you play Punch Out? I'm like, not a bad idea, but not a good idea either. Okay. I found the line for that end of things. I just got to find the line for this end of things. Where are you? Guess I'm not going to find the line for that yellow. Yeah, I mean, well, you know my feelings on that, Beans. If somebody's, doing this stuff for love of the game like me, I don't really worry too much about that end of things. But if you're looking like that monetization is what's really driving you, like the the main reason why I would even want to get monetized at this point is Sheree's a good mod, and I cut her 10% at least. But there's no way I'm getting to 1,000 subs anytime soon, guys, or 500 or whatever it is. Not unless I cheat, and I'm not down with cheating. I'll stick with my organic growth one sub at a time, adding cool people to the mix. People want to have fun and goof off. But yeah, dude, you don't even have to wait for stuff like that. You own a phone. Do you own a laptop, Eugene? Like you can legit just shoot your own music video. Unless you're gonna shoot a unless you're gonna shoot a video that's like boats and hoes. The Nina, the Penta, the Santa Maria. I'll do you in the bottom while I'm drinking sangria. Alcohol and hookers in my dad's boat. And if we go down, my dick can float. Eugene, it's complicated. Are you giving me your why it would be difficult for you to make a video, or are you letting me know that you are you reading off your Facebook bio? What's going on here, buddy? It's a joke, by the way. Ah, damn it! It had to be yellow. Just had to be yellow. Yes, I agree. Stranded. Honestly, that would if I do ever do get monetized and cutting Sheree in. Like the thing is, I know that I would either have to give it to her before taxes or after taxes. And we'd have to figure that out depending on how much money it was. Because if it's before taxes, she'd actually make less money in certain cases. But if it's after taxes, she would actually make more money, or less money in other cases. But yeah, I'm a staunch believer in that. If especially like, okay, my stream, Shrek can kind of chill, relax. All languages allowed to fly. We don't usually get bot accounts in here. Most of the trolls, I just like can check them out unless we get like 100 trolls at one time. Then I'm gonna need Sheree to grab my back, right? Like if we're overrun. But she's doing a job and she's good at it. You always get paid for what you're good at. So some of the money, or there's other channels that make money where I'm always like, yo, why don't you toss a coin to your Witcher? Oh yes, Weezer's a fun group to listen to, Leo. Somebody's hiney crowding my icebox. Somebody's cold one giving me chills. I know you haven't been able to use your wrench ever in this one, but that's a beautiful thing. I don't think Beans ever used her wrench either. No, I think about it when she had it. I don't think she ever had to use it. And I mean, I've never banned anybody from the channel, like ever, ever in the history of ever. I've not kicked somebody out of the channel and been like, "Oh, you can't." I don't think that's a good precedent to set or silence people or any of that stuff. I don't know. Like I said, if you're If it's overwhelming trolls, that might be something. If it's a bot account, definitely. But yeah, we don't really have that here. I don't know if it's because I'm so boring that bots are like, nah, we're not going on that channel. Stuff like that. But I'm also not going to sit there and question my luck on the subject, so to speak. You've actually banned somebody, Shurai, since you've been a mod? Yeah, I agree with you, Beans. I think you should get a post dated check from them too. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I always say Shray's the greatest mods on these internets. I'd be lying if I didn't say you were a fantastic mod when you did it. Like you were a great mod too. You really were, even though you silenced me a couple times because my language. Oh wow, really, dude? Somebody actually threatened her? When the hell was that? That's crazy. YouTube has like a little help section to it that you can click on and go in there, and they give you suggestions. As far as finding subs or whatever, there's channels out there that are like, and this is where I was talking about cheating, because there's definitely, I've seen a couple channels where they cheat their views. And I can tell because of the amount of viewers they'll have, stuff like this. And then all of a sudden their views are like through the roof and what they're advertising isn't good, that kind of thing. And you can just tell when somebody's bullshitting the numbers. Um, but there's certain channels where you can go to, and like in their comment section, if you chime in on their comment section, people are in there to help each other get monetized and will sub to your channel. To me, I'm like, that's fucking cheating. Beans, that's fine. Like that was your job. I never got mad at you for it. Like I was always just like, yeah, like I did with Sheree. I typed in the whole sentence last night about the homeless baker and then deleted it and then told Sheree. Sheree almost said something really bad. Watch me or something like that. She was just putting the laughing emoji, winky face or some shit. Yeah, well, that one we know for certain definitely does not like you, Beans. Didn't you call him a creep? As wasn't he like flirting with that Denisha chick that she just got married or whatever? I think that's what happened. Like there was other stuff in the past too, but then wasn't he like trying to get her to like DM him or some shit? Wait, well, don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel there, ma'am. Yep. Fake accounts do subs, stuff like that. Um, I mean, I just see it as cheating personally. Like I said, everything that I've got, all 76 people that are sub to me, even if they don't watch my content on a regular, like, here you go. Here's an example. Megatron doesn't watch me on a regular, but he drops by every now and again. Frogzilla, we haven't seen in a while. I know he's still subbed to me. Gigs, CLB, I call him. He drops in from time to time. Bagum D, like people drop in and out. Bubba's here for like 5 minutes at the beginning of the program and they'll drop out or whatever. But I know my subs and I know who's subbed to me and who isn't for the most part. And then when I pick up a random one, I'm thankful for it because it's like, wow, I actually affected somebody where they wanted to see my stuff again. Yeah, and that's fair, Beans. You're not wrong. Look, I'm not going to fault anybody for that, because I'm going to say the bulk of the people that watch me are either respectful of marriage or they are married, right? So if you got a guy who comes into the chat and is like, yo, DM me on the side, DM me on the side, I got information that you don't have in all this. And then that whole thing actually happened not just on the stream, but also in Discord. Because then he pulled her into that Discord and was like, oh, well, she was like, okay, where's the picture? Where's the information? And he's like, well, I don't actually have it. I was just joking. And it was like, dude, you fucking scumbag. Like, you're completely trying to get this chick isolated DMing you, and then you're going to probably send her over a picture of your junk or something. Oh, I can't believe I just did that. I just bumped it and broke the leaf off. You son of a gun. I'm going to have to freaking glue that. Mother trucker. I forgot how heavy it was and let it bounce like a fool. Damn it. I can't believe I just did that, guys. Like an asshole. God damn it. At least it was a clean break with a little bit of a slide to it, so I'll be able to get that glue in there. Still, what a pain in the ass. I can't believe I just did that. Forever, have a good night, brother. Thank you again for dropping in. Always appreciate seeing you. Hopefully your mom's feeling a bit better. Yeah, I mean, that's just I appreciate the hell out of all you guys. And like I said, if I ever got to a point where I had like 1,500 subs, I hope I recognized 80% of them, 90% of them, just on a name basis alone. Why are you about to drop dead? Poor Devin. If Gorilla Glue works for wigs, it works for twigs. By the way, shout out to Smurf. I haven't seen him tonight, so shout out to him. Oh, damn it. That is hysterical. It works for wigs. It works for twigs. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I just can't believe I dropped them. It was just not even paying attention, and it came right off. Because these stupid feet had to be yellow on top of black paint. 5 applications of paint to just get it to look at all even smooth or colored in. Well, at least it would be easier to paint that leaf, I think. I'm thinking. Yes, it's acrylics. Standard craft paint. I'm not breaking out the good stuff. Yeah, matte finish premium acrylic paint or whatever. It says it right on the bottles. I could get the nice tubes of paint and all that, but I found that the full cart, if I do got to use it in the airbrush, it's easier to dilute. Like it's got smaller pigment to it, and then it's fairly inexpensive. Like it's pretty damn cheap. You can get a whole bunch of colors. Like, hold on, I'll show you. Look, it's like the whole range of colors I've got back there, and I built that thing myself to hold the paint using PVC and cutting it and what have you. No, I mean, I don't see it as you being a jerk, um, Eugene. I can't see your artistic vision because only you can see that vision. But, you know, I don't completely understand your situation, and I'm not going to pretend to. Everybody's got a situation they're in. And, I don't judge you for it either. I just say, like, I just want to make sure it's not a matter of will, basically. Like, you're telling yourself you can't do it, but you can do it, and you're just like, and that's only because I'm lazy. I'm not gonna lie. Let's not beat around the bush here. I'm very lazy. Like there is a reason why I'm running out of things to paint because I started working on a Henry Cavill Superman at one point, and then was like, you know what? I'm having too much trouble with this, and just let it go the wayside. And instead of taking something that I did already have broken down and ready to print, I've sat on it. Yeah, I mean, if you got the will to write every day, then write every day. As long as it isn't Volgon poetry, you'll be all right. Or Vorgon poetry. I don't know who got that reference and who didn't. Yeah, tell me about it. I need to get off my lazy ass and do things. I mean, my problem is I'm a slacker. I've always been a slacker. I always will be a slacker. Like, my. Here you go. Here's one for you. So I've told you guys, what, like 2, 3 streams ago? Like, yeah, working on the lawnmower or whatever. Couldn't get it to work, all this stuff. Man, my yard looks like a jungle out there. Why? Because I'd never fucking ordered the carburetor. I was like, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I just ordered the carburetors today for both. I have like a push mower too as a backup. Carburetor on that shot too. That one is because the carburetor is built pretty cheap and it's got like a plastic fuel jet to it. And that shit jammed. It got like something in there and jammed it and broke it. So it's giving out too much fuel and isn't going in as a mist and all this kind of shit. So I knew I had to get a carburetor for it. $15 part for the small one and like a $30 part for the riding mower. And I just ordered them today. If Alex Jones was calling me with an important message, would I accept? Only if if it was actual like real deal Alex Jones calling me with a message, and I knew 100% it was Alex Jones, I would accept, and I'd be like, "Hey, what's going on, Alex? This is Alex. How can I help you? Tell me all about Bohemian Grove and tell me about the chemicals they're putting in the water to turn frogs gay. I'd really like to know. I'd really like to know what's going on here." Being my age and getting on the internet and saying stuff like no cap, that takes courage. Streaming me playing Marvel Rivals and letting David watch it so he can critique me, that takes courage. Or stupidity. Maybe a little of both. Yeah, you're not wrong though, Steve. Like, no joke. Like that I got like one patch. Like it's crazy. It's like Pokemon grass that pops up in that yard. And that shit, like, because it's been storming like every other day down here where the ground's like swampy. And the grass has grown to a point where that stuff's like hitting me in the kneecaps. Um, I mean, it's just a gaming stream. So even if nobody's in there, yeah, I mean, I can talk or whatever, but I'll do playthroughs of stuff. That's all. Is he actually moving the show to Friday night? Like, I won't expect anybody to show up till he's done or whatever, but if I'm still going and you guys jump over, that's fine. Like, I expect Sheree to go to ABL's show to moderate because she's actually, like, that's her home show. Not because, Sheree isn't, like, the greatest mods on these interwebs, but I wouldn't expect her to, like, come, oh, I'm going to go pull GAM duty, with ABL with, like, 2,000 people watching them or whatever. You know, I don't like I'm not that guy. I'm realistic about who I am. Like, how dare you, Sheree, go to the guy's channel that actually needs you to like censor people from it? How dare you? How dare you? I like it is what it is. And it's not like, ABL's like, oh shit, I didn't realize I was stepping on your. Why would he even like know I stream on Fridays? He doesn't know. He doesn't care. He's got his own things. And it makes him money. So I don't fault anybody's. Hey, just, like we're talking about pain. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. That's a Marine credo. It, I don't even think she has four screens going. She just has a set of glasses that has the screen on like the eyes, and she just looks and it sensors. Like, we'll cut the offender off. She's got like an Iosaur on, but a digital one. I still can't believe I did the damn twig on the top, you bastard. Your goofy little feet. No, he's. It's not always true though, Beans. What if they're happy tears? And he's going to be streaming Friday because he's off, or he's going to California on Saturday, if I remember correct. I didn't know if he was going to do a stream at all on the weekend, but I guess he's doing Friday. So hey, like I said, I hope he's super successful and gets everybody there. I'll be all right. I just won't expect like a bulk of people. Like I've been kind of blessed lately with that shit. I'm not going to lie. Because I really didn't expect half the people to tune in to watch me playing video games. But I'll do the same thing I always do. I'll just keep talking through it. It'd be fine. Plus, you guys got, like Steve can go in there and like troll some people and stuff like that. He has his fun. I can't take that away from people like Steve. It's not like you're counter programming someone, Like, oh yeah, so and so streaming, I better stream now. Yeah, how's that work out? Yeah, and I'm gonna flat out tell you guys to go watch his stream. He'll be done at like 11 o'clock. I usually go till late, so I'm not worried about it. You can always just catch me after. Cash me outside. It's fine, and that's even if you want to. Like I said, I'm appreciative. I'm appreciative anytime you guys take time out of your day to watch me. I don't want to force anybody to be like, oh, well, now I have to shoot. No, none of that bullshit. Watch what you like. Enjoy yourself. It's the internet. I just won't be. Like I said, I'm glad you said something, Stranded, because I didn't know. So I'd have been like, damn, did I piss everybody off or something on my last stream? What the fuck? I'd have been like, shit, I even pissed off Sheree. That's great. Now I can expect the knock on the door from Rick James. Great. Korean drama it is. Yeah, what is up with Netflix with all the Korean shows on there? I'm just asking because, like, I'm flipping through and I'm like, maybe I'll watch something. I'm like, well, you guys added a bunch of anime that I've already either seen or is on Crunchyroll, and it's easier to watch it on Crunchyroll. Thanks, David. And what's the deal with this? And then next thing I know, it was like Korean dramas, Korean this, Korean horror. I was like, God damn, there's a lot of shit on here that's all Korean stuff. Like, did Samsung buy Netflix or something? No, I mean, true and not true at the same time, Stranded. There's a reason I don't stream Wednesdays or Saturdays because ABL's on, right? A lot of the people that come in and watch my show watch ABL because that's where I met a lot of people. So to me, one, it's kind of disrespectful for me being a smaller creator, putting on a show the same night as ABL. You know what I mean? When a lot of the same people go to that show, like it's rude. in my opinion. You know, one, he's the bigger creator. Two, like it's kind of like, okay, let's say everybody didn't watch ABL and watch my show instead. He loses that many viewers. It hurts him monetarily. Like, kind of a dick move. That's just my opinion on it or how I see it. But like I said, I know I've seen streamers like Tim Pool did it to Ryan Krigler, or not Ryan Krigler, Adam Krigler one time. He like straight up out of nowhere started his stream up while Adam Krigler was on talking about shit to do with Adam Krigler. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, really, dude? You're counter programming him? Like, shit like that's grimy. Like, especially if you're a bigger YouTuber and doing it to a smaller YouTuber. You're just kind of greasy at that point, you know? But smaller YouTubers need to watch stuff like that because, so like Friday nights, I would try not to do early Fridays because Nerdrotic does Friday Night Tights, for example. And if I get somebody in my channel that watches Nerdrotic, I'd expect them to watch Nerdrotic. What is the deal with Korean dramas? Yeah, I mean, am I wrong, guys? Do you guys feel like I'm speaking out of school or anything with what I'm saying at all? Like, do you understand my reasoning at least? It's just respectful. Now, the other thing, and some of the funny things is when you get a smaller channel who does that and a bigger channel tries to nail them for whatever reason, like it pulls that kind of shit with them. I've seen this happen too. The bigger channel ends up with less views or less engagement and stuff like that because they go and watch the smaller channel. That's always funny to me. I find that shit humorous. This is like, really? The little guy kicked your ass, dude. Yeah, oh yeah, but I mean, that's true. You're not wrong, Stranded. There, in general, there are going to be overlaps, but that's where you've got to know your audience, know the kind of stuff they watch, and who else is streaming. So, like I said, ABL is a perfect example. I don't go Wednesdays and Saturdays because he's won the bigger channel, and a lot of us have come from ABL. You know, so to me, it's like I know that as a fact as a streamer that ABL streaming these two nights. Kind of rude. Now, if somebody else, like say, I don't know, what was the one dude, the media group guy, right? Let's say it was him. I'd be like, oh, I don't even give a fuck what he's doing. I know he's an ABL kind of channel, but and he's probably bigger. He's definitely bigger than mine, but fuck it. I'm going to counter, like not counter program him on purpose. I just don't give a shit if you're streaming or not. It's just more of a respect thing. Yeah, and then Beans is right too. That's the other thing, You guys got to remember, like this Sunday and Fridays in particular, I wasn't streaming either day. The Fridays in particular this will be like the third show, I think, or third time I'm doing it. And then Sundays, I just added back so I could paint more stuff. But again, I'm starting to run out of stuff to paint because it was enough for just Thursday shows. But now I'm cutting myself to the bone with it a little bit. I'm going to have to print more stuff. Post haste and get stuff back into the black. Like I'm going to have to do another black stream where I'm just painting everything black and priming it and all that. Although I may not have to. I may try this stuff out. Mr. Officer 1000 straight from Japan. It says right here. It says Honda or Civic. Oh, English. English. I need to read the English. The only thing is, this says for plastic models. So I don't know if it'll actually hold on the resin. I know, Beans. Beans, like, honestly, that's you, Stranded. I know Sheree. Actually, a lot of you guys spend a lot of time with me. And, like, don't ever think I take it for granted either. I really do appreciate everybody. Everybody. You guys all hang in. We're always chit-chatting. I got, like, on the scene reporting Steve, and now Rebel is one of my on the scene reporters. Like, he popped in too, like, just, hey, Gam, I didn't even come to watch your fucking stream. I just came to tell you what's going on. Like, oh, sweet. I'd like to get NKM in here. I'm not gonna lie. He's always fun in the chats. Butthead too. He's always fun. But the little stuff like that, like maybe we'll pick them up eventually. They seem like they'd be a lot of fun to hang out with. Get in the chat and all that stuff. That's why I always notice, like, if I don't see Bob K drops in from time to time, or Duke, the old cocklooker, is hanging somewhere in the background right now, just listening, chilling. Probably like looking up what I was talking about with the debunks on that dude, Ashton Forbes. Good night, Leo. Thank you, buddy, for dropping in, hanging out with us, and stay off your brother's Jeep roof. You're going to go through the thing. You keep screwing around. And he's not going to be any bit happy. Neither are your parents. Yeah, like, what amazes me is, and I'm not going to lie at all, I don't know how the hell I talk to you guys for like 8 hours at a tick, 7 hours at a tick, and just keep my mouth running. Because every now and again, I'm like, when I'm done this, I'm going to have to upload the thumbnail for the finished thing for the stream when it goes up or whatever. I'm going to have to, like, take a screenshot, all this, load it up. And so I'll hear part of the stream back, and it's hysterical because I'm sitting there talking or whatever. And it's just like me talking to myself. And then I'll look and I'll be like, oh, that's what I was doing with the chat. And all of a sudden you'll hear me, I'll stop talking for like a minute. And then I'm like, oh, I must be reading the chat now. And sure enough, there's a whole bunch of stuff in chat. All of a sudden you'll hear me addressing. I'm like, oh, poor people watching me, like, just got dead silence, but they're catching the chat at least, so they know what I'm looking at. Yeah, you're not wrong, Beans. I do. But it's still amazing to me that I can talk for 8 hours about basically nothing and everything all at once. Like, sometimes I'll say some shit that's probably pretty impactful, and then there's other times where I'm just like, out of nowhere, you'll just get, what rolls downstairs comes a loner in pairs, rolls over your neighbor's dog. What's great for a snack and fits on your back? It's log, log, log. It's log, log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log, log. It's better than bad, it's good. Like, just crazy shit. Like doing the old stump gam and throwing movies out at me. Like, out of nowhere, I got Robo Jocks flying out at me tonight. I was like, oh. Like, oh, you were mentioning a movie to see if I had seen it. Yes, I have. Yeah, Oliver Anthony, isn't he the dude with Richmond from Richmond? Or something like that. Like he had that viral hit. He seems like a good person. I remember he was on Rogan before. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of, he's like heavy set, ginger, kind of looks like Paul in real life. I wasn't going to quit my day job. I don't have a day job. My day job is to sleep. Maybe scratch my ass once in a while. Walk the dog, make sure he doesn't shit in the house. Oh God, stranded. See, you could have just waited till tomorrow. I shouted you out like 5 times earlier. Get some sleep and don't work hard tomorrow. And also, don't take shit from anyone. Thank you, Stranded, for coming in and spending the time. Though I do appreciate it. But yeah, get some rest. Shit. That's the other brutal part about doing Sundays. If I did a fast stream on Sundays, then maybe it'd be a little bit better, a little bit more palatable, because you guys would be able to get to sleep for work on, get to, sleep for work on Mondays. I mean, with the exception of Bina, she works 7 days a week. I'm convinced that Bina might be a zombie. She only like sleeps like she doesn't really sleep. She just closes her eyes for a second, goes brains, and then goes back to work. Because she works like so many damn jobs. U.S. government just looks at Bina's paychecks and is like, thank God. We can afford our light bill this month. All the taxes taken off. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he was that dude. I mean, that guy, like, he was grateful for everything he got too. So I'm sure it'll be an interesting Rogan show. And guys, I'm not gonna lie. Stranded cleared the chat, right? So I'm gonna shout her out like 3 more times. Because honestly, she's gonna pick up where she left off tomorrow. And yeah, I think it'd be a nice surprise for her. She just did trooper through that. Like I said, good people deserve nice things or like nice little surprises like that. I don't know. Is that goofy of me, guys? Yeah. Oh yeah, Steve. He's been on. He was on the when his song first hit. Joe Rogan pulled him in and was like, "Yeah, like heard your song and all that stuff." And really, I mean, it's Joe Rogan for fuck's sake. Like if ABL went on Joe Rogan, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit. That man would be at 2 million subs almost overnight. Because Joe Rogan, same thing with the Tim Pool bump, except for like 100 times more potent. Like Rogan's just no bullshit. You go on Joe Rogan, like, for example, I had no clue about PBD podcast, anything like that. He went on Joe Rogan. I was like instantly subscribed to him. Yeah, I mean, and that's smart beans. That's the way I was. Like, well, not 7 days a week, but I was always graveyard shift if I could help it. I hate, I hate waking up early. I've always been that way. Which is what's so odd is today when I woke up at 7:45 in the morning, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing awake? Like, what the hell? Turned on the news to see if an apocalyptic event had happened. Like, did we nuke somebody? Like, what's going on? Why did I wake up? Like, even the kids didn't message me till late afternoon because they thought I was sleeping. That one little broken piece is actually a bigger pain in the ass to paint with it broken off. Uh oh. You just said the key words to sex. Now he's going to start playing Bark at the Moon on the drums. Rocking the hell out of it. Oh, goddamn. This is what I get. I finished off my Red Bull, guys. Not good. So you guys didn't even tell me. What do you think of my assessment of Israel with Trump? That they legit told him they got it, and he was just kind of like, "Well, I can't stop you. You know, it's going to fuck up the peace deal, but hey, maybe it'll make them come back for peace." And good old Benji was like, "Yeah, man, we got this. No worries. Watch us go." And the whole time they were just like, "Yeah, we're gonna sucker Trump right into this shit, right into this war. We're gonna suck him right in." You're not wrong, Beans. Six has mad skills, but I mean, like, I'm just curious of you guys feeling on that shit. Like, do you think we should even get involved? Or should we stay the fuck out of it? Because I'm 100% in the camp of stay the fuck out of it. And I'm not going to lie at all. I think Charlie Kirk ran a poll. So, you know, it was mainly like Trump supporters in that poll. And it was like a 90-10 issue. Yeah. Yeah, see, Beans is like, stay the fuck out of it. That's what I'm saying. 90-10 issue, I think, for actual people that just wanted Make America Great Again or America First or however you want to say it. And no more foreign wars and the fucking wars we got going on now. I mean, I'm not going to lie. With all these missiles raining down on Israel, do you think the Gazan people, like the people in Gaza, the Palestinians or whatever, are watching it happen like, that's what you get, you sons of bitches? That's karma. I don't want Trump MAGA 2028. Although I am very impressed with JD Vance, who keeps talking everybody out of going to war. Tulsi Gabbard as well. I'm also impressed with RFK Jr. Pete Hexeth, I'm still on the fence about. I mean, if he actually is putting his money where his mouth is about just war fighters that only fight wars, I can live with that. But only if we really need them. but have them trained to the fucking nines to just take people out. And I agree. I think we have enough problems stateside. I am gluing this sucker back on here, hopefully. Oh, God. Please tell me you didn't dry out, you piece of shit. Of course it did. Why wouldn't it? I fucking don't ever buy these little tubes of Gorilla Glue, guys. Go with this shit instead. This pin one works so much better and doesn't dry out as bad. These little ones just, I swear they dry so quick. It's like the moment the cap hits, it's like, oh, you had a little excess glue there. Well, cap ain't coming off unless you got like a pair of pliers and like Jaws of Life hooked to an ambulance to rip that shit out of there. Which way do you go on? I'm guessing you go on like this. Yes, you do. Yeah, I'm there too. I'm no affiliation. I call out both sides. I just see it all as bullshit anymore. I mean, you know, I will say I'm happy Trump got in office this time. He was clearly the better pick of the two. But, man. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Steve. That's the whole thing. That's the part that actually does kind of crack me up with that. It's like a centrist Democrat view with a little bit of conservative values thrown in. Like I said, that's why when he calls people rhinos, I'm like, no, dude, you're calling the actual Republicans rhinos. like, like you're the rhino, they're actually the Republicans. The fuck? That's stuck. I'll have to wait till that glue dries a little bit more though, because it's flimsy. To get more paint on it. I guess I can work on the eyes. Might as well. I gotta get that little damn circle in the middle. Dude, Bernie Sanders is a fucking joke. Sorry. Like, if I ever met him in person, I'd be like, I'm sorry, Senator, you're a fucking joke. Like, you bullshit all the time about everything. The millionaires and the billionaires. Bernie, your book sold. You're a millionaire now. The billionaires are the problem, not the millionaires. Don't look behind the curtain. You fucking asshole. Well, you know, shouldn't you divvy up all that money from the book since you're all about socialism and all that? No, because it's my money. If people want that kind of money, they need to write their own book. That's how he became a millionaire with 4 homes. Is because he did shit like conceding. If he was standing on any kind of principle or any kind of morals, he wouldn't have backed the fuck down. And I'm not going to lie, he probably would have beat Trump because there was a lot of momentum behind Bernie Sanders. Like, even though people who didn't know him, he had the Bernie bros behind him. And there was no way they were going to do the conversion over to Hillary. There's no way at all. Oh, you mother trucker. I just realized as I'm painting that shit on there, like, wait a minute. Are the center of his eyes yellow or are they white? And I look over at my reference, they're fucking white. Great, now I gave him Caterpie eyes. I can't get it off fast. That'll work. Fuck it. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Open border shit. The only reason they want it, I think I've said this before, because I couldn't figure it out. Like, why the fuck would you want to flood all these different? Oh, that's why, because it changes the congressional map. You get more congressmen wherever the census says. It doesn't matter if those people there are illegal or not. It's just more people in the census. So they're going to change up the map. Makes sense. If you move them in the right spots, then guess what? Like, oh, Florida is now a Republican stronghold. Well, no, it isn't, because of all the illegals you've sent there. Just change the map. May not work in 4 years, but in 8 years, they have kids, they do this, they do that. Changes everything. It's just dirty play. Dirty politics is all it is. That's something I'm sick of. We need that leader. We need that guy again. That's just gonna come in and, be the voice of a nation. Dude, that's hilarious. They're called pedos, not maps. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I don't even know what the hell they were thinking when they came up with that shit. Oh no, they're just minor attracted people or whatever. Like, no, dude, they're fucking kid diddlers. They're fucking scum of the earth. Like, who the fuck is feeding you guys this bullshit? We don't understand. They can't help it. They got a thing in their brain. Like, you lost your fucking mind. Yes, it's called being an adult and controlling your sexual urges. Like, what the fuck? Oh, but they can't help it. They see kids and it's a turn on to them. Then they need to be murdered or put on drugs that alter their brain chemistry, because they shouldn't be thinking about kids in that way. We can all agree that's an aberration, right? Well, yes, but you got to let people be people. No, the fuck I do. No, I'm afraid not. Nope, not going to convince me on that one. That shit is flimsy as all get out. Killing me. Can't believe I broke it. That Gorilla Glue's like fighting gravity, basically. Um, I don't even think it's about that anymore. I think at one point in time it was. Now I think it's more about putting the common folk in their place, because we are elite. And as long as we're at the top of the food chain, that's great. But if we're not at the top of the food chain, then, we've got to arrange it so we are back on top of that food chain. The only problem is, Democrats are starting to find this out. Since getting off the food chain last time, getting knocked down the food chain, it's a lot harder to get back on there, because they're old guard. The Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers are just that, the old guard. And they're not attractive to the younger voters. They don't have any play in the game. They're, you get people like AOC who, like, honestly, I don't even know how, other than being like a semi-attractive girl in a totally blue district, got elected, let alone reelected. Because that girl is thick. She doesn't do shit politically smart. You ask her about any kind of policy, she's just going to give you the standard answer of Trump is bad, or the other side's bad and they want to hold these people down and just benefit themselves. So if that's who they're going to run and people vote for him, then we're fucked as citizens. I don't even know if she's Applebee's employee of the month. Applebee's, that might be a little step up. She reminds me of the barmaid I'd take home when I was like 17. Beer tender. Like she really does. It's not many good ideas rattling around in that old noodle of hers. Um, to an extent, that's true. Like, so rumor has it that a lot of the NGOs that are sponsoring the protests and stuff are actually either Chinese funded or some other outside influence. I'm not going to say Russia, but definitely an outside influence to America, and more than likely Chinese, which would kind of make sense when you look at like TikTok. Oh my God, Steve, you poor bastard. Yeah, I know Alex Stein does, but that's true. Like I used to see Alex Stein all the time in my feed, and I don't see him in there anymore. Like I know, and I'm subscribed to him, but I rarely see his stuff. He's hit or miss with me. Sometimes he does funny shit, and then other times it's like, I could have passed on this. I mean, like I said, it's just Alex Stein. When he does his his little stunts and stuff like that, he's funny as hell. But he has kind of been MIA. I'm not gonna lie. Like he definitely fell off kind of hard. He had me dead when he was watching AOC walk into Congress. He's like, "What's up, my big booty Latina?" Yeah, well, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. DEI, yeah, DEI is real. There are not just universities and stuff like that. There's companies that are still engaging in it that are pretending that they're not. I know that for a fact. Like they've removed it from their homepage and they don't preach about it anymore, but they're 110% still practicing it. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot like this, but I don't want the easy win, you know? Um, if I beat somebody, I want to know I beat them. I didn't have to cheat to beat them. I didn't have to have some kind of advantage in the rules to beat them. It was just me straight up against them, and I was the better choice. I was the better skilled. I was the smarter. And if they beat me fair and square, they beat me fair and square. That's just me, though. Like, I want to know that I actually am that damn good, you know? Or I am that, like, oh, okay. Company actually values me over the other person because they're seeing something in me. Versus, nope, we're just going to give you the job because you're a white guy. Like, there was a time where I refused a job because the good old boys club, I was kind of told in a roundabout way, like, oh yeah, dude, you got this job. Why? Because of my experience and everything? Nah, man, because you can hang out with the boys on. No, you know what? I think I'm going to withdraw my name from this job. Thank you. Come again. Just felt it was unfair. And honestly, I guess it's karma because I got a better job. I didn't like I didn't like that kind of attitude. It's like, no, if you got somebody who's better than me, why the fuck? I don't roll that way. I mean, hey, that's possible, Eugene. That's fucked up, um, Steve. But yeah, I don't know, Beans. I like honestly goes back into I don't believe there's a cabal of people running the world either. Just people with deep pockets that throw money at things to better benefit their interests. So I don't know. You might be right. I might be wrong. I'm not 100% convinced one way or another, only because I can't prove it. Like if I can prove it, then I can say something. But if I can't prove it, speculating is one thing. We can have fun with it. But something like that definitive, like I said, I think China or a foreign interest, but you might be right too. Maybe that is the case. I'm not going to lie. Somebody I know has told me for years that they're like, yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu is the Antichrist, right? So what? I'm like, yeah. The Antichrist doesn't even know he's the Antichrist. And I tend to believe that nowadays lately. It's been nuts with some of the shit he's been pulling and some of the shit you learn. Transmaxine, Jesus Christ. That is great. Fucking transmaxine. You're one of them, their trans testicles, huh? It's crazy to me. Andrew Dice Clay used to say that all the time in his stand up. You're one of them trans testicles. You know what I'm talking about. You flip a coin before you go out. But it's like he couldn't do that bit nowadays. That's a shame. Somebody would get offended and upset. I disagree. Who runs the world? Women do run the world, Beans. You may not think you do, but you do. Most really successful men that are married, it's their wives that's keeping them in line, if we're being honest. That hole behind every successful man is a successful woman is usually it that legitimately does have some weight to it. Holy shit. Almost two. Not bad, not bad. All right. I need to find. God damn it. I need to find a picture of Turtwig with his fucking. Still can't believe the things like. I feel like I'm calling him a turd. Like every time. I need to find one with the. Okay, so it's got a pink tongue. Grotto and Torterra. He's got the soft pink tongue. Yeah, guys are fucking things up on the planet, but to be honest with you, girls are helping right alongside them. We're all fucking things up on this planet. It's not just guys, it's guys and girls. For example, um, who do you always see more of at like a protest? White guys with man buns or white women, either with lesbian haircuts, Kool-Aid heads, the ones that are yelling about wanting to speak with people's managers. Yeah, I mean, depending on what protests, look at any of the protests. It's either old white women that you're going to see more of, like usually, or Karens, or college age women that are, won't shave their pits and think having sex with guys is disgusting. Because trust me, there's plenty of those guys that don't believe in half the shit they're saying. They're just doing it to try and get together with one of those girls. There's a reason why in the US, male testosterone is down as hard as it is, and it isn't just shit in our water. Yeah, it's got to be a balance. Like everything's got to be a balance. Yeah, I mean, having been a young guy, I can think back to times where, I think some of the worst fights I got into were always over a girl or some stupid way that I was trying to impress a girl. I'm not talking about like in my 20s and shit. I mean like in my teens. Guys do dumb shit to try and impress girls. We're just built like that. In a way, I'm kind of glad I'm old because of that. I have no idea. I'm not sure. Meghan Markle, maybe? No, what the hell's the chick's name? Girl in, the woman, rather, not girl. She's actually a full grown ass woman. Angela Merkel would be one of them. That's Germany, right? I know that one. No, I know. She just left. There's a guy as far as German chancellors go. But before that, it was Angela Merkel for a bit over there. Just because it's the same thing with like the U.S. economy. Don't expect to be able to turn that battleship in a day, you know? Shit's got to change over. I don't know. I honestly don't know because you say somebody like Margaret Thatcher was amazing. She was fantastic for the UK. Well, I mean, mine used me like a fucking Mac card. So I can understand that. I can appreciate that. But, you know, respect thy mother, respect thy father, right? It happens. Doesn't shock me. Not a shock. No surprises there. Well, yeah, because the whole thing is so that's one of those problems, right? I turned 18. It was happy birthday. That'll be $400 every month that you live here, plus utilities. And I mean, that's quite a while ago when money went a little bit further. And then utility bills would magically go up $50 whenever, I don't know, she didn't have any money. So shit like this. But if they're moving them in and they're broke or whatever, there's a reason why Bean is working like 17 jobs or 18, 22 or whatever jobs, amount of jobs she is, right? Because those guys that are living there don't want to get off their ass and go take one of those jobs from Beans. So Bean is out working them and embarrassing them. And they should be embarrassed. Not because Bean, isn't great, because they're not good enough to go out and work hard. And that's part of the problem. That was one of those ethics that got installed into the kids early on. Was you see how hard we work. You got to work just as hard if you're going to make it anywhere in this world. And then, of course, my wife is smarter than I am. I'm not going to lie. I can't sugarcoat that in any way, shape, or form. She really is smarter than me. And she always taught them, this is the way you do it. Don't be frivolous. Don't do this. Don't do that. Then I was the perfect example of this what happens when you party your whole life instead of being serious. It works. Oh shit, guys. I just realized. I think we hit the 6 hour mark, so everybody's going to get kicked that was here from the beginning. No, I mean, my whole thing was we never charged, like, I got charged and all that. I never charged my kids to live at the house. They could come back now if they needed to get on their feet, but they know how to get back on their feet and they haven't come back for a reason because they're standing on their own 2 feet. They don't have any issue. Like, not an issue at all. But if they ever did fall down, they could always come home. But I also know they're going to be right back out. They're not just going to lay on the deck. They might lay on the deck and hurt for a minute, but so there is compassion in it. But I also wouldn't let them be like, oh, well, that's it. I'm defeated. Like, no, get your fucking ass up and get out there. Eugene just answered that question to Angela Merkel and a few others. Wasn't there a chick that was in charge of France too? Like there's a woman that was in charge of France for a minute, I think. Was it France? Was it France? Ada Wong. Ada Wong. I wouldn't say they created the state of the world. No, I think that's a collective fuck up on a lot of different people's parts. I think that was people putting social. The problem is that times were so good for a little while there that we could put all the social issues that nobody was addressing up front and center. The only problem was when everything started to fall apart again, instead of knuckling down, we didn't like go, oh shit, everything's starting to fall apart. Back off these social issues. Let's get back to the real issues. They kept going with the social issues. You're not wrong about that one, Steve. Honestly, you're kind of not wrong. And whenever somebody says that I don't have heart or compassion, I just usually pee right on their shoes. Just saying. Say I also got pretty poor aim. Sorry about that. I meant to like pee on that tree over there. Yeah, I honestly I think it was something. Honestly, a Gen X. It started part for me. Part of this started with Gen X. Like a chunk of it definitely started with Gen X, and I can say that as a proud Gen Xer because, and I can even see it with my own damn kids. I didn't want them to have to suffer or go through what I went through. You know what I mean? And because of that, it's real easy to compensate and say they're there. The only difference is that because my shit was so bad, I was compassionate in part, but hard on the other parts because I had to earn everything. Oh, yeah, trust me, guaranteed. It started in the 60s, but I'm saying Gen X, we haven't helped anything. We've helped it to an extent, but not the extent we needed to. We didn't correct the course the way we should have. We grew up in a very me generation. And then the 90s were more the fuck it, we're all dead anyway generation. Like, what does it matter? The sun is a dying star, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, global warming, whole 9 yards. One of the biggest fuck ups was COVID, actually, in my opinion, too, for this newer generation. That's a big fuck up. Big fuck ups. I just did that. I can paint that out and then hit it again because I fucked that up. Gen Z won't. Gen Alpha probably will. Gen Alpha, I think, is our last best hope for it to to correct course. I think once the boomers age out completely of politics, and it's Gen Xers that are pretty much rolling the roost, it'll correct itself a little bit. Then Gen Y will come in, the millennial slash Gen Y will come in. They're gonna fuck it up a little bit. Gen Z, I don't even know what the hell's going to happen. It might even just skip Gen Z entirely and go directly to Gen Alpha. Because the problem is that Gen Z is more activist than anything else. Uh, I don't know. I can just tell you this much. The only thing that has been proven to me about, like, when it comes to politics is it doesn't matter what color you are, what gender you are, or, well, biological sex you are, is the way I should say that. You're all going to fuck up the same, because that's what the lesson has been. You're going to do, you can do the job just as bad as the guy before you. Like, I think we will see a female president in our lifetimes too. And with any luck, she'll be a good one. Maybe she'll break that she'll break that curve that's been going on. But honestly, I think our next president's probably going to be JD Vance. I think it's either going to be JD Vance with Tulsi Gabbard as his VP. Hell, it might even, I don't know if it'd be RFK. It could be RFK as well, running as a Republican, which would be weird. I don't know though. I think that he's problematic. He's got way too much baggage. Tell you who it won't be: Elon Musk. That fucking guy. Yeah, I'm thinking Tulsi will be the first female president. I'm not gonna lie. Depends on how she does with this. The DNI, Director of National Intelligence. She does very well in there, and like, because let's call it like I do. I'm gonna call it like I see it. At this point, everything going on, starting wars, that kind of thing, or stopping wars. There's been two people. I think Turtle Twig is done. What do you guys think? Like it? The little mouth and everything. Um, as far as like anti-war, doing a good role, speaking out about peace and all this. The only thing is Tulsi Gabbard is a little weak on the economy. That's why I think the next one's got to be JD Vance, because he has been pretty good on the economy, very like anti-war. Like, he's kept that Trump man. If it didn't benefit in America, why are we going and hit it? Like, why are we attacking if it's not going to benefit America? Stuff like that. I think he knows how to argue against a Democrat. Like, we saw that with Tim Walz, and just like stomp the hell out of him with a smile on his face, and not insulting them, anything else, just showing his ways better. I, one of my kids is pretty left. The other kid is completely right. So it's weird. Like, that's complicated. One is very about the European style of life, and one is very about very much Christian American way of life. You know, some are like, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think if Trump gets us into Iran. Like he takes the bait because I'm telling you, he got honeypotted. It's almost like, oh well, they fed George W. like weapons of mass destruction and all that bullshit, and he fell for it. I really do think that if that happens with Trump, like he got tricked into this, like, oh well, my intelligence says that the bomb was going to be ready in like 3 days, and he's like, all right, we'll go ahead, hit him, that kind of thing, or we got your back. We'll back you up if it gets bad enough. If he does that, Democrats win the next election. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Not gonna lie, Steve. That's one of the things my buddy's dad had always told us. He's because he was like, when I was younger, I was a Democrat. Now I'm a Republican. He's like, when you're young, if you're not a Democrat, you don't have any heart, and if you're not a Republican when you're older, you don't have any brains. And yeah, brother, I'm sorry. I didn't know that either. That's fucking. Oh, that's rough shit. I mean, for me, I'm still a centrist. Like my wife says it all to me all the time. She goes, "You keep sitting on that fence post long enough, your ass is going to start to hurt." And I'm like, but the whole thing is, I see the game for the game. I see the con for the con. I can't I can't go full in on somebody because I don't believe in any of these motherfuckers. I just don't believe in them. Like I can't. I would like to, but every time I watch what they do, and like they pull some kind of shit to appease the other side. Doesn't matter, Dems or Republicans, because they don't have the votes, so they need to. And every time they fuck something up bigger. Jesus Christ, Steve, that's pretty fucking prophetic. Yeah, my parents are interesting as hell in their own right. I don't listen to either of them because I pay attention to shit better than they ever did. And like they'll try and hit me with something, I'll be like, "Well, here's the actual facts on it," and they'll be like, "No, that's not true. Look at the fuck up right now. Go ahead, pull it up on Google. Tell me it's not true. Tell me where I'm telling lies." And then they'll look it up and be like, "Well, that still doesn't change." Like, yes, it does. Your whole everything you're believing in is a fiction that you've been sold. Like I got in a fight, and I'm not going to say which parent, but I got in a fight with Dr. Fauci is the new Mangala. No, he's not. Blah 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 blah. Look at all the good he's done. What good? Like what? Testing experimental drugs on orphans for AIDS, torturing puppies by putting worms in their eyes and cutting their vocal cords so you didn't have to hear them scream to death. Like what are we talking about here? You know, working and making sure overseeing the lab that released coronavirus. Oh no, that came from wet market. The fuck it did. And then what happens? Well, oh, guess what? GAM's right. Oh, Sheree. Ooh, I'm not gonna lie. Romney and McCain, that's crazy shit. Like, like I said, with McCain in particular, man, he was a neocon. Like, he would have had us in all kinds of fucking wars. Yeah, Romney reminded me of a Cardassian from Star Trek. Like there was something. He's like a lizard person. Like he scared me. Oh, look at this. I'm looking it up now. That was the assassin captured. U.S. embassy in Israel to remain closed after Tel Aviv branch suffers minor damage from missile strike. Our U.S. embassy in Israel and consulate will officially remain closed today as shelter in place still in effect. Some minor damage from concussions of Iranian missile hits near embassy branch in Tel Aviv, but no injuries to U.S. personnel. So that's a good sign because nobody was actually hurt. U.S. Embassy in Israel will remain closed on Monday with a shelter in place order. And that was from Mike Huckabee. Oh, shit, Sheree. Holy fuck. Really? You saw right through that man. That man was built to be a president, though, a president from the time he was a kid. Like he was literally groomed into that role. Regardless of how he governed or anything else, as far as politicians go, you got to give him at least props. He was smooth with the way he delivered it. But honestly, that's also what lets me see right through Netanyahu, is because I can see that smoothness in their answers and what they're really saying. But you can't take it away from the man and say like, oh yeah, well maybe sure I can, but I didn't see it. Like I just saw him as like, damn, this guy came out of nowhere and he's pretty goddamn good with his speeches, everything else, and really made you want to believe in him, believe that the country could was going to change, everything was going to be great, and all this kind of stuff. And then got in, and yeah, he got in. And then the second go around was, if you don't vote for me, you're a fucking racist. Kind of lost me right there with that one. So I mean, that's impressive, Sheree. Because even I think I've said this. That was like the big argument between me and my wife, where she literally said, "Did you read Obamacare? Did you read the bill?" Well, no, but it's just giving it to like it makes sense and everything. Did you read the bill? We're not having any more discussions till you read that bill, and that's why I always read the bill now. She taught me a valuable fucking lesson. Once again, my wife's smarter than I am. Don't ever tell her that. No, the best was like it was sad. It was like a little kid screaming for their parent, Barack, Barack, and like everybody was like all around him, and like they're just walking off without Joe Biden. He's just ah. Yeah, the bill hurt people. I knew a woman down here who I work with, and she was a staunch Democrat, like always voted blue no matter who, that kind of deal. That bill did so much damage to her family. The ACA, Obamacare, did so much damage to her family from the fines and shit that she legitimately voted for the Republican next go around, which was Trump. And it's not even just about the migrations. The reality is, you're right, Beans, about that, about it starting in the 70s and shit, and the open border and all that stuff. The problem was, and I don't know when it happened. Honestly, you'd need like David Mon or Mom. David Mon might be too young for it. Danny would probably have a better handle on it because he's more into researching history and stuff like this, especially of his own country. And he's a patriot to his country. God save the king there, Danny Boss, if you ever hear this. But there was something that happened, and there was a mass migration with a shit ton of refugees. And they just kept coming and coming and coming because they were like trying to turn back boats of them and couldn't. And that it just flooded the entire culture. Because I know like that's always been one of those sticking points where like Poland was like, yeah, no, we're not taking in all this bullshit. What are you talking about? Fuck you. No, see, like that's just it. That shit was legal migration though. It's just they took in too many refugees from. I know, honestly, I don't mean to point the finger at a country, but Pakistan. It was really something. I don't know if India and Pakistan got into a fight. I don't know what the deal was, but a lot of people fled from Pakistan and came to the UK. And that's, if you look at it, that's really when shit started to go wrong. I believe. I believe. I'm not 100% on that. Like I said, you'd have to ask somebody that's actually like a British citizen. I know in America where started really going to shit. Yeah, well, in a way, that kind of is that is part of Reagan's legacy. Unfortunately, the only thing is he opened the door a little bit, and the Dems kicked that fucker wide open. That was the difference. UK is a mess. Like at this point, I feel bad for guys like Danny or David. I've been listening to David now for God, like it's got to be like 6 years at least, and he was like a teenager and telling me shit that was going on over there. Like I mean, like young kid teenager, like 15, telling me about like yeah, this is what's happening and everything else, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse progressively since then. So we're talking like 2019, 2018, 2018, 19, somewhere in there. But David Mon has been telling me all about that shit, and I always feel bad for him. Like we would always joke, we'd be like, dude, just fly over to America. We'll put you up in this place or that place. Well, that's just it. So the whole thing is, it's the old saying, Steve. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. The intentions were, look, we're not a bad place. Let's take in these refugees. They'll adapt to our culture. They'll assimilate into our society. And then, going forward, like maybe the initial ones that come into it won't, but their children will. And instead, they brought whatever culture with them and kept it and ignored the culture that was of that country. Yeah. See, like Bean's saying the same thing I am. They just didn't assimilate. Instead, they would go out and like if they're Pakistani, they would hang Pakistani flags and then move into the same block altogether and everything else, and just all of a sudden the whole block is Pakistani, and they're living by the laws that were set in Pakistan, not in the UK or Europe. Whichever country they're in. Germany, France, whatever. and just not assimilating into the culture, refusing speaking in what is is it Pakistan? Pakistani, is that, would that be their language, or is it Urdu? I think it's Pakistani. Whatever. Whatever language that they speak natively in their homeland is how they would teach their children to speak, instead of speaking French, speaking German, speaking English, stuff like that. And instead of them assimilating into the culture, they assimilated the culture to them. Well, yeah, and then like it is a mess, and don't get it messed up. America is kind of messed up right now, but that's more a fracture of political factions, because you have a guy like right now in office that was called Hitler. That was, for 3 years, 3.5 years of his first term. Every night, people were told how he's just a plant for Russia and probably has been for the 80s. How he's lying about everything, how he's doing everything terrible, how he's, doing this, that, and the other thing. That's why I'm happy about shit like nobody buying that Jake Tapper book. Apparently that bombed. But nobody buying the Jake Tapper book, for example, is a perfect symbol to me of what the hell is going on. I mean, I'm not going to lie at all. It's poetic, because everybody's like, yeah, we already knew this shit. You covered it up. We're not giving you money to learn, the bullshit that we already knew. Like, it's fine to hold on to your heritage and your culture, learn both languages, but assimilate into the culture you're in. For example, if I move to Japan, I'll still speak English. I'll still love my America. But man, I would learn Japanese. I would learn their traditions, their culture. I would behave in a manner, because at that point I would be a guest in their country and I would want to inherit their culture too, if that makes sense. But we're not seeing that. That's the problem. And yeah, that's just it. Like you had that was one of the big cover ups recently, was the grooming gangs. You had that shit going on, and like you had people in power who knew about it and were letting it happen, because they were like, well, it would be culturally insensitive if we put our foot down here. Like, no, motherfucker, make them bend to your laws. What are we talking about here? I mean, I'm not going to lie. This is one of those differences from the northern United States and the southern United States. And anybody who lives in the United States for any period of time has heard the term Southern justice. That shit's real. Your neighborhood, somebody, grabs the girl down the street and does some stuff to her. Most of the men in that community, in that little town, neighborhood, whatever, are going to find that man and whoop his ass if the cops don't do it first. Everyone in Europe should be angry, but the thing is, they're more woke and liberal than in the United States, even, because they're proper. So they feel that it's bad manners, where, you know, Americans, we don't feel like we have bad manners. We just don't give a shit, flat out. Well, there's a reason for that, though, Steve. You got to figure you're talking about the descendants from Vikings, like Vikings and basically like Russian Slavs, right? So they put their feet down, and they do carry their traditions pretty proud in most cases. Not all cases, but most. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely places that I won't go because I'm white. I'm not gonna lie. I learned that shit in Camden. True story. I had a Pontiac Grand Am, and the one dude who worked for me, he was like gonna have to walk home. It was starting to get. It was like dusk. You know what I mean? Just starting to set. The sun was just starting to set. It's like, come on, man, I'll give you a ride home. Well, we're driving or whatever, and the car conked out. And he's like, yo, what's up with your car? And I'm like, it's got engine issues, not a big deal. Hold on a second, threw it in neutral while it's still rolling, started it back up, keep driving. I got close to where he lived, like about a block away. And he said, stop here, let me out. And I was like, oh shit, man, you know, like you don't want him to see you riding with me or whatever. He's like, no, that's not it. He's like, where I live, he's like, the sun's almost down. You're white. They will shoot you and take this shitty car. He's like, your car stalls out. He's like, man, I don't want to cost you your life for being nice. He's like, just trust me on this one. And then sure enough, I asked about it, and he was not lying. He's like, people were telling me, they were like, yeah, you're white in that neighborhood. As soon as that sun goes down all the way, you're dead. Oh no, there's definitely places you can't go. Like there is definitely a place in Camden, New Jersey, where as a white dude, you just didn't go after dark. And not good. Yeah. As soon as the sun goes down, you're done. Matter of fact, I took a Greyhound out to help my buddy move back from Oklahoma. So I was in East St. Louis. It was a Greyhound bus station, and I had an 8 hour wait till my next bus, like, you know, the bus that I had to switch over to. So I was stuck in this bus station, and I was like, you know, it kind of looked shitty outside, pretty run down. And it started to get a little bit dark, and I was outside smoking a cigarette or what have you. And I noticed there was a police station that was actually inside the bus station. And one of the cops came out. I guess it was shift change or whatever. One of the cops came walking out, and he walked up to me, and I'm like, "Can I help you, officer?" I was like, "Am I not allowed to smoke here?" And he's like, "No, no, no, you're fine with your cigarette." He's like, "But as soon as it gets dark, make sure you're inside that bus station. Do not come outside." So what do you mean? He goes, "Well, we locked the doors for one, right?" He goes, "And then I got to stand by the door and let people in. If you're outside, we won't come out to help you. You're the fucking police. What do you mean you won't come out to help?" He just did that thing with his hands in his head, like, just letting you know, we won't come out to help you. Okay, bet. So I called my buddy, said, hey, come get me. So he drove from Oklahoma, came and picked me up or whatever. Man, payphones were ringing. I saw the drug spotters up in the windows across the street. Like, I was like, God damn, like dealers came out, the whole 9 yards. One dude came in with, it was a pimp with his hoe, and the hoe looked like a skeleton. She clearly had like AIDS or like heroin addiction so bad. She was like a walking skeleton. And she was over there trying to get guys to go with her outside and do, pay for things. And it was just like, I was like, God damn, my buddy showed up. I was like, get me the fuck out of here. Yeah, dude. And it was funny because one of the guys that was in there, he was on the bus with me or whatever. And his bus actually came 2 hours because he was going somewhere else. And we were bullshitting or whatever. He goes, yeah, I take the bus, Greyhound bus across the U.S. all the time. It's just cheapest way for me to get around. I got friends all over the United States and blah blah blah. He's like, I'm going to tell you what. I was here and there was a group of four of us. He goes, there's a bar down that street. He's like, probably like 3 blocks down on the left. And he was like, it was like a group of four of us. We went in, we all started drinking or whatever, and the one guy really started indulging, like getting plastered. And he was like, "Yeah, I'll catch up with you guys," you know. And he was supposed to be on the same bus as us, so we went back to the bus station. 3 of us walked back. He's like, "I'm going to stay for one more round." He's like, he never came back to the bus station. He's like, we had an 8 hour layover or whatever for our next bus. He never came back to the bus station. We never saw that guy again. I was just like, oh shit. He's like, yeah, it's that kind of place. Well, I mean, that's just it. I did plan my trip, but I didn't realize, you know, how bad that shit was. Like I said, when you got a cop telling you, you go out for a cigarette after I shut this door, I'll let you back in. But if somebody comes up on you basically and like gets a hold of you, I'm not coming out to save you. Like you're fucked. Like you're on your own. That's when you chain smoke a couple of them and go in before he locks the door. Yeah, I just, like I said, America is an interesting place. I think, isn't six in Detroit? Detroit's got to be rough too. I know Chicago's rough in parts. Um, Parts of North Jersey are really fucking bad too, especially around near the airport. Um, Towards Philly, like just outside of Philly, is Camden. That's a rougher part, but I think Bagam D was telling me that they started to gentrify it. So I don't know if it still is bad, but yeah, it was really bad when I was there. Like actually running a store and living right on the edge of it and shit. Yeah, and that's just it. Like some of those blocks, like Sheree just said, it doesn't matter what color your skin is. You're not from there. You shouldn't be there. Um, I do know when I dated a girl, she lived in Jamaica, Queens, and Puerto Rican chick, and I would go visit her every other weekend or whatever, and I would have to call ahead of time, and I was always given the same thing. Yeah, you're cool to come through, but don't look at people. Don't pay attention to shit going on around you. You got it. Just walk directly to her house. And I have my trench coat on. I have a couple knives on me, all that stuff. And I just walk with my head down, looking at the thing, but I can catch stuff out of my peripheral vision, looking at like sidewalk or whatever while I'm walking. And it was cool because people I was calling were Latin kings because she grew up with them. But like I would see people getting the shit beat out of them, like mugged. I would see people doing fucking drugs. I would see like all kinds of stuff and just never raised my head ever. Just walk straight. And you'd hear guys whistling as I go by, like whistling to the next guy, like, yo, he's cool. He's supposed to be here. Man, every time I was like, until I was with her, I was like, I could get killed at any point. Like all it takes is one of these guys not to, do the whistle ahead and let them know I'm good. I'm done. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it kind of was. But at the same point in time, I also, that was a younger point in my life too, where I could scrap and I wasn't truly, I was still in that immortal young phase. You know what I mean? Like, ah, yeah, I can fight like six guys. As long as I got blades on me, I'll just put them in the right places and I'll be good. Yeah, the fuck I would have been. They would have killed me. Oh, I don't know about it being a comedy. It's some scary ass shit. Able to shit a diamond. Well, Eugene, living in Gotham, I mean, Gotham's supposed to be New York City. Like, New York has some decent parts to it, and then it's got some not so decent parts to it. Um, my first introduction, I'll never forget the first time I do, because I would take a bus up to New York. It's cheap as shit, right? Go right to the Port Authority, and then usually meet up in Manhattan, and then go to Jamaica, Queens, or Florence, or wherever we're going that day, or what have you. You know, there was only like two times, three times that I actually walked through the neighborhood like that. Like, oh shit, you know. Um, but my introduction to Manhattan was, oh, where you at? I'm at the Port Authority. Okay, well, I'll be there soon, or what have you. Yeah, I'll never fucking forget. Never forget. I come out of the Port Authority. I make a right. You know, you're in Manhattan, like you're right there, and it's like, oh shit. You know, I'm like taking it kind of in, and all of a sudden down the sidewalk, there's two cops that are maybe 10 feet from me, and there's a dude. His nose is bleeding. His bottom lip is clearly busted, and he's bleeding. He's walking in flip flops and his underwear, and he's got a wedding dress in the plastic and he's carrying it over his right shoulder and walked past me and I'm like, what the fuck? And like I look at the cops and the cops, like he walked past the cops. The cops didn't even fucking like blink at him. They just continued their conversation between them. He like walked in the middle of the conversation and walked past me. I'm like, oh, so this is fucking New York. Fantastic. I don't know. I like I definitely put myself in dumb situations though. Definitely stupid situations when I was younger. But it was cool. I mean, as long as you pay mind your own business in New York, nobody really gave a fuck. They just let you go about yours. And if you were going to go into a certain part, just make sure people knew you were coming. That's pretty much the two lessons I learned with New York. Chicago, I've never been to and never wanted to go to. I just had no desire ever to go to Chicago. Yeah, I mean, and that's a good way to be too, Steve. You know, nowadays I'm old, so I don't even give a shit anymore. Like just let that stuff roll off you. Oh, I can't believe I just did that. Yeah, I don't want to be. I don't like cities either. I'm not. I'm definitely not all about that. I'm more country bumpkin. Like it was funny because I I like little things like, hey, I can get pizza at any time of night. You know, shit like this. But outside of that, I never saw the advantage of it. Like I'm gonna go to sleep tonight, wake up tomorrow, and know that nobody did a drive by on my neighbor and shot my windows out by accident, for example. Shit like this. Oakland, I was in Oakland when I was a kid, but like, I mean, kid, like 10, 11 years old. Oh, it probably wasn't that bad at that point. Yeah, I'm definitely like, I'm a coastal, need my woods, need my ocean, can't be landlocked kind of person. Like, I got to be able to drive 20 minutes and smell an ocean breeze. I've learned that about myself. Need to be in an area where I'm left the fuck alone and just can chill, enjoy life for what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's most cities, though. I'm not going to lie. Especially, like, I mean, my whole thing was always like, at least I can get a good deal if I know the local crackhead. Just make sure I keep an eye on my shit, too, and don't let them know where you live. Let's see. Sitting there screwing with the camera, trying to get it where it's, let's see, zoom. Let's fuck with focus. See, like I got autofocus on. Problem is, every time I fire up this program, I have to reset the camera. Which is, remember, Beans, you were saying that the one time you're like, yo, your focus is all off. And I'm like, I don't understand. I have this thing dialed in and all that. Found out why. Oh, I think I just had it. Boom. That looks way more in focus to me. Yes, I've cleaned the shit out of my lens. Trust me, Beans, that was the first thing I thought because I was like, is there a smudge on the lens? It isn't. So what happens is every time I shut down the program, right, it turns off the camera. When I reactivate the program that I'm using, it doesn't show the camera at all. So I go to the internal camera and then go back out to the external camera. It turns on the external camera, and when it does, it's just like white, like bright white light. And I have to hit reset to default to make it come up where it's normal, like normal color pattern, the whole 9 yards. But every time I adjust the focus, it throws the focus off when I do that too, because the default setting is autofocus. The camera's just cheap. That's all. California, I'd live, I would go out to Sacramento every summer. I mean, granted, I got shot the one summer, but it it was cleaner than like Philadelphia. People were friendlier than Philadelphia, but there was definitely uh, that's a long time ago too. Let's see. We are going to go back for that 34 years ago. Yeah, 35, 30. Wow, 35, 30. Yeah, 34, 35 years ago. Sacramento, it was like there was crime and stuff, but it wasn't terrible. Now I don't know what it's like. I have not been back there since I was 16. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Yeah. I mean, the only reason why I would even think about going back to California is if one of my relatives out there passes away and I go to the funeral. But I know, like, of course, LA. Like, I went to LA and it ended up in Compton. That was funny. And actually, Compton wasn't that terrible. Really wasn't. Well, at least not my experience in it. Wasn't terrible. Actually, to tell you the truth, the best part of California, because I had family up in northern California, in the mountains. Fucking beautiful, dude. Like amazing. No bullshit up there. Like my recollection of it was fucking amazing. Um, but that's it. Like Beans, you said it in one. They have fucked California up 6 ways to Sunday. Like, and it just keeps getting worse. Honestly, I blame the film industry on that one to an extent. Yeah, the immigration problem in the here and now is probably the problem, but the real kicker was film industry going being out there. You had so many young people that would go out with the hope and dream of becoming a movie star and then just failing and becoming a drug addict and then becoming homeless and just adapting it as a way of life. And it didn't help how fucking racist the cops were either. You want to talk about like, oh, Derek Chauvin was a racist? Man, go back to Rodney King times. Like, there's a reason why, NWA kept, sung songs like fuck the police, shit like that. There's a reason why all that stuff came out. 'Yeah. And Eugene's like, Eugene's impression of California: poop emoji, a hypodermic needle, and a tent. Yeah, my aunt used to always tell me that because she grew up in California or whatever, and she used to always say to me, she's like, "Yeah, welcome back to the land of the fruits and nuts." Like, and she wasn't wrong. Gay people and crazy people everywhere. Yeah, 19 years old at that point. working constantly, partying. I would work hard, party even harder. There's a party every night at my house. Um, yeah, it was definitely a nutty time, crazy time. I mean, look, I I don't know because I didn't get involved with any kind of police activity while I was in California, and even if I did, dude, I'm a fair skinned white boy, you know. So I probably wouldn't have gotten treated any kind of way. But I could believe it. I've definitely seen shit. It's like, yeah, you don't deserve to have a badge. But then there's the shit part is the other cops that do and aren't that way. They get shoved right in that category with them. So it's a shame. You think that shit? They're like, you drank a whole a bottle of what color Johnny Walker? Yeah, oh, I could believe that shit, Steve. I could 110% believe that. Red label. Yeah. Wasn't sure if it was black or red. Yeah. Yeah. Thank God I don't drink anymore. Jesus Christ. You guys would have, you know, this show wouldn't exist. It would have been like Funeral for GAM a while ago. I mean, hey, look, God bless you for AA, brother. That fucking it took a stubborn woman and a second shot at life for me to sober up. That was what changed me. That and kids really does turn you into a different person when it's somebody else's ass on the line that you've got to take care of. You know, like it's that's the change, and that's what changed me from wild man who just oh well, you know, if I'm gonna die, at least I'll leave a good looking corpse. Honestly, I look back on pictures of me from back then, and I look like a corpse. Like it's crazy. Like it was funny. We went back for my best friend's wedding 3 years after I had left Jersey and stopped drinking and everything else. And I came back, and my one buddy's like, "Holy shit, you look so good." He looks at my wife, and he's just like, "Man, you really like cleaned him up. He doesn't look like Jack Skellington anymore." I was like, "Fuck you, dude." But I started laughing because he's not wrong. Like I can look back at pictures and be like, "Hey, you weren't wrong." Yeah, not me. You know, like I could drink like a fish, but that's the problem. Yeah, I always count myself blessed. Like I said, I'll say this till the day I die. My wife really did save my life. If she hadn't come into my life, man, I'd have been fucked. Like I just would have just give. I was already giving up on life. Yeah, I mean, falling off the wagon's fine as long as you get right the fuck back on it, you know? Like, if you can't control it and you fall off, get back on as fast as you can. Like, everybody trips or stumbles here and there. I've noticed this. It's just if you fall off of it and you lay in it, you know, that's when shit gets bad. Oh, thanks, Beans. Yeah, like I said, she in a lot of ways that woman is my fucking hero because she's more stubborn than I am, smarter than I am, and she definitely ate a lot of shit in those first like year and a half of marriage that she really didn't deserve. And yeah, Steve, I second that sentiment. Shout out to Steve too, because I know that shit ain't easy. I know it's definitely not easy, especially when stuff starts going wrong and stuff like that, man. Like it's real simple to slip, but I don't think the entire time you've been on my stream you've ever slipped. So congratulations, man. That takes balls and courage. That's fair, Eugene. Some people can be like that. With me, 3/4 of a fifth of Jack a night on top of like, you know, three or four, five, maybe 10 bong reps just to make sure that I calm down and pass the fuck out. And then go to work like a 10 to 12 hour day, come home from work and start that process all over again. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason that it was better. Like I honestly didn't realize how big of an asshole I was when I was drinking either. Probably because I didn't give a shit. Yeah. I mean, that's just it, Steve. Like I said, you know, the 2021, that's fucked up because a lot of people got messed up with that, um, where they were trapped. You know what I mean? You were trapped. What else were you going to do? Bottles there, might as well, right? Couple times last year, but you got back up. That's the important thing, man. Just keep getting back up and straighten out your head and get to it. You know, don't lay there. Don't lay in it. You know, if you shit your pants, change your underwear. Damn it! Don't just walk around in your filth. But yeah, like that's just it. I got that belief in you. You know, you'll get back up. I don't know if this is like the depressing part of the stream because it's late night or, you know, we just got too serious for no reason. I feel like I should make a joke. I think I'm going to make a joke. Ready? Here's my joke. Joe Biden's presidency. Ah, shit. We're still suffering from that effect. Maybe that isn't a funny joke. No, I mean, that's just it. The hardest part is coming to grips with it, but knowing it's okay too. That as long as it, like, you can't make excuses or anything like that. And I'm not trying to do that, but knowing that hey man, I'm gonna get up. But yeah, I do believe in you, Steve. Like you're a good dude, and just keep planting your feet and going. That's the only thing I can even tell you. And coming from a guy who's just a voice on the fucking internet, probably doesn't mean all that much. But and I don't blame that. But yeah, that's just my perspective on it. Oh yeah, coming to grips with how big of a jerk you were. Oh yeah, dude, that's one of those rough things. You got to look at yourself in hindsight and be like, "Oh shit, dude, were they laughing with me or at me?" Like, fuck. Did I really punch that guy the fuck out for just looking at me wrong? Like, what the fuck was I thinking? Did I really tell that girl's mother to suck my dick and her husband can watch? Yeah, I really did do that. God damn it. Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's okay. We've all learned to fight another day. And honestly, I think we're all better people. Well, but for some reason, I have this weird feeling that Sheree was never, like, well, probably Bina too, was probably never bad people. Like, damn, I am an asshole. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Steve. It is. It's because you don't realize what you're doing to everybody else around you, too. Like, yeah, you're hurting yourself, but you're definitely taking chunks out of people. And I second that. I do believe in you, dude. I really do. I believe in Eugene, too. I believe in Beans. I definitely believe in Sheree. Greatest mods on these fucking internets. I believe in Six, too, if he's somewhere out in that background hammering on some drums. Eugene, I don't understand that one either because I was like, whatever girl I was with, I was like fucking Gollum, dude, with the ring. Just mine. Yeah, it's real simple, Beans. Yeah, enough time in, like you said, 12 hours a week, right? You can tell a lot about people. It's something that I like to say to the greatest mods on these internets. Real recognizes real. And that's just it. We're definitely, so far, I haven't found anybody in here who's fake. Everybody really is real and open minded enough, and we can debate and have fun and laughs and all that kind of shit. And nobody gets really actual, like, oh my God, I fucking hate you now, or any of this shit. Like, everybody's adults. And yeah, Steve, that's 100%. I never understood that stuff. Like, I caught a guy, my girl, like, man, he better hold on to his ass. 'Cause, my foot's going dead in it, you know. Even if it's not his fault, it's still going dead in it because he should have known better. I don't know how any guy would like enjoy that shit. Yeah, well, Leo's Leo. He's a young guy. We give him passes. Honestly, now I'm thinking about it, I really was pretty good with my language up until Leo left the chat. I think he keeps me from swearing as much. I don't know why that is. I think it's just automatic parent instinct. I don't swear as much when Leo's in the chat. Thanks, Sheree. I'm trying. I'm trying to be better with my language. I kind of need to be. Because I'm not going to lie. If we keep adding like one subscriber here, one subscriber there, somebody new watching the content or whatever, and they're not enjoying my profanity, eventually we'll get to a point where it's like, hey, look, we hit 500 and we got enough hours watched. We're in the money now. And just organically, too. And legitimately at that point, that's a whole nother can of worms. Like, you got to be more mindful. Because it wouldn't just be my money I'm messing with. I'm messing with 10% to the mod. So I have to keep that in mind. Yeah, I agree. It is kind of weird. But he seems like a nice kid, and he honestly isn't listening to 90% of what we say anyway. Like, I noticed that tonight. Like, what are you guys even talking about? I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. I mean, if he's a troll, you know what? I'm still going to say thank you either way because he's throwing stuff in there and he's obviously watching for hours. So he's building the hour count. You know what I mean? Yeah. And Sheree's not wrong. There is another guy, a kid who subscribed to me, and I haven't seen him in a while. Um, but yeah, there was another kid that came in at first. Sheree and I thought he might be a troll, and then we quickly sussed out that he was a kid. And I was like, "Yo, do your parents even know you're in this?" Like, and yeah, you're right, Sheree. It would be cool if like the two of them were in together because you could have it basically be like the kiddies table at the chat while the adults are talking. I'll take the troll. Hey, I'm fine with it. I'm not worried about that at all. Like I that stuff I told you, that stuff doesn't bother me. Like it does not bother me. Like people are going to troll, people are going to troll. What can I tell you? Welcome to the fucking internet. You know what I mean? Like get used to it. Get thicker skin. Learn how to deal with them in a funny way. Move on with your life. You really going to take shit personal? You know what I mean? Thin skin. I can't say this enough. The one thing you can't have on the internet is thin skin because it will just kill your content, your channel, your self esteem, like everything. Yeah, I agree, Beans. I agree. Oh no, dude. My in real life friends, whenever they come in, you'll probably hear like old war stories. Like for example, think back to when Bagum D first came into the chat or whatever. I we were telling stories about well, I started telling stories about GameStop and stuff, right? Like when we worked together and stuff outside of GameStop, that hanging out. Sir Giggs when he came in, CLB, like telling stories about he and I in real life. Bubba, another one. Frogzilla, another one. You know what I mean? So if I know somebody in real life, you're probably and the initial introduction to them will be some kind of story that the two of us went through. Hell, forever demonetized. He's another one where I was talking about high school with him, right? Because I knew him back in high school. He didn't show up for the gaming. He showed up during the me painting Wolverine. The gaming, actually has brought in like an older gentleman, like like a grandpa age dude, and he seems cool. I went and checked out his channel and everything else, watched his videos or what have you. Seems like a nice guy. I mean, I won't know until like they chime up in the chat while we're actually streaming and start talking with us. Yep. And you're not wrong there either. Like, so that's just it. I've said this before. You know, some people watch for the painting. Some people watch for, you know, the different stuff I made as far as a 3D print to paint. Some people come in and immediately gravitate into the conversation and start talking politics, or if we're talking about like cryptids, movies, music, whatever we're talking about, people will jump in on that stuff if that's what they're interested in. But there are people that just turn off all the sound and just hang and just watch what I'm doing with the actual painting, which is part of the reason why I've been trying to paint faster and not talk as much in the beginning. Like talk for like 15 minutes in the beginning, but get the painting right away. And then same thing for the gaming. There's people that have come in, turned off the commentary and watched me game. Cam Ross. No, Steve, some people, I don't know them from ABL, and they're just natural organic. Were browsing, found the channel, and subbed. Or watch the channel and then come back like a week later and then we'll sub. Stuff like that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, probably beans. That sounds about right. But yeah, I mean, that's the God honest truth. Like, different people come here for different reasons. Some people came to just check it out and have stayed. Other people have come and said, you know what? It's not my thing. You know, I'm out. And that's fine. You know, I appreciate them checking me out and just even giving it a shot. Yeah, you know, it is kind of a variety pack, I think. And yeah, Eugene, you're probably, I know you're not lying. Steve, you were probably in some stream and just shouted it out real quick. And they were like, oh, really? All right, let me go check this out. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, Beans. You shouting out stuff every now and again, people come and check it out. Um, you know, Steve has been like one of those dudes, like he has been that guy, man. Like honestly, part of that organic growth is legitimately Steve. Like I can't thank you guys enough either for it. And then another one is Sheree. Sheree has said something about my stream too, and like immediately I got a subscriber from it. Like you guys actually promote the stream more than I do, I think. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, they'll flow in when they're ready to flow in, and I'm fine with that. Because I mean, look at like Rebel, like tonight. What did he do? He dropped in, was like, "Yo, guys, this is what's going on," blah blah blah. But he knew I was streaming, and still dropped in just to say hi and tell us what the breaking news was, and then kind of went and watched breaking news, and then came back and was like, "That sucked," blah blah. It gave us his commentary on it, and left again. And I was like, "That was actually awesome." I could like that was cool. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the whole thing is you can. I'm always like this too. You offer and somebody takes you up on it. They take you up on it. If they don't and they don't want to come, you can't be mad at them or like, oh, well, what the fuck, dude? You know, it just is what it is. You know, I've invited Shaquille Oatmeal like 3 or 4 times. And one time I made the last time I invited him, I was like, look, Sheree. And just so she saw it, that I directly invited him personally. Just so he knew, like, like I had a witness on that one because I was like, nobody's going to believe I invited Shaquille Oatmeal. So I mean, it is what it is, but and that's fine. Look, guys, it's fine. Like all that kind of stuff is fine. I'm happy with the people I have. I'm happy that it's not just me sitting here right now with dead air talking to nothing, because it's going to happen eventually. Like I'm telling you, the Friday night gaming stream, like I'm going to have to force myself to remember to talk because I know everybody's going to be in ABLs, and I'm all right with that. I'm cool with it, you know. But it's just like for my own, I got to remember if there's a replay and somebody's watching that replay. Like I said, the guy the other day who subscribed, he must have caught a replay because it wasn't during a live stream. He subscribed. So it's one of those things. I've told people this when they stream. I'm like, dude, you got to talk. Like you're just playing your game where you're just doing this. You're not actually interactively talking. Well, there's nobody here to talk to. Well, no, but you got to understand somebody is going to be watching this content eventually. And if all they're watching is the game playthrough and you're just, if your title is game playthrough, okay, that's fine. You don't have to commentate. But if you're doing it like come hang out while I'm streaming on your description, you need to talk. You just got to get your gums running. Even though it's like difficult because you're talking to dead air and there's no one there, you have to picture that there is going to eventually be somebody on the other side. Shout out to Mr. N6. Yes. Yeah, like both of them. Like, from the start, flat out. Not going to lie a little bit. I say this all the time. You never forget who brings you to the dance. I wasn't even going to start streaming. I was debating it because I was like, well, I got a channel. I did some old videos and stuff. Oh, shit. Why don't you try live streaming? Well, I don't know about that. Everything else. I don't know if anybody would watch. I'd watch. Right there. Bina, 6, Mr. Sheree. As soon as Sheree heard about it, she was like, oh, yeah, I'll come. Like, awesome. Steve, another one early on. Eugene, you've been here for a minute now, dude. Like, just interesting. Interesting. Then we get, people who flow through here and there. Duke is another one that has been, even though he's in the background a lot of times, hanging out. He's here. He always jumps in with some funny shit. He's funny as hell on the Discord, too. Duke, shout out to him. Yeah, I mean, legitimately, Steve, if it's boring or whatever and you want to come over, that's fine. But if you don't, like, this is one thing I got to, hammer home to everybody. I'm not mad at you. If you choose to watch somebody else's stream over mine, I'm streaming at the same time and you're like, yeah, well, but I wanted to watch this too. Hey, look, it's not fucking prison. It doesn't hurt my feelings because I know eventually you will be watching me. We'll be bullshitting again. Like I'm not, you know what I mean? That stuff doesn't bother me. Like doesn't bother me to my core. Oh, by the way, shout out to Stranded if you've made it this far because you picked up and like got all the way to this point. Don't think we forgot about you, lady. Thank you. Yep. David Mon. David Mon, A1 since day one. Duke, Rebel, Retro. Retro has been in here a lot more, and that actually kind of makes me happy. Always has like awesome nerd insight and is just cool people in general. Oh yeah, Smurf too. He's in here like I said, Smurf's definitely one of my brothers. Got to man, Smurf. Yes, Moki floats in. Anunnaki is another one who floats in. Frogzilla is another one. But yeah, I make sure to give a special shout out to Stranded because Sheree and Stranded, the Friday night fuckery, that stream, like if you guys had been there for that stream, you wouldn't have want to be. I don't know how they stuck with me after that stream. It was so fucking bad. Like, I mean, I've done some, I'm going to say I've had shitty content or I've had a shitty stream or what, nothing like that Friday night fuckery. Like, the fact that I'm even doing the gaming stream, everybody was like, oh shit, it's Friday night fuckery too, because I couldn't get the mic to work last week. I was like, oh shit. And it was like, oh, you know it's Friday night. Oh shit, that's right. Danny Boss, yeah, Baba was here. Danny Boss is another one that I'm gonna say A1 since day one. I don't know why I don't include him in like with Six and Beans and Mister. But Danny Boss is another one that when I first started streaming, he was here for like I mean he would sit here till the end of the stream. Like till I was like everybody can here's the thing. We always do this with ABL. Like how many years you listen to? It was at this point I jumped on, right? Anybody that remembers the stream where I finally came up with don't take shit from anybody as the ender has been around for a minute. Like where I was debating what should my sign off be on that stream. And I don't even know if that was the first one or the fifth one or the third one. I can't remember. Yeah, that's just it, Steve. Poor Danny. He spends 90% of his day on his knees praying to Jesus, and like it's just wearing him out now. He can't hang like he used to. Actually, that is one of those things where, damn, yeah, like ABL. Danny used to call in all the time. There's somebody else who used to call in all the time, and they don't call in at all anymore. Like they don't like. I haven't heard a phone call from either of those two in a minute. You guys all laughing about the praying to Jesus joke. I support Danny fully though. He's been on his journey, and you know, hey man, that's not a bad path to be walking. The salt must flow. Yeah, salty cracker is amazing. He really is. I can take him in doses. I think I've seen too much of his content where now it's like, yeah, I can only take him in doses because he just goes off the wall and like high energy, and sometimes he gets a little out there. But it just the same. The thing that does make me happy about like Salty Cracker is that he's never changed who he is either. Like the dude's been the same since the first time I've watched him till now. Like he's the same exact guy, and that's a good thing. Like I said, I can appreciate that. Same thing with ABL. From the time I started watching ABL, same dude. Like, you've got to appreciate it when you get a genuine person and not somebody who changes like as it's going. There's a difference between getting comfortable and finding your voice on the microphone when you're streaming and changing who you are as a person. One of the biggest fails, I always say this too. One of the ones that I watched self-destruct was Amazing Lucas. I used to watch him all the time and he self-destructed and it was terrible. Definitely terrible. We are at 3:30, guys. I think we should call it. What do you guys think? Think it's nighty night time for everybody. I know my puppy's going to jump me for his puppy cup. Everybody get some sleep. All right. Yeah, Steve's like crash. Everybody's saying crash, basically. Yeah, get some. Everybody, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Charlie Murphy. I was having too much fun. Tomorrow's Monday. What the hell's happening? I don't know. I will see you guys Wednesday, and then, well, my next show Thursday, definitely, more than likely. But I'll be on ABL Wednesday if he's having a show. Thank you guys. Again, I'm going to say it every goddamn time until you guys get sick of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for spending time with me, chatting it up, having fun, painting cool stuff. Turtwig, I think, came out all right. But thank you guys. You could be anywhere in the world. And you sat here and listened to my dumbass for Bramble for hours now. And I appreciate all of you. And everybody try and have a good week up until I talk to you again. Hang in there. And don't forget, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys. And thank you. Oh, and Stranded, you made it to the end. Good night.